the data, or get a single data, or delete or update. It will apply for everything on find method. Okay, so this will work fine. Save it, and that looks pretty good. Now what we can do, let's come here and make a request. You can see we are still getting the result, and if you make a request here as well, still we are getting the result. So that's working fine. So this is how we can modify two different code into a single code, and it's working fine. So this is how we can create secret NFT based on the users or members. Okay, so that's looking fine. Hope this makes sense to all of you guys. It's not that complicated. Let me give this comment. I'll call it pre, and let's talk about the post. So there are again two things available to us. The above we cover about the pre hook, and now let's talk about the post hook. Same thing we have to do, same structure we have to follow here, and you have to call this post. Okay, and that we're going to call this, let's say, global find method. And you know that in post method we able to access the document and the next keyword, and we can come here and we can simply do something good. So we're going to call this next, so we can continue, and here we're going to call this console.log, and let me show you that what I have inside the doc. Okay, so when the request made, this schema model will run and we'll able to see the data. Okay, so to see, let's come here. Let's come here we're going to take a, so here I want to compare that how many time it took before accepting the request and executing the request. Okay, so I say, let's say this dot, let's say start. Okay, and I want to calculate the time, so I have this date dot now, which will give me the current time. And okay, and now here I'm going to do is similar. Okay, I will take this console.log, and here I will take this, let's say simple, I'll take the query took time, and I want to take the, so we are subtracting with the old time to the current time, simple. And we can say times, make sure to put inside this. So this will give us the time, that how long it took before accepting the query and executing the query. So that looks pretty good, and now we can test it out. So to see, all we can do is simply, that's what we have here. Now we're passing the query. So come back here and try to come here, and let's go to this post, and now we have to create an NFT to see this. Okay, so let's come here, we have to change the name to, let's say, time, and hit a request, and here we got an error. Okay, that's not what we wanted. Why it's happening? So let's come here, and here is the problem we have. It's a, let's see, in the terminal here we have the problem. Okay, so this is not PODT, it's a post. Okay, so we'll type POST post and save it, and this will solve our problem. Okay, so this silly things will happen all the time. Okay, now you can hit a request, and here you can see we have created an NFT with the secret to true. So that's looking fine. We have our data. If we make a request, you can't able to see the data in the output in get all NFTs because it's a secret true. And if we come back here you will find all the data about the NFT, which is a post hook. And if I scroll up here, actually let me get down, and here we have, you can see this is the time it took. Query took 550 millisecond. Okay, it took 50 millisecond to execute this request. So that's how you can use, and you can build a logic on top of this. Okay, I'm not showing you that you can do a lot of things taking this information. Okay, so that's what we have. Now simply comment this out. Okay, so that's the post hook. So that's the only thing I want to cover about the query, that how you can set the query on the data based on the membership level. Okay, so if you're running a membership website where you want to hide certain information, or maybe certain programs, certain data, you can set this on the base of the membership. Okay, so that's, I believe this makes sense to all of you. You have understood that how you can build a query and hide information based on the different roles. Okay, because this is what we're going to use when we work on the authentication section, where we allow the user to log into the application, then only they can easily able to have the data. Or if they have bought any packages, any product, then we want to display those product only in that scenario. Okay, so that's the only thing I want to cover. Hope you guys have found this video valuable. If you have a selling confusion in doubt, do leave in the comment section. I'll try to explain that. With that said, let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we talked about the query model. So if you haven't watched, make sure to watch that video. I will link in the I button in the description so you guys can follow that. In this video we're going to continue where we left in the last video. So this is what we have covered, and in this we're going to talk about the aggregate. So you have noticed that we are doing the aggregate calculation on the base of the NFT. In our NFT we have couple of secret information. Okay, so we want to show those calculative data as we're going to exclude those NFTs from aggregate model as well. Okay, which we have done in the query model. Okay, so let's do it. Let me show you what I mean by that. So right now you can see this is what we have. So right now we can able to find all the NFTs. Right now we have total 9 NFT, but we can see only 7 because we have 2 secret NFTs which we are not displaying here. Okay, if we go to the same here in the single NFT, we are doing the same thing. Okay, make sure to save all these things, and now let's come to this where we have this is the stats. Okay, this is if we make a request right this moment in this route, you can find that altogether we have 9 NFTs. Okay, 6 NFT is easy and 3 NFT is medium. Okay, altogether we have 9 NFT here in the stats, but I want to exclude those secret NFT from here as well. We don't want to calculate their data in this. Okay, so that's what we're going to do in this video. Okay, so when we'll apply the method, you will find that we'll have only 7 here. Okay, so right now here we have 7, but here we are getting 9. Okay, so let's exclude from here as well. So to exclude that, that's very easy. We can use this schema and we'll call this pre-hook, because before the response execute we have to do certain things. Okay, so that's why it's called pre-hook. And we can use this aggregate. We have to pass the name, and again we have to follow the same structure. Next, and we can call this one. We'll take this console log this. So let's have a look at how this pre-hook actually look like. Okay, this aggregate. So if I come here, if I make a request, and if I come back to my terminal, and here you can see we have this entire data, which is this, and you can see we have all the information we can able to find. So just let me come down. You can see we have this methods, we have events, event counts, all this information we have. Okay, so this is what we have here. You can see this is what hold this keyword. Okay, but this is not what I wanted to show you. Okay, so what I can do, I can call this pipeline, because we have defined the pipeline. Okay, a pipeline, and I'm going to call this function. Again, this function is available in this keyword. Okay, so I'm just calling that function, and let's come back to the code and let's call the function, and still we are getting this fail. Why this? So let's come here, and it's not actually L. Remove that L. Okay, and now hit request. Come back here and hit request. You can see we got the success, and here you can see we got the entire pipeline which we have defined in our stats model. Okay, see ID, NFT, rating, and we are sorting by the average ones. Okay, so this is our pipeline we have got, and now we can utilize it to exclude that secret NFT. Okay, so let's come here. Here we have the stats, and you can do one way also. The way we have used the secret method, you can simply use the match property. You can see we are use the match property, rating, average, and we are selecting the information on the base of this. You can do it like this as well, but this is not the optimal way to do. Why so? Because just imagine that you have thousands or maybe hundreds of this kind of routes. So you're not going to paste the same code over and over again and include this match functions in every single route. Okay, so we're going to do this in a global level. Okay, in the schema level. So all we have to do is to write one function, one middleware, and that will run for every single routes. Okay, so that's the approach we are taking here. Okay, so simply come, and let's come back here, and let's try to build the. So we'll take this pipeline, and we're going to call this unshift. Okay, it's a normal JavaScript. We want to simply remove it, so we'll shift unshift, and in that we're going to take this object, and now we have to take this one. Okay, we have this match. Okay, now we are going to call this one, and we have to hide the property, so we have to give the name of the property. So we'll call this secret NFT to, we can say, not true. Okay, so it's don't include this secret NFT. Simple logic. Now let's comment this one, and now it will not work. Okay, now we can easily able to exclude all those secret NFT from this calculation as well. So let's come here, and now you can see 6, 3, 9 we have, but the moment we'll make a request we'll have less. So right now we have 4, and we have this 3, so 7. Okay, so you can see this 7, and all the calculation is happening on the base of those NFT which are there. Okay, so that's looking fine. I hope this things is clear to all of you, because this is a very important concept you have to know. And the reason why I made a dedicated video for this, because aggregate is a very frequent used concept. Okay, frequently used whenever you will create like certain product or certain routes and certain information on your sites. This is what you're going to use a lot. Okay, so make sure you should understand this, how we are excluding the important information which we don't want to show to the regular user. We want to show to the specific clients, specific user. So that's how we can do it. So hope you have found this interesting and learned something new. With that said, let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we learned that how we can exclude the secret NFT from our aggregate stats model. Okay, so if you haven't watched, make sure to watch in the I button in the descriptions. I'll link that video. Okay, in this video we're going to talk about, let's say, some important concepts. So let me scroll all the way down. So this is what we have covered in the last video. Okay, these are the things we have already covered, all these things. And now we're going to talk about that how we can add validators. Okay, whatever data we are getting from the clients, from the user, we don't want to accept those data as it is, because sometimes what happens that your user will add some malicious code in that, and if you save, that will create problem in your database. Okay, so make sure you should always sanitize the code. Make sure you check the code, check the information which users are providing double. Okay, after that you can save to the database. Okay, so here we're going to write that how you can add inbuilt validators in your schema model which validate the data, and these inbuilt validators are coming from the Mongoose. Okay, so first we'll talk about the inbuilt validators of Mongoose, then we'll move to the that how you can use the custom validators, and at the end we're going to talk about that how you can use the external npm package to validate this data. There is a lot of things you can do. We're going to take one step at a time. Okay, so let's talk about it. So first thing we want to do is I want to validate this name. So here we have this max length. So if you want that the user should provide the name in a minimum character, okay, minimum or maximum character, so we have a validator for this. So we'll say define the character and we have to type the message. Okay, so we'll say NFT must have 40 characters. Okay, very simple validator. Same thing we have to do the min, so we can say 10 character is minimum, and we can say min. And here you have noticed that we have also used this unique trim. These are also a validator. This is a Mongoose validator which will validate the data. Okay, so hope these things are making sense. So this is how you can check the length of the text. So to test this out, what we can do, we can come here and let's try to just create an NFT and with a data. Okay, so if I make a request, I'll get an error because it says that fail, and it's a validation error, and the message I got that NFT must have 10 characters. So it's working fine. Okay, it's working fine. That's working fine. Now if we come back to the update one, and if I do the same thing here, so if what I will do, I will simply take an ID and try to update that. Okay, so I'll simply provide it here and I'll try to click in. So here you can see I get this error again. So when I'm trying to create, I'm getting an error, and I'm trying to update, I'm also getting that validation error. Okay, and why it's happening? So you might be asking this question, that why it's happening exactly. So let's come back here and let's go to this NFT control, and where we are updating the data, you can see. So let's go to the update function, and here you can see here we have run validator. Okay, because of this function our validation is running again and checking the data the user are providing. Okay, so because of this we are easily able to validate the data twice. Okay, so hope these things make sense to all of you guys. Now let's move to the second validator, which is average rating. So again we need to validate this. Okay, so we want to set the minimum and maximum the rating. Okay, so let's take min and we'll say 1 must have. Okay, and the max is going to be, let's say 5. Here we have to define the 5 and this will become max. Okay, and this min and max can only work on numbers, but in the above case we have used the min length and max length, that's only work on string, not on number. Okay, that's the thing you have to keep in mind. So this is for numbers we have here, and this will work fine. So let's come back to the, let's say, post, and let's try to create an NFT, and let's bring this down. First thing we have to do is to provide the full name. Okay, it should be more than 10 characters, and now what I can do is I can come back to the rating and I can increase this to something, let's say 7. Okay, let's hit a request and I'll get an error. And here you can see I got an error, message have 5, must have 5 rating. Okay, if I make it 4.7, this is successful and I can able to create that NFT. So working fine. Let's come here. So this is also working fine, and that's working fine. Now let's start working on the difficulty. Okay, so remember that we have 3 types of difficulties. One is for easy, medium, and difficulty. Okay, so this is a very simple things we have written, but what happens sometimes that user can provide other field as well. Instead of difficulty, they can type something else. Okay, so we want to display a proper error message that you can either choose easy, medium, or difficulty. Okay, so for that, with the validator we're going to use, which is called enum. Okay, so let me show you what do I mean by that. Let's come here and we're going to take this enum, and here we can define the fields we want to allow. Okay, so we can say easy, medium, and we can say difficulty. But you might be thinking that from where we can define the error message. Okay, if you define the error message in this way, it could be another possible field. Okay, so we're going to simply cut this and we're going to take an object, and here we can define this. We'll define the values, so we'll say values, and we have this, and now we can define the message. Okay, we'll say difficulty is either easy, medium, and it's called difficulty. Okay, so if anybody's trying to provide like out of this range, easy, medium, and difficult, they will get this error message. Okay, so this is a enum validator, and now we can test it out. Let's come here, and here we can see we have the different name, and let's change this to something else. So this is our difficulty, and let's change this random number. Okay, now let's try to hit the request, and boom, here we have got the error. You can see difficulty must either easy, medium, and difficulty. Okay, so that's also working fine. Let's bring back easy, and if we click on enter, and here we have all this data back. Okay, so that's how we can add enum multi-choice options in our schema model. Okay, and validate that. And now we're going to work on the discount price. Okay, so right now what is happening, that if a user providing a discounts more than the price, that would be possible. Suppose the price of an NFT is 100 and someone enter the discount they can get is 110, which is not possible. Okay, which is not possible. So here we have to build the condition for that as well. So we'll take this object, and here we say type is going to be number, and here we're going to call this validate, and here we're going to write this validator will have this function. Okay, which will actually validate the price which is coming. So we'll have this function and we'll have this value. So whenever they will provide any discount price, we'll have this in this function, and now we can easily able to compare. So we'll have this return, and we'll say that whatever the value we are getting as a discount price, it should be less than the this dot price. Again, this refers to the current schema, and we have the price, so it should be the discount price should be less than the price. Okay, let me write this here. So we'll say if 200 is greater than 100, means if the discount price is 200 and the actual price of the NFT is 100, then we want to throw an error. Okay, we want to say that if 20 is less than 100, means our price is 100 and we are providing 20 as a discount, then it's a valid statement. Okay, so that's how we can do it. Now the question is that how you can send the message. Okay, so that's very easy. You can take this message and you can type your message. Okay, price should be below regular price. Okay, regular price, and that's looking fine. Now we can test this out. Okay, so that's will work firstly, and let's come here and let's come to the post method, and here we'll try to change the name, and here we can increase the price, discount price. Okay, actually we don't have it, so let's add that. So okay, we don't have here the, so let's come back to the copy this and simply paste here, and we can add the discount price something less, let's say big 555. Okay, which is more than the price. So now let's hit a request, we'll get an error, and boom, here we got the error. Price, discount price should be below regular price. But it would be better if we would say given the price range. Okay, so to display the price they have provided, here we can take this one. Okay, so we have this value and we can wrap this and we can say value. Okay, this work in a weird way. Okay, so we have the access of the value as well. Okay, so we can display that. So if we save it and this will only work, okay, this will only work at the time of creating NFT, not at the time of updating. Okay, so that's the thing you have to keep in mind, only at the time of creating, not the time of updating. So that's the only thing you have to keep in mind. And now we can hit the request, and here you can see we can easily able to have the price, the discount price. If we make it to 5 and hit request, things are looking success and we have our NFT. Okay, things are looking good. Hope these are making sense. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video, that how you can use the inbuilt Mongoose schema model for validating the data, and how you can create your own as we have created in the discount price. Okay, in the next video we'll talk about the one package which you can utilize this to validating all the data without writing all this code, okay, which will save you a lot of time. And that's very important, because not only you want to validate the name, if you want to take a payment, you have to validate the valid credit card number. Okay, so that's the thing we're going to cover in the next video. So let's move to that. Hey all of you, welcome back once again. In the last video we talked about that how you can use the inbuilt Mongoose validator model and how you can create your custom validator. In this video we're going to talk about the one npm package which you can utilize for validating data. So if you are expecting valid credit card number, or you want to check any data, so you can do that as well with the help of npm package as well. So that's what we're going to cover here. So this is where we left in the last video. Make sure to open up your terminal and let's play this terminal, and now we have to install that npm package. So let's do it. So npm it's called validator, hit enter, and this will install the package. Okay, so before I start using this, let's come back to the npm package and let me explain that what you will get in this validator package. Okay, so this is the validator we are using to validating the data. You can able to find that how many weekly downloads are there and how you can use it. So let me scroll down and let me talk about the methods it has. Okay, so here you will have all these methods which you can utilize it to validate the data. So if you want to just validate that option in object, you can do it. If you want to check the equal comparison, you can do it. You can check this is afraid. If you want to check that only name contain alphabet, you can do that. And here you will have this options if you want to check the valid credit card number. So that's all you have here. Okay, the list is very bad. You can see credit card number you have. If you want to check the currency you have, you can take the date URL is date, and you can see the decimals, divisible, ESN, so email validation you have. So we're going to use this as well. We have this float, so tons of things we have, and must tell you to come and explore this. Okay, because when we come to the authentication section, we're going to definitely use this a lot to validate the information, validate the credit card number, email ID, so all this thing. Okay, so make sure you come and read about it, and you can check how you can utilize it. I'm going to give you a basic example in this video that how you can use it in your schema model. Okay, so let's come back to the code once again. So here we are back in the code, and now let me clear the terminal and let's come here, and now we have to simply import that schema model. So we'll say validator, and we can't say required validator. Okay, not validate, validator. So here we have the package, and now we can utilize it. So I want that the name should contain only character, not any name, sorry, not any number, only character. So I just want to add here, so I can say let's call the package name. So I'll say validate, and here I will take this bracket array, and here I have to call the function name. So whatever function you want to call, you can just pick that function from there and you can call it. So we have the instant of that all package in this validator, and I want to call this function is alpha. So what this function does, it will check for the characters. Okay, if a name contain ID, sorry, name contain numbers, so it will throw an error. Okay, so for error we have to display the error message. So we can say nft name must only contain characters. Okay, so that's the simple validator which check for name, and if there is a number, it's throw an error. Okay, so this is how you can utilize it. And now let's come here and let's try to make a request. So here what I want to do, I want to just simply add this, let's say Daulat, and I can add 5464. Okay, so this is what I wanted, and now if I make a request, I'll get an error. You can see name must only contain character. Okay, but there is one more problem with this. Okay, if I change this number and if I type Hussein, so I have a space in this. Okay, so I have Daulat space Hussein, I'll still get an error. Okay, still I get an error because this package doesn't allow us to add space. So I will simply remove this space, and now if I hit a request, I'll get this one. Okay, so I just wanted to show you that you can use validator in your schema model. That's why I have added this. But right now I'm not going to use it because I want the user to write the name of the NFT of their choice. Okay, if they want to add a number, if they want to add a space, they can do that. Okay, so I just comment this out, and we're going to use this package a lot in the email section. Okay, so I just wanted to show you that you can add. That's why I just included this one. Okay, so that's looking fine. This is all the validators we have here. We're going to use this later, not now. So with this, finally we are done with this very first section in our API, where we have learned that how we can build the schema model, routers, building complex functionality to get the data from the database and from the local database as well. So this is the end of the first section. In the next section, we start working on the global error handling. Okay, so as I told you at the beginning that we have a dedicated section for handling error. Okay, so we're going to follow more robust technology, more robust strategy to handle all the errors which is coming in our API from the clients and from the packages. Okay, whether it could be a server error, whether it could be a user error. So that's what we're going to handle in the next section. Okay, so let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great and welcome back once again. So this is the second section of our API development course. Okay, in the first section we have built all the schema models, all the get method, post method. We have connected our API, we have built the schema model, we have built the basic validations, data models, we are fetching the data, curating data, deleting data, updating data. Okay, so we have done all those cool thing in the first section. In this section we're going to start with the global error handling strategy. You have found we have a lot of try and catch, but we're going to replace those try and catch to a global error handler. Okay, so what I have done, I have opened my main directory. You can see this is where I have, and now I'm going to simply take a copy of this file. So okay, so this is the transfer function. We have this video, we have the smart contract, this is the API we have, and this is the connecting. So simply come back this. So here we have all this file. That's Jim is my personal API, and this is the API which we have been working on from the first section. Okay, so I'm going to simply replicate it. Okay, because I want to keep things simple. So if we commit any mistakes in our inner handling, so we'll have a backup file, so we can start copy and working again. Okay, so I'm going to simply copy this, make a copy of it, and I'll call this one part 1. Okay, so this is the part 1. Simply copy and paste here, same place. Just wait, this will take a little bit time. Okay, I'm just using editing power, so that's why it's getting a little faster. Okay, but it will take time. So finally we have taken the copy, and now let me do this rename. So I can simply rename this. I'll call it, let's say, error, and let's change this name. I don't like this name as well, so let's change this one to, let's say, API part 1, and let's call this one as well. Why are we having this? Let's call this API part 2, and we'll call it, let's say, error. Okay, so we're going to start working on this part 2 error. Okay, so this is what we're going to do, and we can separate all the things. So here we are in this part 1, and this is the part 2. So make sure you do the same thing, exact thing, to be on the safer side. Okay, simply open this file in your code editor. So here I'm back in my code editor. Things are looking good. We have all the models fine. So you can see this is what we have worked in the last video, build all the functionality. So that looks pretty good here, no problems we have here. Now we can complete this. This is all the models, data. Things are looking good. And in this video we're going to use a very special and powerful tool which is offered by Google. Okay, that tool which you can use it to debug your API. Okay, so let's open up your terminal, and we have to simply install the tool. So we'll say npm run dev. Okay, so first we have to check everything's working fine. Npm start, sorry, and here we are in the development mode, and now we can come back to the Postman and we can have a look, make all the requests. Things are looking pretty good, no problem we have. Okay, no problem we have. Simply close all this open file, because right now we start working on the error. Okay, so here we have the fresh environment, nothing goes wrong. Let's come here and let's come and split the terminal, and now we have to install the package. Okay, so we'll say clear npm indb. Okay, so this is the package we want to install. Okay, so just hit enter. This will take a little bit time because it's a huge package. It will take time, but again I'm using editing power, so it will become very fast. So here you can see it's happening in the background. But before we do anything, let's come here in the start script, and we have to build a script for debug. Okay, so we'll call it, let's say, debug, and we want to simply do this. Okay, we'll say ndb server.js. okay, so this is going to be our debug script. So that's what it is. And here we have finally installed the package, looking fine, no more error we have. Now we have to run this debug command. Okay, so to utilize the tool, so let's come here. We have to stop the application from running because we have to switch the development mode. Okay, so right now we'll go for this npm run debug. Okay, hit enter. And again, this will take a little bit time. Okay, in my case it took around 5 to 6 minutes, but again I'm doing copy paste, so it will take time. Okay, just wait, let's wait. And here finally, once it get open, this is how you will find. You can see it's a like a Chrome browser. This is like a Chrome browser. You can see here you will find all the information about the project here in this as well. Okay, and both the project and this package is connected with each other, so whatever changes you will make here, that will automatically reflect in the project as well. So that's what we have here. You will find all the files and folder, and here you will find all the scripts. So we'll have the server, start, production, debug. So we have all these scripts working fine. Okay, and here you can see in the console you will have all this information we have running on this, and debug successfully, reference and memory, which is not that important, but here we're going to do a couple of testing. So let me show you what I mean by that. So let's bring this here, and here you will find all the call stack. This is all the data we have. So here we are in this server.js. So let me show you that how they are connected with each other. So here we're going to write something. So I'll take this comment and I'll say that, let's say change. Okay, so that's the message I have time. And here if I come to the server.js, you can see here I will find the same message which I have provided. This is a change. Okay, so both are connected, and now we can test this all. Okay, so let's bring this one, and now let's make this zoom, and now let's add a breakpoint. So when you click here, so this is what will happen when the code will run. When any request will come, the code will follow everything, but at the time in the line number 58, the code will stop. Okay, the code will stop. Here you can see this is the breakpoint we have added. It will run all this code, but at the time of here it will get stop. Okay, so to see this in action, we can simply run the script. Okay, simply click right and run the script, and here we have run. You can see here we got the entire call stack, all the information. So here you can see we have all this thing which is not that important. Simply close this one, watch no. We have this call stack no, and here we have this local db, our database string. You can see we have all this one. If you, this is the database. If in this app you can see all the function we have, all this is we have here, all this data we are available. We can able to check. This is the route we have in the stack. This is the param. In the stack you can see all the query middleware we included in the app.js. That's all we have here. So here we have this parse. Okay, that's what we have here, and that's what we have included. Let's come up here. And this is where we have included this. You can see express.json, and that's what we have here. All the routes, all the middleware we have here. So it's looking perfect. Hope things are making sense. You guys can easily able to understand that how it's work. So we can easily able to debug that what information we got when the code got stuck. Stop there. Okay, and stop there. Okay, so let's come here and close this one, and let's bring this side, and let me show you one cool thing as well. So the moment you over in all these variables, so let's come here, let's bring this down, and you can see one thing. The moment you over on this process port, you can see this is the data we have, 3000. Okay, you can easily able to, literally you can easily able to find that which data contain what information. So this port is 3000. You can see we have the information on this. If we come on this mongoose, here we have this information. You can over on them and you can find that what information they have. You can see this is the password we have assigned, so we have the password. So you can literally find all the variables, all the data on those particular keywords. You can see all the data we have here, all this data. Isn't cool? If you guys really like it, do like and subscribe, and write down your query in the comment section. Okay, say I like it, and you can see it's look pretty good. We have all the data and we can see that. Okay, if you come back to the global, and here you will find all the global variable which we have defined in the .env file. So you can simply scroll and you can able to check all this data, tons of data we have in this. So whatever data you need to check, you can simply check here. Okay, so let's come here, and now what I want to do is, this is what we have here. So if I execute this code, so execute, you can simply click here and you can see the code is executed successfully. If you come here, and here we get this, all this data. Okay, it's an error, but the code is executed. So let's come back in the source and simply come back to this Postman. Let's make a request, and here we got all the data. Okay, here we got all the data, and here you can see, here I am running from here I am from middleware function and the time it took. So this is also working fine. Okay, that looks perfect. So this is the one example that how you can stop the code and check the entire variables which you have defined and the data in every single port, that how the data is flowing. Okay, so now to see you the working example, let's close this one and come back to this controller, and let's come back to this NFT controller. Simply scroll all the way down here, and here you can see in the get all NFT we have all these filters. Okay, this is the response we are sending, and I want to add the breakpoint there. Okay, so I don't want to send the response, and I want to check that what data we have in the filter, in the sort, in the limitation, in the patch. Okay, so I want to send those data. Okay, so that's what I have here. Now let's come here and make a request. It's stuck. Okay, because we have added that breakpoint, it's stuck. But the one we are interested in this call stack, you can see we have this features, we have NFTs. So if you come here, and this is the filter we have, if you simply come to bring this one, if you come to this feature, you can see here we have the query, we have the query string, and that's what we have defined in the API feature model. Okay, so you can able to find that what data we have passed in this. So you can see we have the dog field, skip ID in the models, we have the find method, we have the skip model, we have the skip because we are on the page number 1. Okay, so that's why skip value is 0, limit is 10. You can see all the data you can able to find which we have in the filter one. Okay, so this is the skip model, we have schema, all the data we have here. Okay, believe things are making sense to you guys, all of you. Okay, and that's the query model, and here you can see we have this variable called NFTs, and there we have all the data. If you open that, you can able to find all the data out of the NFT. Okay, so right now we have the int, local, description, difficulty, duration vague. Okay, so if you click on this 3 dot, you can able to expand this and you can able to see the data in that. Okay, you can see all the data you can able to see. If anything goes wrong, you can easily able to find and check, okay, this data is undefined, this data is not there, that means an error is occur. Okay, but whatever data we are passing in the model, that's all is there, so we don't have an error there. And here we have the request, all the requests we have got when the user make a request on that. So this IP address, the query, all the data we have here. This is the closer, so the function we are utilizing it. Okay, and this is the global in which we have all the variable. Okay, so things are making sense. Hope you guys are understanding how we can easily able to check. And this is the endpoint, you can see our URL endpoint we have. This is the request time, this is the route, tons of information you have, tons of information. Okay, so let's close this one and let's execute this. Again it's stuck, let's cancel this one and come back here, let's execute the code. Okay, so now if you make the request, here we got the data. Okay, so make sure you should execute the code by clicking on the play button. Okay, so that's what we have. And now what I want to do, I would just want to create a bug, and let me show you that how you can identify a bug. So what I want, so here we have the filter method. Okay, so let's come back here and let's go to this utils, and here we have the API feature, and here we have all the method like short, filter, pagination. So I want to create a bug in this field limit. Okay, so here you can see here we are spacing the join with a space. Okay, but I don't want to space it out, I just bring it close. So this is the bug. Okay, so when we make a request, we will not get a data. Okay, because we have to provide the space. So this is the bug we have here. Okay, now what I can do, here we have a field. If I make a request, you can see I'm getting all the data, but if I'm including the fields, I'll say name and duration. If I hit a request, and here we got an error. Okay, so this is the error actually. Okay, we are not getting the data we want the name and duration, but it's not coming. Okay, we are getting this null. So because we have problem in the limit field, And how now the question is how we can find this bug. That's pretty easy. All we have to do is to add a breakpoint here. Okay, so this is the breakpoint we have added. So when this code will run, it will have all the value in the previous code, so we can check that what value is coming and passing further. Okay, so this is the breakpoint we have included, and now we can make a call. Okay, so this is the breakpoint. Now make a hit a call and it's stuck obviously. Now here you can see we have all the data. Okay, we have all the data, we have the locals. If you open that, you can see the feature is undefined, NFT is undefined because it's not run, because we have to filter all the data, then we have to call this. Okay, that's why they are undefined. And here you can see we have the original URI. You can see the field name and the duration we have there. We have the method is also there, get, and we have this all thing we have in there. And if to check this you have to click here. Okay, to get into the function. Okay, so if you click on this, you will come back to the API feature page automatically, and here you can easily able to check the variable step by step. So okay, so you can see this is the function we have, and if you over on it, you can get that data. Okay, so what data we have here? So mint field is not defined. Okay, it's not defined here. And if you click on this, it will go to the next line, and here you can see what data we have. So we have currently undefined in the field, and this is the query we have, name and duration. Okay, so that's what we have here. Okay, but right now field is undefined. So now let's click on this, and you can see right now we have this field, and this is not what we wanted to pass in this field. Okay, we should separate them in a space. It's look like that they both are a single name. Okay, this is not what we want. We want to provide a space between them, and this is the bug, and this is how you can identify. So you can see here you will find the field that name and duration is together with close to each other. So that's not what we want, and that's how you can identify a bug in your code. Okay, so this is the valid bug we have introduced in your code, and you can able to see that what query it's go, and if you click on this, it go to the next function. Okay, but if you want to come out of this function, all you can do click on this, and it will go to the next function. Okay, so this is what we are returning here. Okay, so if you over it, you can see this is what we are exactly returning. We have the name, field and duration, but this is not what we want. We want to space them out. Okay, hope this makes sense to all of you guys. Now let's come here, hit enter, and this is, you will go to the pagination, and here you can come, and here you can able to see the data. So this is the query we have. They both need to be space, but there's no space, and that's why we have an error. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. That's a valid error. And let's come here again. We are into this prototype. Now click on this to come out of this function. Let's close all this one because we don't need to one. I just wanted to show you that how you can figure out the bug, how you can stop the code and check all the values. Hope these things make sense to all of you. Now let's bring back to the normal one. So it's provide the space, and now if you click on this header request, and here you can see again it's stuck. Why? So let's come here, and okay, we have to execute the code. Okay, so make sure you click on the play button, so execute the code further, and you can see if you hit the request, and here we have that. Click on this and you can get it. Okay, so right now you can see, click on this, you get this undefined, but if you click on this, here we have the data. You can see we have this name and duration space, look pretty fine. Okay, you can see this is how the argument would look like. You can come out of the functions and things looking good. Okay, now click on this play button to execute the code, remove this breakpoint, and now let's make a request, and this is what we get. We got the name, duration and all the data, ID. If you hit the request, and this is what we get. Okay, so I believe this makes sense that how you can do the testing, how you can use this powerful tool to test your code if you have any kind of bug in your code. Okay, you can change all the values the data has passed, and you can add the breakpoints wherever you want. Okay, so things pretty good. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. I don't want to extend this video, but I believe that you guys have got the idea that how you can do the testing, the API in this advanced tool. Okay, add the breakpoint and follow the tabs to check the values, pause, play, and jump from function to functions. That's all I have explained in this video. So this is not the part of the API because we're going to use it for the testing at the end. Okay, so that's why I thought that there are tools in the industry which you can use, because when you're going to build an API and work in a company, there you have to work with these tools to test the APIs and different data. Okay, so hope this makes sense to all of you. If you still have any confusion and doubt, do leave in the comment section. I'll try to help you in that. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have found something interesting, learned something new. So in the next video, we can start working on the API and we're going to build that global error handling model. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video, we had complete overview of NDB tool which allow us to find bug in our API in our code. Okay, so if you haven't watched that complete tutorial, make sure to watch. I'll link that in the I button in the description so you can find that. And right from this video, we're going to start working on our error handling. Okay, we're going to build the advanced model where we can easily able to handle all the errors which is coming in our API. Okay, so that's what we're going to start here. So here I have opened the project. Make sure you do that. And this is where we left in the last video. So let's start. So what I will do, I'll open up my terminal, and first thing I have to do is simply, you can see that my internal server is running. So make sure your server is running, and let's bring this down. Let's go back to the app.js, and here we're going to use as a middleware. Okay, so let me show you what I mean by that. So let's bring this down and let's scroll all the way down where we have the code. I'm not removing this comment so you guys can have a reference that what we are doing. Actually this one is the part 4. So here we are doing, simply copy this entire one, and I'm going to comment it this, and I'm going to paste here, and I'll say part, let's say 5 error. Okay, so from here we will start working on error handling, and that looks good. And I'm going to remove this. No, let it be like this. So let's come here, and if I make a request in my Postman and everything's working fine, you can see right now I have 7 data in my database. Actually I have close to 10-20, but some of them are private, some of them are secret tour. Okay, I hope you guys haven't forgot about the concept of secret tour. Okay, so right now you can see we have 7 data here, and that looks pretty good. Everything is working fine. So all the data we have here. Now let's come here and let me show you that what kind of error a user can make in our API. Okay, so there are multiple error a user can create. One error the user can create that they can write wrong version name. Okay, so that's the one error. And the second error is going to be the NFT data. Okay, so all the data of our NFT is inside this NFTs. Okay, this is the main resource in which we have all the data. So what if someone's make a wrong request, means instead of NFT they type only NFT. So this is this route is not exist in our database. Okay, so we have to catch that error, and we have to also catch an error when the user make an error in the base of ID. Okay, so these are the 3 error user can create. There are many, but we're going to take one step at a time. So let me show you what I mean by that. Right now you can see version 2, and here I get this error message, but this is not what I want to show display to the user who are making this request. Okay, I want to send user friendly message. So this is the error message I will get in back when someone will hit the wrong version or wrong route. And if I bring this back and if I do this for the main resource, I'll get the same result. Okay, so no matter you provide a wrong version or provide a simply the resource name, you will get the same error message, but we're going to make it more unique, and it's a 404 error which is page not found. So let's bring that back, and if I add an ID, so right now we don't have this ID in our database. Okay, so if I make a request, I'll get this response, but this is not what I want to show. Okay, as you can see, this is a valid response which is coming from our API, and it's saying that this ID doesn't exist. So when someone type an ID like this, I want to display different message. Okay, so we have status, we have the message, we have the cast error, which is the name of the error, string value. Okay, so all the data we have here, and we're going to utilize it. So here we are in app.js, and here you can notice one thing, that here in this app.js we are only using middleware. Okay, so we have this Express middleware, Morgan middleware, and all the global middleware that we are adding here. Okay, so here we're going to define the global error middleware, because when a user will make a request and none of these middleware can catch those requests. For example, if someone make a valid request, so it will go into a NFT route or a user route, but if none of these middleware catch that, then it will come here at the bottom, and here we're going to catch. Okay, so here we're going to write our middleware for error handling. So it's a get. Okay, so you have both options. So like you can say use this get, but again if you use this get, you have to do it for all the route individually, but here we're going to do some other method, like we'll use all. So when you use this all keyword, it will trigger for all the errors which is coming in your application. Okay, so that's why it stands for all. And here we have to provide this star max, okay, that stands for global, and we have to write the same functions. Okay, so we'll say request respond, it's going to be an arrow function, and in that we're going to define all the logics which is coming in our way. So here we're going to send the response, which is 404, which is not not found, and we're going to send our JSON response. So we'll say status is going to be, let's say status is going to be fail, and we're going to display this message. So we'll say, we'll take this template literal and we'll say can't template literal and can't find. And as you remember that we are able to access all the query, okay, in this function we have this request, in that we have all the queries which is users are making, and from there we're going to access this original URL. Okay, so this will give us the URL of that request which user are making, and here I'm going to say that on this server. Okay, on this server we can't find this URL on this server. Okay, simple message. And this will work. If I come here and this time if I try to make a request, I'll get this message, because we have to handle this ID section differently. And the reason why it's happened here when we are making this request on the ID, because the main resource is right. We have only problem in the ID, that's why we are getting this error. But here we are building for the main resource. So let me remove and let me make a change in version 2. Okay, if I make a request, and here you can see I got the status fail and I got the message can't find. This is the URL which user are hitting and on this server, and I'm also getting the status is 404. So you can see if you change, and you will get this nice human readable error message. We're going to make it more dynamic. Okay, I just want to show you that how you can catch error. So this is the one middleware. So let me remind what will happen when someone will make a request. So a request will come and it will go through all this middleware. And finally the moment it reach here in the route section, so if it's for the NFT, it will go into the NFT folder directory. If it's for the user, it will go into the user directory. But if it not exist in any one of these, then it will caught in this global error handler. And you can see that when a user is making requests on the base of the ID, the main route is matching. Okay, so it's going into the NFT routes, and there we are not able to find the NFT, and that's why we were getting an error message. Okay, so that's why how we get the error message in the base of the ID, and this is how we get when someone provide the root directory wrong. Okay, so hope this thing is clear to all of you. So you can see this is what we have, this is the route we have, and this is our global error middleware. If I cut and if I paste here, you will paste here, and you will find that no matter what request I will make, if I make a valid request, I will still get the same error, because this is the route is going to run every time. Okay, for check. Okay, so this is the one we have, and if I make a request is a valid one, and if I make a request, you can see I get the same response, because the code is executing from top and bottom, and that global error middleware is working. It will keep the track no matter what request you are making. It makes sense to all of you. But if I come here in the single NFT and if I make a request, you can see I will get the same error message. You can see it's looking fine. So this is how it's look, but we're going to cut this and paste down below here. Okay, so we can catch. If we make a request here, you can see with the ID we are getting this null because it's our secret true. So this is all the requests we have. And let me give this comment. I'll share error section and global error handler. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have understood that how we're going to handle an error. From the next video we can start building this even in more advanced and make it global. This is a simple error handler, one middleware which handling all the error, but we're going to make it more advanced. We're going to use JavaScript classes to display the message. Okay, so that's what we're going to do in the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So this is where we left in the last video. In the last video we have learned that how we can build the basics global error handling. In this video we're going to make it more advanced and make it more global, so we can catch different errors coming from our API. Like if someone's trying to create NFTs and they provide wrong information, we have to catch that. If someone's trying to find an NFT based on the URL, we have to catch that. If someone hit the wrong route which not exist in our server, we have to catch that. So there is a lot of ways error will come on our API. So all we have to do is to make our error handling model in a centralized place, and all the error will come into that place, and from there we're going to display the error status and error message. Okay, so I know this sounds complicated, but it will make sense. Just follow along with me. So here I'm going to give this command global error handle, okay, handling, and we have to follow the same structure. We're going to use this as a middleware app.use, and in earlier middleware we had access to 3 parameter like request, response, and next. But when it's come to error in Express, we have access to 4 middleware, 4 parameters. One is error. In this I have access to all the error object, okay, all the property of error. I can easily able to access that, whether it's a status code, message, call stack. So all the thing I can easily able to access in this error object. And here I will have this request, response, and next. So this is how we can define error module in our API. So what I can do, I can come here, I will send this request. Okay, so let me show you what I mean by it. Click here and go back to this NFT controller, click on this and scroll all the way down. Just go back to the codes. So here you can see these are the codes we have written, and you can see in each of these function, whether it's for get all NFT, create NFT, we have this error. Okay, this error response like status 200, and we have the fail message. Okay, all these error we are sending in each and every single function, and that's not a good practice to write the same code over and over again for every single function. Okay, so we have to catch all these error as well, so we can display in our error module, global error module. Okay, so we're going to build the functionality for this. Okay, so we have the error dot status. So before I call that, let me show you. We have error, and in that I have access to this status. Okay, so whenever any error will come, I can easily able to I will easily able to get the status of that error. So I can say that error dot status, and if there is a status, then we can call file events. Okay, so if we have a status code for error, so we can take that code and define as a status code. But if we don't have any code for that error, we're going to display 500. Simple logic, simple JavaScript. Same thing we have to do is for this, let's say status, and we'll say error dot status. If we have a status, then we're going to display that. Otherwise we're going to display this error message, which is stand for internal server error. Okay, this one is a status code, not status. Okay, so if we have a status code, then display that. If we don't, then display 500. Simple logic. And why we have this bracket? So what I can do, I can simply come here and let's remove that. Okay, and now we'll come here, and here we're going to send the response back. So I'll say error status code, and we have this JSON, and here we're going to simply send the status. So we have this status to status error, where we have stored as a variable, and we're going to display the message. Okay, simple error dot message, in which we have the error message. I hope this part makes sense to all of you. We have taken a variable status code, and that we are sending in this, so this becomes dynamic. So that's the simple one we have here, and this is the global, and this is what we have. So to catch an error in this our global one, we have to do a couple of things here in app.all. Okay, so let's comment this part. Okay, let me show you the another way. So what are we going to do? We're going to take a variable, just follow. Okay, so I'll define this new, and here we'll take this error. So whenever you want to throw an error, this is how we can do new error, and here in this we're going to pass the error message. Okay, so I'll say cut this and paste here. So this is my error message, in that I'm displaying the URL, and I'm saying that it's not it's not there in our servers. Okay, let's come here, take the status, and we can say fail, and we can take this status code is going to be 400. So this is the data we're going to pass into our global error handler. Okay, so that's the data we have here, and let's come here. Here we can easily able to receive, so simply copy this one, and here we have to call this next. Okay, and that's the global middleware, and here we have this request response. Okay, so these are the data we have. So this is will work. So let's come here, and I think we have to get this next, and we have to pass the error in it. Okay, so we have access of this next, and here we're going to pass the entire data. We're going to pass the error message, and we're going to pass the error message. Okay, so that's what we have here. So whenever any error will come, that portion, that middleware will run, and that will throw an error to our global error handling. Okay, So it's looking fine. Now let's come here and try to make a request. So right now you can see everything's looking fine because we have the right route. And you can see if I change this one and make it 3, if I make a request, you can see I get this custom error message, fail, can't find this URL on the server. Okay, so hope this makes sense to all of you. And no matter what request you make, if it's wrong, then it will catch and it will pass on to the global error handler. Okay, so you can see we have all the data, and this is also working fine. Okay, this is also fine, and now we have to just work around all of these. Okay, all of these. But before we move to that, I just want to show you something more. You can even customize this portion as well. So let's come here, and what we're going to do is we're going to click on this controller and we're going to create a new file where we're going to handle all the error. Okay, so let's click on this. Let's come back to the utils. Okay, and here we're going to create a file. We'll call it app error.js. Okay, here we're going to create our error handle model, which will run for every single error coming on our API. Okay, so that's what we have here. And now we're going to follow this, let's say, class structure. Okay, class structure. Hope you guys are familiar with the JavaScript. Okay, so we're going to use this class app error, and I'm going to extend this from error. Okay, so we have access to this error, and in that we're going to take this constructor. In that we're going to pass the error message and the status code. Okay, so we have this message and we have this, let's say, status code, and I want to inherit the parent class. Okay, so the simplest way to do that is to use this super, and in that we want to access the message. Okay, so this is how we can do it. Simple JavaScript code. So this is nothing for the so this is nothing for the API. We are just writing the simple JavaScript so we can use it for displaying our error. Okay, so now we have to use this. We'll say this dot status code. So this always refer to the current object, and we have the status code and this dot status. And here is the trick. So the status can be have two different codes. One it will have 400 and one it will have 500. Okay, so one the error is coming for 400, we have to display the fail message, but when the error is happening on status code 500, we have to display error. Okay, server error. Okay, so here we're going to use this method. We'll take this, let's say, template return. We'll say status code and status code, and if it start with is a function in JavaScript. Okay, so it will allow you to find the first alphabet or first number. Okay, so if it start with 400, that means it's a fail error, but if it start with something else, we have to say error message. Okay, so the simple JavaScript, hope makes sense. Okay, so these are the functions we have here. Everything's working fine. Now let's come down. We're going to use this is operational to true, and the reason why I have used this property is this operational is to true, because sometime what happened that sometime a error will be created by the user. So when someone try to create NFT, or maybe someone hitting the wrong route, or maybe they don't have access to a particular data, so that error become the operational one. Okay, so that's error is created by the user. So we have to display the message, but there would be a certain error which is created by ourselves, our program. So maybe we going to use couple of package, Express, MongoDB. So sometime what happened, the error will cause because of the MongoDB or server error. Okay, so those errors become the production errors. Okay, so we want to separate the error between the operational error and the like programming error. Okay, so that's the whole concept, and that's the entire logic we have for this. That's why I have taken this operational error for the user. Okay, so we'll come here. We're going to take this app dot capture stack trace, because I want to display that where the error exactly is happening. Okay, so that's why we are capturing that stack trace, and in that we go to pass this simple this and this constructor. Okay, so this will give the entire data, and here we're going to simply export this app error, and now we can use this model wherever we want in our application, and this will generate the error. Let's close this one, and now we can back here in our app.js, and now we're going to utilize that. Okay, so I'm going to simply come here and I'm going to import that file. So const, I'll say app error, and that's coming from the utils app error. So this is the function we have here, and now I'm going to utilize it. I will simply commit this out, and now I'm going to use that same app error class which we have created. So here we're going to call this next. In that we're going to use our app error. So new is the keyword, and app error we're going to call, and in this we're going to pass this entire error message. So we'll pass the error message and we'll pass the status code, because that's what our app error receive. So we'll add the status codes to, let's say, 404. Okay, so whenever any error will happen in our API, this app error will trigger. It will set out all the messages and property, and it will pass on to the app. Okay, our global error handler. So hope this makes sense to all of you guys. And now we can simply able to receive the data here. Okay, so let's come here. Before we do that, let's simply check this one. So if you make a request, you can see everything is working fine. We have the data, so our class is also working fine. If you do the right thing, you will have the exact data. If you do the changes in the source, you will get this error message. Status code is also defined. Okay, so this looks pretty good. Okay, this looks pretty good and it's working fine. Now let's come here and let me show you the call stack where the error is exactly is happening. So I will do console log this error dot stack. Okay, stack, and this will show me that where the error exactly is happening. Okay, so if I come here, if I save this one and if I try to make a request with the wrong route, you can see this is the error we have here. And if I come back my terminal, you can see we have all this data. Can't find the route, and you can able to find where the exactly the problem is. Okay, you can able to find all these call stack. Okay, so that's how you can access the stack data for error. I'll simply comment out this, and we have all these function. Okay, we have all this function. So now we're going to refactor this as well. So let's come here and we're going to come into this controller and we're going to create another controller for handling error, because we're going to add a lot of properties in our error handler controller, because we have to handle the operationals, productions, we have to add different things on the base of the security part. Okay, so we're going to create a different file, so we'll call it error controller.js, and in that we're going to simply come here and we're going to simply grab this piece of code, entire one till here, cut and come back and paste here. Okay, module dot exports, because this is the only thing we want to export from here, so that's why I'm doing module export. Okay, so we have this export and now we can utilize this one. So let's that looks fine, everything. Let's come here and now we have to import that error controller. I'll call it global error handler, and that's coming from our controller error controller. So that's what we have. Copy and simply pass. This will work as it was working before. Okay, so let's come here and you can see everything's looking fine. We are back on track. No more error we have in our terminal. Let's bring this down, and that looks pretty good. And let's come back and let's try to make a request. Still it's working. We have no more error, no problem in our code. So if you make the right request, you will get the data. Okay, you can see all the data we have here. And that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have found this video valuable, because I don't want to extend this video too long. In the next video, we're going to make it more robust system, and let me show you the other property and all the other error handling strategy which we have to tackle in the next video. Okay, so let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So this is where we left in the last video. We have created different folder and file structure for our global error handler. We have built the controller, we have built the app error class. So if you haven't watched, I'll link that video in the I button in the description so you guys can follow. So this is where we left in the video, in the last video, and we're going to continue from here. Okay, so let's come here. We have all this error, and what I can do, let's come back to the controller. This is where we have the error, and this is in our NFT controller. You can see here we have this error models. Okay, so we have this catch, try and catch. Okay, so we have to fix this. I don't want to catch an error like this. Okay, I don't want to add try and catch block in every single function. So we're going to convert this into a error handler model. Okay, so this is a async function, and we have to write a functions which can handle all the error which is coming in async. Okay, so we'll have two different strategy, one for catching a normal error and the other one is catching those error which is coming from async functions. Okay, so let's write the functionality for this. Okay, so this is what we have here, this catch, and that's what we're going to fix right now. Okay, we are sending two different responses, but we don't want to do that. You want to make it more robust. So to fix this, what we can do, let's come up here and we're going to create another function which can wrap all these async functions. Okay, so let me show you what I mean. I'll take a variable, I'll call it catch async, and the reason why I have given this name, because I want to catch all asynchronous error. Okay, so here I will say my fun, you can call whatever you want, and here I have access to this my fun request, response, and next. Okay, so these are the three property I have access, and this is what I have. Okay, so simply copy that and simply wrap this entire function till here to here. Okay, so when someone will hit this route create NFT, it will run the functions, and if anything goes wrong in that, our async function will catch that. Okay, so that's look pretty good, and here we're going to catch that error. Okay, so we can say catch, and we have this error dot error and we can call the next, and in that we're going to pass the error. So the moment we have called this next, so whenever an error will happen in this create NFT, because of the next we have used, and we are directly sending this error message to our global error handler. Okay, so hope this makes sense and how easy it becomes. Okay, so this error will be transferred to our global error middleware. Okay, so that looks pretty fine. And now what we can do is simply comment this out, and the thing we want from here is this only the response we want here. Simply copy this portion and cut or leave it. Okay, and paste here. Okay, this is the only code we have to keep in this entire function. Okay, simply uncomment this. So this is what we have here, and no more error we have. As you can see, we are back. Okay, rec is not defined. And can you guess that why it says that request is not defined? Because in our async function there is no way to find out these data: request, response, and next. So how we can easily able to access from create NFT? Okay, so this is how we can do it. So let's come here, and we're going to call this request, sorry, return, because from this async function which we have used to wrap this create NFT, when anything goes wrong into that, we'll catch an error into this. Okay, into this our catching function, and we want to return that. And what are the things we want to return? We want to return this request, response, and next. Okay, and now we're going to wrap this entire function with this, and it will work fine. Now we have able to access this request, response, and next, and we can simply pass the error to our global error handler. Okay, so we can make this even better. Okay, so we don't need to write this huge code. We can simply replicate this, and I can comment this, so you can find that we can even modify this. So instead of writing this huge code, we can simply pass the error next. Okay, the moment you do that, it will automatically trigger the error handler. Okay, so that's the error async function, and this is good to go. You can easily able to catch all the async error which is happening in your route, in your API. Okay, all these functions like update, create, get all with this catch async. So let's do it very quickly, and let's come here and let's try to make a request. So if I come here and make a request, still everything's looking fine. If I do for the post, and here you will see, so here what I want to do is I want to simply I don't want to provide the duration which is required field. Okay, so I will simply remove that and try to make a request. If I hit a request, and here you can see that error handler is working fine. Okay, someone's tried to create an NFT without durations, because duration is a mandatory field, and that's why we are getting that error message: NFT validation failed, duration must provide duration. Okay, must provide duration. So it's working fine. You can see how beautiful it is. So we have this error message, we have this. Okay, that looks pretty good. And right now you can see this status code is 500, so we have to fix that as well, because the error is happening, displaying perfectly, but we have to find a way to fix this status code, because this is actually a wrong, it's nothing for the server error. Okay, so we're going to build the functionality for that as well, but I believe that you guys are seeing that how it's coming together. Okay, let's bring it back and let's try to make a request. You can see right now still it's getting that error message because the name is same, so duplicate fail. It's okay. So all the validation is working absolutely fine, and we can easily able to catch all the error from our NFT, create NFT. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Now what I will do, I will create another file, and in that I'm going to keep this catch async function. Okay, so I want to separate things, because this is just like a utility module which we have built to reuse in our all async function. Okay, so it's always better to split in different files. So let's come here in utility, and we're going to call this, let's say, catch async, and in that I'm going to keep this function. So simply come, and I'm going to simply come here, and where we have, so I'm going to simply comment this, and I'm paste here. Okay, so this is how we have, and now I'm going to simply remove this. Okay, so I will say module dot export, and I don't need to provide this name, simply make it like, and that's the only thing we have to do here in our catch async, and this function will work. Okay, looks pretty good. Okay, this is the function we have for our catching error, and right now you can see our app is crashed because we don't have a way to figure it out that what is this catch async. So now we have to import that. Let's come here, I'll bring this terminal down and simply import that very quickly. So I'll say I'll come here, I'll say const catch asyncs are required, and that's coming from, let's say, utils catch asyncs, and now everything would be working fine. If you open up your terminal, you can see we are back on track, database successfully connected, our server is running fine. So this is how we can split the code, and let's try one more time. Okay, Let's remove the duration one more time, hit the request, and still we get that error, validation error. If we bring it back, make a request, you can see still we get a duplicate error, and that looks pretty good. Okay, that looks pretty good. And now what we have to do is to wrap all the function with this async function. Okay, and in that way we have to write very less code. Okay, so you can see this is the async function for the create NFT. Let's come here and we are going to grab this because I don't want to remove, I want to provide all these codes to all of you. So let me select all of these and simply copy and paste. Okay, so let me select, we have written huge line of code, simply copy and paste, cut. Okay, and now we're going to make it clean. Okay, so let's close this one, delete this and delete this portion so we can have a clean environment. Delete this one as well, close this one. We have this aggregate pipeline, you can simply delete that, and this is for delete NFT, and this is for patch NFT, this is for get, and simply delete this. Okay, we don't need this one anymore, and this is for update, and we have to delete this as well. So it looks pretty good. Now we have a clean environment, and now we can start wrapping all the functions. Okay, so this is what we have, catch async, simply copy and wrap the get all NFT, cut this here and bring back here, and now we have to remove this try and catch. So remove this portion, and we have to remove this catch block as well. So remove this catch block, and why we are getting this error, remove this one as well. So right now you can see we have to write very small piece of code because we have divided into a beautiful functions, and it looks very clean. Okay, we are sending only one response for here. Okay, now let's do for the create, and now let's do for the single entry catch asyncs upload, and we're going to wrap this one. We're going to simply remove this try and catch block. Okay, simply select this portion and remove it. Okay, so right now look pretty fine, simple. Do the same thing for the update, and that's, let's say we have here update, and we're going to take this catch async, wrap it, and we're going to paste it here, and we're going to remove this catch blocks, and we have to remove this try block. Okay, so let's do it very quickly. I'm going to do it faster because this is the same thing which you have to do in all the async functions. Okay, so no matter how many async function you have, all you can do is to add this catch asyncs and you can neutralize it. Okay, there is many way to do this, but this is the best way I found when I was taking this course, and Jonathan, who taught me really amazingly in that he talked about reusability model. So that's how you can do it. Okay, so let's wrap this delete one as well, and I'm going to remove this portion as well and remove this try and catch. So it looks pretty neat and clean. Now we have to do this for the status as well. Let's scroll all the way down and wrap it here. Okay, that looks pretty good. Remove this try and remove this one try and catch. Do this for the last one. So finally we have converted all these functions into a catch async, so we can easily able to handle all the errors. And here you can see in the alias route it's not an async function. Okay, so we don't need to wrap that as well. Now let's come here and try to make a request. You can see still everything's working fine. Okay, still everything's working fine. If I type the name, right name, if I make a request, and here I can easily able to create an NFT. Okay, if I try to get all NFT, still it's working fine. You can see all the data we have. If I do for the single request, make a request, you can see this is the secret NFT, so we can't able to access. Now let's get some valid NFT. Okay, get the ID of the visible NFT. Okay, let's come back to the single NFT, replace, and hit enter, and here you can see it's working fine. It's working fine. Okay, and here you can see the delete is also looking fine. So we have all these method which is absolutely working fine. And now we can show you, I want to show you something. Come back in the delete, and if I paste here and try to delete, you can see we have deleted. If I come into the get all, and you can see it's working fine. Okay, we have 6. And that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have found this video valuable. If you have still any confusion, any doubt about the functionality we have built, do leave in the comment section, and I will continue working on this API in the next video. So let's see you there. All of you, hope you guys are great. So this is where we left in the last video. In that video we have built a basic catch async functionality which can handle all asynchronous error. So if you haven't watched, I'll link the video in the bottom of the description so you guys can follow. So we left in the last video, and I'm going to continue from here. Okay, so let's come here, and what we can do, this is the catch async function we have, and here we have access to next. Okay, so the point is how we can catch an error which is inside the function is happening, and how we can pass the status code and the message to our global error handler. Okay, so that's the one thing we have to do. So let's come here, and here we have all these functions, get all NFT. So we have access to this next. Okay, So we can simply copy and we can pass this next in all the function. We can take it next and next. This will become next. This will also be next and next. Okay. So I hope these things are making sense to all of you, that we have access to the next keyword and we're going to use this as a middleware to throw an error to our global error handler. Okay. So you will see how everything will come together. Okay. So right now you can see here we are, and if I simply, so here I'm into my get single NFT, and if I want to simply do a changes in the URL, if I make a request, you can see here I get this message back that this error is not defined. Okay, I want to display a valid information. Okay, so this is the error message I got back, but the error status is still 500, but this is actually the error which is created by the user. Okay, this error is created by the user and it's a operational error, not programming error. Okay, so we have to display the valid message and the valid status code. Okay, and that's what we're going to do now. Okay, so let's come here and let's come back to the app API feature, and here you can see in the error controller, here we're going to have this predefined 500 status. That's why it's displaying there. So what we can do now, let's come here and let's come to this NFT controller, and here we're going to throw the error message. So before we do that, let's come back to the router, and I want to show you that how you can add this catch async function in different way. Okay, so as I told you that there is a multiple way to catch an async errors, and there is one more way you can do it. So one you can do is you can simply attach that function on the function itself, and one you can do is that you can use it as a middleware. So here I'm into the NFT routes, and here what I have to do to use it, all I have to do is to call this catch async, and I have to use this. Okay, so in this way what will happen, for it will run this catch async, and then it will run this NFT controller. So this is also fine, but in this there is a problem, and this is not the best practice you can follow. If you're building a small application you can, but when you are building a large case application where you have a lot of resources, so it's become very hectic to come and simply put this async function one by one in every single route. Okay, and for putting this function, async function, in every single route, you have to keep in mind that which function is a async function, which function is not async function. So all the thing you have to do is to keep the track of all the async function differently and all the normal function differently. So it's always better that you should define this async function where you are building the functionality. Don't use this way. Okay, so I'm not going to use this structure, but I want to show you that there is a way you can. Okay, so I'll go with a normal structure. Okay, looks pretty fine. Now let's come here and let's start catching the error. Okay, let's come here, we're going to come here and we're going to use this const. We're going to use our app error class, because that's our global error class, and that's what we're going to utilize it. So here we're going to make it require, and this is coming from, let's say we have inside the utils app error, we have this app error. So now we can easily able to utilize it, and let's open this get all NFT. And now what we can do is, let's come here and here we have this. So here we're going to say that if the NFT user is looking for it not exist in our database, then we want to throw an error message. Okay, so we'll say .nft, and in that I will say return next, and in that I have to call this app error class which we have used, and all we have to do is to pass the error message. So we can say something like no NFT found with that ID, and we can display the status code to 400. And this is what we're going to follow, and this is what you have to follow in advanced application, and this is the best practice in industry. Okay, so what we are doing, we are using our app error class, we are throwing the message. So what we are doing, we are utilizing our app error class, throwing the error and message. This is what it receive and displaying back to the user. Okay, so that's the simple logic, and this is how we can throw an error and pass the error exactly to our global error handler. Okay, so things are looking fine in that. And if I come here, and now you can see earlier we were getting this null. Okay, but if I make a request this time, I'll get something else. Okay, I'll get this fail, no NFT found with that ID, and the status code is 400. So this is how we can tackle this one. Okay, so we have solved this problem. If you make a request, still you will get the error. So this is how we can solve this problem for finding the single NFT. And now we can simply copy, and we can call all the places where in all the function where we are doing the request on the base of the ID. Okay, so we have update, we have delete, so we have to paste this as well. So let's close this one and come back to the update and simply paste here. Again, we are checking for the NFT. If it doesn't exist, we have to throw an error message. Same error message we have to throw. Let's come back to the delete one and simply paste here. But here you have seen that we haven't stored, we don't have this NFT. Okay, so that's not difficult. We're going to take a variable and we're going to store it as a variable NFT, and it would be working fine. Okay, that looks pretty good. So this is all the error which is happening on the base of ID, and we are easily tackling it. Okay, so looking fine. Now you can make a request and you will get all the beautiful errors. Okay, you will get all beautiful errors. So if you take that ID and try to delete that and just simply remove it, last one, and try to delete the wrong one, and you can see this is the beautiful message we have got with 404 error. Okay, so this is how we can handle all the error which is happening in our API on the base of the ID. Okay, hope these things make sense to all of you guys. You have understood that what we have done exactly, what structure we have followed, and how we are constructing and utilizing the error app class to display the proper error message. Okay, so that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you have found this valuable. If you have still any question and doubt, do leave in the comment section and do let me know. I'll try to help you in that. And make sure to join the Discord server and ask all your query in that. Okay, so let's move to the next video where we can start working where we left in this video. Okay, hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have built the basic model which can allow us to track the error which is coming on the base of the ID in our API. Okay, so if you haven't watched, I'll link in the I or in the description so you guys can follow that. And here we're going to continue where we left in the last video. Okay, so I can come here and all I have to do is, here we are back in control error. Okay, and here we're going to write more code to handle more error. Okay, so earlier we have talked about the errors, that there is a two type of error in our API. One, the error which is created by the user, and the other error will happen because of the software which we are using to build this API. Okay, so we have to differentiate between the programming error, user error. Okay, so that's what we're going to do, is because we don't need to show all the error message which is happening in our API. So sometime what happened that because of some Mongoose internal server we are getting an error, so we don't want to display those sensitive data to our user. Okay, we want to hide those data and we want to display only meaningful data, meaningful error message which they want to know. Okay, so that's the one thing we're going to do here. So here we're going to take a if statement and say process.env, and in that we have accessed the environment variable. Okay, so node-environment. So if an error is happening in the development, okay, because we are in development, so we have to get all the error for the API, so we can easily able to find that this is the error happening because of this, so we can easily able to fix. So okay, so this error, okay, and in this we're going to define all the property which we want to take, and we'll say if the process.end is productions, then we want to display different error messages. Okay, I'll simply cut this and I'm going to paste right up here. Simply cut this and paste right up here. Okay, so this is for the development, but in development we need more information. Okay, so right now we are sending only status and message, but we need more information. So what I can do, I can come here and I want to display the error dot, let's say entire error stack, okay, object, and I want to display also the stack where the error is happening, error dot stack. Okay, so these are the information I want to display in the development mode. Okay, so because we are in development and we want to change the error message in the production, so what I can do, I can simply remove this because I don't want to show the sensitive information about the API. So only error status and only status message. Okay, hope you guys have understood. Wait, pause the video, try to understand that what we are doing. Let me repeat one more time. We are differentiating two different types of error. One production, one programming. Will display different message for the users when they cause any error. But if any error happen in our API due to the programming, we have to display different messages, okay, for the developers. Okay, so that's what we have. This is a simple if statement we have written. Okay, but simply copy this and comment this, because this is copy this and cut this, I don't want to remove, and let's paste it here. I'll say, and now what we're going to do, we're going to convert this development and production into a separate function, because we need to add a lot of things into our process.end if statement. Okay, and that's pretty simple. We'll come here and we'll take a, let's say, another function. We'll say const and send error dev. Okay, this is for the development, and in that we will have access to request, error and response, and we can simply cut and paste or simply call this function here, and then we have to pass error and response. Okay, so that's how we can use it, and simply copy and paste and do this same thing for the production, and simply copy and paste here, and that we have to call the function here, error and response. So hope this makes sense to all of you. So we have this modules, functions, and here, so these are the things we have here. Now let's come here and we're going to take this if statement. Okay, so there are certain error we have to mark it operational. Okay, so we're going to write this error dot is operational is true. Okay, if it's true, then we want to do this. Okay, if the error is created by the user, then only display this error message. Else we'll add a else block as well, else, and we'll say request dot status, and in that we're going to say this server 500. Okay, and in that we're going to send this response. Status is going to be, let's say, error, and the message is going to be something like we have to say something went very wrong. Okay, so let me tell you what we are doing once again. So when there is an error caused by the user, we are checking for that, then we want to display this message for the user. But if there is a problem in our background, in our softwares which we are using for build this application, so okay, in such scenario we have to display this message to the client, error and something went very wrong, server error. Okay, so this is the common error message you will find whenever any server error issue happen. This is the message you will find. Okay, so that's the same structure we are following here. Okay, simple if statement which will help us to display two different messages. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Hope these things are making sense to all of you guys. Now what we can do here, and now we can test this out. So you can see everything's working fine. You can simply copy this and come here and we're going to paste it here. And as you can see, let's give this wrong route. And if I make a request, okay, why it's stuck? Okay, I forgot to add the middleware. Okay, so let's come here and here I have to call this next, so it can go to the next function. Okay, and now it will work. Simply come here and make a request, and here you can see I'm getting this weird error message. This is not what I wanted. Okay, I know why it's happening. Okay, I know why it's happening. So this is not the error which we want. We want to have a proper error message which we have designed. Okay, we are getting all the error message for the same. Okay, so this is the error message we are getting. So to fix this, all we have to do is to come back to the package.json file, and here we have to define explicitly. I don't know why it's happening. So because we have to define explicitly, we'll say, so this is the start script, this is the production script, and this is the debug script. And what we're going to do now in the start script, we're going to define this, copy this one and simply paste here, and we can call this. So before we do that, let me show you something. Let's come here and you can see this is the route we have entered. And if I come here, if I comment this out, console.log process.n.node.n. okay, so if I try to find out the data of this, so here you can see we are in this development server.js, but we want only development, and that's what we have defined in our .env file. Okay, so we want to display only development but not server.js. Okay, so that's we have to fix, and that's a very easy one. Let's come back to the package.json, and here we're going to simply copy this, and we're going to say explicitly that we want only development. Okay, this will become development, and now we have to simply restart the application. So let's scroll down and we have to copy and paste. Make sure to have the sim spelling, and now we're going to restart the server. Okay, so npm start, and here you can see, boom, we are in development. It's showing display perfectly. And now we can check. If we come back here and if we make a request right now, we'll find that we are get all the error. Okay, so if I make a request, boom, and here you can see we are getting all the error, status code, message, entire error object, and the entire call stacks, because right now we are in the development mode, so we are getting all the information of that particular error. Okay, so let's now you can see it's looking perfect. So this is the dev entire data we are trying to access, and that's all we are getting: status, message, error, and the stack. That's what we have here. Okay, and now we can easily able to access all this data to display different and variety type of messages based on the request. Okay, so we have this beautiful all the data. If we do this for the post, we can easily able to get all the information, validation, error, and looks pretty good. And sometimes what happened that you will have more than one error object. Okay, so we'll go to talk about it. If you do with this delete one, still we are getting all this data. Beautiful. Okay, same thing for the singularity. You can see beautiful, we are getting all the data. So it looks pretty good. Everything is working fine. We can easily able to see all the error message which is happening in our API. Come here and let me bring this down, and here we're going to do a certain things. Okay, so let's come here, and here we can say if error dot name, because we have the access of error object and we try to access the name of the error. Okay, so if it's cast error, so let me show you where we have the cast error. You can see this is the entire error object we have, and we have the message name, string value, kind value, and the path. We have the status code, we have this status. Okay, so this is the name we have. Okay, name is equal to cast error. Okay, so this is what we are targeting. If it's that, then we want to display different message. Okay, so let's come here. We're going to mark this. We're going to take this entire error object, and I'm going to create one more function called handle cast error. Okay, so this will handle the error which is coming, and in that we're going to pass the error so we can receive that. And it's always not a good idea that you should directly manipulate the entire error object, so we're going to create a copy of it. Okay, so it's very easy. We'll take this error and we're going to use this deconstructor to create a copy, and now we're going to use this data, okay, not the original error object. So we'll simply chain this error, and that's what we're going to send here in the response as well. Okay, so let's close all this one, and now let's create the function for that. So it will receive this path. We have access to the path and the message we're going to display. Okay, so we have this error, and we're going to say const message template return invalid, and we have the access of entire error object. We'll pass this, let's say, path. So this is the path we have, and now we have to pass the simple value. Okay, so entirely dot value, and that's the message we're going to display, and then we're going to send this response back to the client. Okay, so we're going to use this app error class. You can see how easy it become to send the error to the centralized error place, because we have the app error class and we can utilize it over and over again. So we're going to say app error, and we have to import it. It will automatically get imported, and simply cut and paste here. Okay, and in that we're going to send this message, and we have to send the status code, which is a 404, actually 400, because it's a wrong data. Okay, so that's the error message we have, and here we can come and we have the customer data, and looking everything's fine, and simply copy this error, and here we have to change this. Okay, it's error, not only err, and now this will work fine. So everything's working fine in the terminal, you can see. Now what we can do, now I'm going to create a production error. Okay, because we have seen the development, and now let's create a production error, the error which is created by the user. Okay, so let's start the server in production mode. So npm run start prod. This will initialize the production. You can see here we are in production, in development, and now if I make a request, I'll get different error message. Okay, so let me show you. Right now we have this error, and here you can see in the production we'll get this error message, fail, invalid ID, and the ID name. Okay, that looks pretty good. If you type this number, hit a request, you'll get this. Okay, so this is a very user friendly and readable error message we can display to the users. Okay, so that looks perfect, and there is multiple way to do this. Okay, multiple way. This is not the only way you can handle error. You can do in many ways. Coding is unlimited. The fail message we have now, if I make a request, I'll get the same error. Okay, now we have to add a functionality for the data validation. Okay, so you can see here we are in NFT in the post NFT, and if I want to create an NFT, I'll get this error message, server error, something went wrong. Okay, so when someone provides some kind of wrong information in our NFT, so we have to target that error as well. Okay, so this is the error we have displaying right now, but we're going to fix this. Okay, so let's take this ID and make it up and come back here. So we're going to first come back to the development. Okay, we can come back to the development, and I can show you the entire error message, and here you can see we have the entire error message. So it's a validation error. Okay, it's a validation error. When someone try to create a NFT, it's a validation error, and it says that its rating is above 5, so we can make it below 5, and if we try to create an NFT, I'll get success. Okay, so now we can create, and now you can see again it's getting a duplicate error, so we have to trigger the event on the base of this. So it's a validation error. Okay, so this is the code we have, and that's what we're going to target. Okay, and this code is represent that for the creating a new document, and that's what we're going to target. So we'll cite another if statement, simply replicate that, and we'll say code, and we'll type the entire code, and again we have to create a new function for this as well. So we're going to change the name is to Debi, and this will call handle duplicate fields, okay, for handling duplicate keys. Okay, now we have to write this if statement and say same thing we have to do. We have to take the variable, we have access to the error object, we'll say failed valid, and we can say please use another key valid field. Okay, and here you can see that in the error message we are getting this long string, but we want to only find the name they have provided. Okay, the name they have provided. And here you can see we have this ERRMSG, and that we have the data of the name which we have provided, but how we can easily able to extract that name only, because it's a long string. We don't want to display the long string, we want to display only the name which they have provided. So we're going to use the match operator here. Okay, so we have to find another way. So let's come back, open up your browser, and here we're going to type something like regular expression in JavaScript. So regular expression match between quotes. Okay, so this is what we go to search and hit enter. The first is the Stack Overflow, so click here, and here you can see we have all the result which we can utilize, but this one looks good. It has 10 upvotes, so I'm going to use this expression. Okay, so simply select this one, and what we can do, let's come back to the code, and now we're going to use that. Okay, we're going to use that match expression to find out the match. Okay, simple JavaScript, nothing complicated. We call it value, and here we're going to take this error object and we'll pass this error MSG, because this is the string on which we have to try to match. Okay, and we'll call this match, and in that we're going to paste the entire expressions. Okay, we have the entire expression, we have this error.message looking fine. Now you can see this is what we have here. Now we're going to do magic with this. So let's come here, and here we're going to simply do console.log to find out that what exactly data we are getting. Okay, so let's come here and let me go back into the production mode. Okay, here we are back in production mode, and if I make a request, but this is not what we are interested, just forget out for time being. We can come back in our terminal, and here you can see we get this entire object back. Okay, in the value we are getting all these object back. So we have this name, we have the index, we have the import, we have the group. Okay, so we have this object. So we want to access the first one, and this it will come in the form of array, so we can easily be able to access with the, okay, we want to access the name, and that's what we're going to display here. So bring the terminal down, and here what we're going to do, we can take this return, and we want to return the error message. Okay, so we'll have the error message, and in that we'll type this 400. Okay, very simple. Hope you guys have understood. And here I'm going to display the message. Okay, so value, which is the exact error message. So if I make a request, I'll get the exact message which I want to display. So message status is going to be fail, message is duplicate, failed value, and this is the name they have provided, and they have to change this one. Okay, so right now you can see we are getting this user-friendly error message for the duplicate field. In this way you can add many middleware. If you try the right, it will have a success, but if you will try one more time, you can see we are getting this error. Okay, things are looking pretty good. I hope things are making sense to all of you guys. You are understanding what we are doing. And now we have to create one more for the validation. Okay, we have done for the fields, we have done for the cast error, and now we have to do for the validation. So let me change to the simply development, because we can have to see the error message. So here we are back in development. If I make a request, you can see I get all the error message. Okay, and if I scroll down, if I make a request, if I try to provide something rating something like 6, so I'll get an error, and this error will become the validation error. You can see NFT validation failed. Okay, we got this validation error, and the name is also validation error, you can see, and that's what we're going to target. So we're going to simply copy that, and we'll come back here in the code, and we have to write the same if statement. We'll say name, and this will come it's called validate error, and we're going to call this error. We have this handle validate error, and in that we have to pass the error object, and now we have to create this function. Simply copy and come here and create the function. Same structure we have to follow. In this way you can add multiple parameters. Okay, multiple error handler. Okay, so we have to access the message. So we'll say invalid input data, and the data we can easily able to access in this. Okay, so the data we have in here, this is 5. Okay, if I make the price, let's say 50. Okay, if I make a price, discount price is 500, so you can see we can have multiple error message. Okay, you can see this is the one we have rating and one we have for the price. Okay, and you will have a multiple object. Okay, so one error object you will get for the rating, one object you will get for the pricing. Okay, so as many validation error you will have, the more you will get an error object, and each error object will contain information for one validation error. Okay, so this is for the discount, this is for the rating. Okay, hope things are making sense to all of you. Now we're going to utilize this information and we're going to do something magic. Okay, so what we can do, we can come here and we can take a variable const and we can say error. Now we have multiple errors, multiple validators. Okay, so we're going to take this object dot values and we're going to use this error. We have the access of the error and we'll say errors. Okay, we try to access this entire error object which we have inside this error. Okay, so we'll have all these. Okay, and we're going to call this simply, we're going to call this map function element, and we want to handle the error message as well. Okay, so we want to extract the error message from this entire error. Okay, so we have access to that error message and now we're going to display the same message here. So this will fix the problem error and we'll join them by space dot. Okay, so this will make them a space and that's it. And now we have to return this to our app error class message and we have to send the status goes to 400 and this will work fine. Okay, let me remind what we have done. We have taken the entire object, then we are looping over it and we are extracting the only error messages from all the objects and we are joining them by dot and space and displaying back. Okay, so to see that in action we have to change our environment. So we're going to go back into the production. Okay, so we can display the proper error message. Okay, now if we make a request, we'll have this valid information about the error. Okay, so we have data input invalid rating and we have the discount price. Okay, so this is also looking fine. So now the user can know that okay, they have provided the wrong price and they have provided the wrong rating, and this validation will work for everything. So if you remove this summary, which is a mandatory field they have to provide, we'll have another field will get added to this. Okay, so right now you can see must provide the summary, must have rating. So we'll have all the invalid data field. Okay, we can easily able to display all the messages. If we remove the price, we can have the validation error one more time. You can see prices also get included into this, so this will automatically keep including. Okay, so hope this makes sense to all of you. You guys have understood that how we can easily able to display the validation error, wrong route error and other errors as well. Okay, so hope things are making sense to all of you. These are the very important concept you have to understand, and you can add multiple if statement here. Okay, so if you want to handle different types of error, you can build this if statement and you can display that. Okay, there's no problem in this. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have found this video valuable. If you have still any confusion, in doubt, do leave in the comment section. I'll try to help you in that. And in the next 2 videos we're going to talk about more error handling. Okay, after that we're going to build on the authentication section. So let's move to the next video. Hey everyone, hope all of you are doing great. So finally we are continuing where we left our NFT marketplace API, and I know that it took me like around 2 weeks to upload a video because the recording part was done and I was not getting time to edit the video. Okay, so finally we are here and this is where we left in the last video. Okay, so we were working on our global error handling. Okay, so we are almost done with our error handling. We have to handle 2 more error into our API and then we'll move to the authentication section. Okay, so this is where we left, so let's have a look. So this is what we have. We are into the server.js file. Let's come back here in error control, and here we have handled all the errors in the previous video. Okay, all these error handles we have done. So let's come back to the server.js. So what I want, I simply copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, copy and paste. This will call part 2. Okay, I'm just giving this comment so you guys can take the reference. Okay, and now we can simply clean this one, clean these comments. So let's clean it up. So looking clean, so we can start with the fresh. Okay, so everything's looking fine. Let's come back to the package.json file, and here we can start our application. Okay, so let's come here, open up your terminal, and let's run the script npm start. Okay, we are into our development mode. You can see we are in our development mode, and so far everything is working fine. No more error we have here. Okay, so things looking good. Let's open your Postman and let's hit the request to see things are looking good. Okay, so things are looking fine. Okay, everything's looking fine. Our server is running. Let's back to the config file. So these are the configuration we have done in our config file. Don't use my, use your own. So let's talk about the error we want to handle in this video. So whatever error model we have built for our database. So if someone's creating NFT, we are handling that error. We are handling the asynchronous error. We have global error model. But generally we have two type of error. One, the error created by the user, and the other one we have which is created by the database or some kind of packages which we are using. Okay, so these are the two different error we have. So just imagine that we have our application and we have connected our application with the database like MongoDB's, but sometime what happened that MongoDB's database is down. Okay, so that's the error. Okay, that's the error which you have to handle. Right now we haven't have any functionality which can handle that kind of error. Okay, so if our database is down for a while, so when the user will make a request, they will not get anything. Okay, so we have to handle that error as well. Okay, so let me show you what I mean by that. So here what I want, this is the password of our database, and if I remove this, okay, I put the wrong password. Okay, dd. Okay, and let's come back to the server. Right now you can see we have simply got this error. Okay, this is the error we have here. Okay, that authentication failed because we haven't provided the right password for our database, and we have to handle that error as well. Okay, so generally we have two way to handle the error. We can do it right on the connection. So this is our connection string. Okay, so we can add this catch block here. Okay, and here we can easily able to handle this error. Okay, so let me show you. Let's console log out the error. We'll call it error. Okay, so in this way it will work fine. You can see we are back on track, and you can see we got our error message. Okay, so this is the one way to handle, but this is not the optimal way because the kind of application we are building, this is not the preferred way because we have our global app class. Okay, app error class. So we want to pass that error message to our global app error class so it can display. Okay, that's the logic we have to follow. Okay, so I'll simply comment this out. So let me show you. Simply type process.on. Okay, so this is how you can handle that error. Okay, and here the error we're going to catch is unhandled rejection. So this is the name of the error. Okay, so whenever any error happen in our database, maybe your database is down for a while, maybe you have provided the wrong password in your database. Okay, if you have any kind of error like that, so this is what we call unhandled rejections. We have this process.on. You define that and you define the name, and we run this function. Okay, so we'll have this error, and then here we're going to simply console log out that. So we'll console log out the name. Okay, and I believe that you guys still know that how we can easily able to access this name. Okay, because every single error will have this name property. I believe that you guys haven't forgot the logic we have followed in the previous video. Okay, so I'm not going to give a explanation on this because this is the similar thing we have done in the previous video. Okay, so we have the name of the error and we have the message access to that. Okay, so now we simply want to console log out this. You can see, just wait, and here you can see here we got the message. It's a MongoDB error, bad authentication. We got the name of the error and we got the message as well. So it's working fine. So let's come here, and this is what I was talking about. You can see we have access of this error name which we have already stored in our app error global class. Okay, so that's how we can easily able to handle. So in that, what I want to do is I want to do this process.exist. Okay, so in such scenario, when your service is down, in such scenario what you have to do is you have to shut down your entire application. So what we are doing, we are simply shutting down the entire server. Okay, so that's what we are doing, exit. Okay, so we have 0 means keep continue, and 1 is simply shut down the entire server. Let me console log out this. So in that I will simply pass that unhandled rejection and shutting down application. Okay, so we are simply saying that shut down the applications whenever we have any kind of issue. So when you deploy these applications, so the hosting provider will provide you a tool which can automatically restart the application. Okay, so everything will come back to normal. Okay, but here I want to shut it down. Okay, so you can see we got this log, and here our app got crashed. Okay, so things are looking fine. Hope these things are making sense to all of you guys, because right now the error is we handling is unhandled rejection. So if we have any problem in our database, or our database is down, our database password is wrong, in that scenario we have to shut down our server. And now what I want to do is I want to shut down my server. Okay, so we have this, we have to store this server into a variable, and that's what we're going to call it here. Okay, so let's come up here. We have the server variable. Now let's come here, we'll say server dot close. Okay, because we are closing the server, and in that we can easily able to pass this and process. We have this one, simply cut this and pass inside this. So this is the right way you have to do. Okay, so you can see our application got shut down. Okay, and this is the good way that you have to strictly shut down your application. Okay, so that looks pretty fine to me, no more error. And let's bring back the application normal, save it, and here you can see we are live on. Okay, our database is connected successfully. So this is the one error we have, and it's called unhandled rejection. So I believe that whatever we have covered in this video, it makes sense to all of you guys, because this is a very important concept which you have to know. Okay, that when you have to shut down your application, what kind of error can exist. Okay, so with that, I'm just ending this video. I don't want to extend this video too much. If you still have any confusion, make sure to rewatch that, and if you have still any doubt, do leave in the comment section. With that said, let's move to the next video. In the last video, we have handled our unhandled rejection in our API. If you haven't watched, I'll link an I button on the description so you guys can follow that. In this video, the error we want to handle is pretty common. Okay, sometime you will create this kind of problem, and it will happen during the development. Okay, so just imagine that you have tried to access any variable in your API which not exist. Okay, so that's an error. Okay, so when you will run your API, it will throw an error. Okay, so let me show you what I mean by that. So let me console log this out. So just imagine that I try to access this variable D, but I haven't defined this D variable in my entire API. Okay, so it will throw me an error. So if I save, you can see I got this error, and this is the error I got it. So let me come up here, and that's the error we have, and this is the error we want to handle. Okay, so we're going to follow the same procedure to handle this error. It's called process.on, and in that we have to pass this uncaught exceptions. That means if you have any variables, if you try to print or access any variable which not defined in your API, so this is what the method called. Okay, so we have to follow the same logic which we have followed in the previous video. Okay, so let's have the error, and in that we have to handle, simply copy this and paste above here, and what we have to do is simply copy this entire one and paste the same thing inside this. Okay, because this is going to be working in the same way, and in that I want to have the entire error object. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Okay, we have this uncaught error, and here we have to change it. So now let's come here and save it. The moment you will save here, you can see, let me have a look. Let's save it one more time, and here you can see we got the reference error. D is not defined. Okay, so this is the error, and we got the entire call stack. Okay, so to handle this, what we can do, we can simply cut this, and we can simply call on top of everything. Okay, on top of here. Okay, this is our API, and we can paste here, and this will handle all the error. Okay, so if you save it, but right now we don't have this server, we don't have the access of this server variable, so we don't need, actually we can simply come here, and I can do one thing. I can simply remove this one. I can remove the server as well. I simply want to shut down the application. Okay, simply shut down the application. Okay, as you can see, we got the error message, uncaught exception, shutting down application, and we got this reference error. Okay, D is not defined, so it's working fine. We can easily able to have an error. So no matter wherever you try to access this kind of variable in your entire API, that particular function, uncaught exception, will catch. Okay, because we have defined on top of everything. So before any code will execute, that function will execute, and it will check, and then it will pass to the next one. Okay, so that's how it will work. So if I come here and if I paste here, you can see still be able to catch that error. Okay, so still it's working fine. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to simply go to the app.js file, and in that I try to paste it. Okay, so if I paste here, you can see we got the entire call stack. Okay, we got this referencer, so it's working. We got this referencer and the entire call stack. If you paste inside the middleware, right now we don't have any error. Okay, it's working fine because we have placed that inside a middleware, but when we try to call this middleware, we'll have the error. Okay, so it's looking fine. It's looking fine. You can see everything's working fine. If you make a call, here you can see we got the error. Okay, right now we are in the development, so you can see that we got the entire call stack. Okay, error call stack. So we have the status error and we got the message D is not defined. So this is how we can easily able to access the error. Okay, it's looking fine. Okay, that's what we can easily able to access, and everything's working fine. Okay, so I believe you guys have understood that how this uncaught error exceptions work. Okay, these are the very simples, but it's very important that you could include this kind of guard class. Okay, so most of the tutorial you will find out that you won't find these kind of things. Okay, because you have to think about all the possible way in which a user can create an error. Okay, so that's the error. Make sure to place on top of every function, and then you can simply call that. So that's looking pretty fine to me. So that's the only thing I want to cover about this uncaught exceptions error in our API. So hope this makes sense to all of you. If you have still any confusion, rewatch the video, try to put that variable in different places in our API and try to access and see how what kind of output you are getting in the API. Okay, and do some experiment with that. That will give you a better idea. Okay, change the placement of the process.env in the function, outside the function, below, bottom. Okay, do this kind of things and then move to the next video. Okay, so with this, finally we are ending with the entire global error handling of our API. Okay, so we are done with the entire global error handling model. In the next video we'll start with the authentications. Okay, that's the very important part of any application, where we have to assign roles, where we have to create where the user can create account, they get login. We have to talk about the JWP token, like we have to assign tokens, a lot of things we have to do. Okay, so I don't want to explain everything right in this video, so let's move to the next video, and that we're going to handle our authentication section. Okay, so let's move to that. Everyone, hope all of you are doing great. So finally we are starting with authentication section, and this is one of the most important sections for any API and backend development. Okay, so you know that you have to have a good authentication model where you have to keep the focus on the security part, the user login, the stake data, all the things we have to do. Okay, and that's all we're going to do right in this video. So this is one is going to be pretty fun, because when I learned this for the very first time, I got very delighted and I got very excited, because that was really amazing. Okay, so I'll try my best to explain you as brief as I can about the authentication section, because this is going to be pretty important things in the backend development. Okay, so here you can see here I have opened my API folder. So we have already covered the two part. In the first part we have built the API entire model. In the second part, API part 2 error, in that we have covered the entire global error handling model. And now we're going to create the third part, in which we're going to call the authentication section. So okay, you know the drill. What I'm going to do, I'm going to simply copy this folder so we can make the things separate. So if we commit any kind of error, we can always go back and simply replicate and start working from fresh. Okay, so I don't want to create any mess here. So just wait. Here finally we have done the copy, and now let me rename this, and I'm going to call this, let's say API part 3, and it will call auth. Okay, so in this we're going to talk about the authentication section. Let me open into my Visual Code Studio. Okay, and here we are. Okay, so let me close this one and let's have a look what we have so far. So this is the controller, in that we have all this error controller, NFT controller, user controller. So we have done with this. Now we have this model. So right now we have created one model for our NFT details. Now we have some demo data, okay, in that. And here we have the routers for the user and the NFT. Here we have utility. Inside the utility we have all this function. Okay, so now what I want to do is, we are working on a user model. Okay, so we want to take certain information from the user so they can create the account into our API. So we want their name, we want their password, want their email ID. Okay, so these are the stuff we need. So let's create a model for that, because that's what we can do. We can define all the things in the model, the data we want to take from the user. Okay, so let's come in the model folder, and in that we have to create a file. We'll call it, let's say, user model JS. Okay, and we have to follow the same structure which we have followed in our NFT model. Okay, so that's the same thing we're going to do here. So I hope you guys haven't forgot what we have covered in our NFT model. Okay, so let's open this one, and you can see here we are using this Mongo schema. We are using these packages, and this is how we have built our entire NFT model. Okay, it's pretty huge. So if you haven't watched this, make sure to watch. That will give you a better idea. Okay, so that's the schema models we have defined here. Let's come back to the model and let's start working on it. Okay, so first thing, we have to import the Mongoose, because we need Mongoose to create our schema model. And now we have to create a field. Okay, we need to create name, photo, password, and password confirm. Okay, so here I will just want you to give a try. Okay, if you guys have already watched the NFT model schema which we have designed, so this will not create any problem for you. So I just want you to give a try. Okay, just try from yourself, try to design the model in which you can take this, define this in this 5 field. Okay, so try to create the model following the same thing which we have followed in our NFT model. Okay, so I just pause the video for a while, but in a while I will start continuing building this model. Okay, so I believe that you guys have give a try at least. If you haven't succeeded, no problem, I will explain you everything and we're going to build this entire model together. Okay, so let's continue. So here we have that. Let's define the variable user schema. We're going to use this new model, and here we're going to define the entire data which we want from the user. Okay, so we want the name, and it's going to be a type, let's say string, and we want to make it required, so they have to provide the name. And here we have to pass the error message, please tell us your name. Now that's the one field. Now we have to take the email IDs as well, so it's going to be a type string, and it's going to be a required field. Here we have to pass our message. Okay, please provide your email. Now we have to make it unique, because every email ID should be unique, because we're going to do on the base of email. So we don't want that two users can have the same email. Okay, so we want email should be unique. So there is a lot of things you can do. Okay, but I just try to keep things simple. Okay, there's a lot of things you can do. So we'll say true, and here I'm going to convert the entire string into a lowercase. Okay, so that's the practice you have to follow, just like this. If someone's tried to type Daulat Hussain in the capital, so this will turn to this. Okay, so that's how it will work. So that's the entire email model we have. So that looks pretty good. If we come here, you can see they have this validator. So right now in the NFT model we are not using that validator. Okay, but in the email section, in the user model, we have to use this validator. Okay, because we have to validate the emails which users are providing. Okay, otherwise they can type anything. Okay, so here we're going to use that package. Simply close this one, and first thing we have to import that validator. Again, if you're watching this video right from here, it will not make sense, so make sure to follow the entire playlist where I have explained everything. Okay, so we have the validator. Now let's come down, and here we're going to call the validator validate, and here we're going to simply call the function. So in this validator we have this method, okay, is email. So this will check that whether the email the user have provided is valid or not, and then we can simply pass the error message, please provide a valid email address. Okay, so that's the second field we have. Now we have to take the third field, which is a photo, and we can say that type is going to be string. Okay, it's because we are only storing the name in our database. We are not storing the entire image in our database. You can, but this is not what we are following in this entire API. Okay, so we are just storing the name of that. So this is the one way you can define, or you can simply define in this way. Okay, so you can see here in our NFT model, so this is how we have defined. So here we have taken this image cover, which is a type string, and it's a required because they have to provide the image for the NFTs. Okay, but here in our user model we are trying to make it optional. We don't want to make it required. So if the user wants to provide the image, they can, otherwise it's not required. Okay, so you can do in simple way. Okay, so what I want, I can simply remove it, and I want to remove this as well. Simply copy and paste here. This will work fine. Okay, this will work in the same way, so I just leave it like this. Okay, now this is the photo. Now let's create the for password. So here we have to check that password, it should be like type is going to be like a string. You can do crazy thing with the password, like here I'm just checking for the number. Okay, string, and we have to make it required, so they have to provide the password. It's true, and we can say please provide a password, and here we have to send the minimum length. Okay, so I want that the password should be minimum at least 8 characters. You can add different type of rules in that user should provide the password like alphabet or number or symbol. You can add different type of crazy validation process, but I just try to keep it simple, because most of the time the longest the password is more secure, no matter how many type of characters or symbols you are adding. So if the password is longest, it is more secure. Okay, so I just check for the length, so 8. And now let's create the password confirm, because we have to match that whatever password the user have provided, we have to confirm that as well. So let's create that, and here we have to say type is going to be a string, and it should be required true, and we can simply confirm password. Okay, so that's the simple our model. Okay, so we have covered the name, we have covered the email, we have covered the photo, we have covered the password and confirm password. So that's the entire schema model. We're going to add a lot of property in that, but just time for, we are going with simple one. Okay, so this looks pretty good to me. Okay, now we have to build the schema. So it looks pretty decent to me. So we have all these variables in place. Now let's come here, let's build the schema. So const user, same logic I'm following what we have followed in our NFT model. So make sure you have to keep that thing in mind, and we're going to call this mongoose model, and in that we have to pass the username. Okay, this is the general convention that you should give the upper application. Okay, so we have defined our user, and in this we pass the schema model. Okay, so that's what we have, and now we have to simply export this. Okay, model export user. So that looks pretty fine to me. Everything's looking fine, perfect. Hope these things are making sense to all of you guys. If it's still confusing, make sure to rewatch that. That will give you an idea. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Now what we can do, let's come up here, and that looks pretty fine to me. We are not missing anything. Let's come back to here and go back to the controller, and here we can create a one more file, because this is the model we have designed, the data we want to take from the user at a time of creating account. Okay, but the actual verifications, actual authentication we're going to do into our controller. Okay, so we're going to create a separate file, auth controller, and here in this file we have to build all the logic, that whether the user is connected or logging or not, whether he has access to certain information or not. Okay, so that's all the logic we're going to build inside this authentication section. Okay, and that's why I put this into a auth controller. So some of the developer, they create a debate that this is not the right place to structure the auth controller. Okay, so there is a multiple way, but this is the architecture, MVC architecture I'm following here. If you want to come up with your own, you can do, but this is where I'm going to do all the authentication work. Okay, so make sure to create a folder. And so that's the only thing I want to explain about the entire model, schema model for our user. Okay, I don't want to extend this video, so we're going to build that authentication function in the next video. So let's move to that. So this is where we left in the last video. In the last video, we have built the schema model for our user. So if you haven't watched, I'll link in the I button in the descriptions, so you can watch that. In this, we're going to build the entire logic for the authentication. Okay, so let's come and let's continue. So we'll create a variables, and we have to import our user model. Okay, we need to take it, and that's coming from our model.user model. Okay, so we have the user model, and now what we can do, now we have to, let me give this command, sign in. Okay, so now we have to create a router which can allow user to create account. Okay, so we're not going to follow the REST architecture. Okay, because sign in is going to be a different resource. Okay, we're going to create a different page for that. Okay, so that's the function we're going to create. So we'll say export sign up, and it's going to be an async function, because we are dealing with the database and asynchronous behavior. So we have to say async request respond and next. Okay, and in that we have to simply call our this new user. So whenever they will create account, and we're going to call this method. So we have our user, and that we're going to call this create. Okay, we have save method, but this is what we have follow in our NFT model. Okay, so we have used the create method. Okay, so that's what we're going to create, and in that we have access to the entire data which the user are providing. So that's data we have inside the body, rec.body. Okay, and here we're going to send the response back. So once the user, they provide the email ID and password and create the account, so we're going to send back the same data, that these are the data you have created. Okay, so let's send the response back, status. So it's a status 200 for create JSON, and in that we have to send the success first. Okay, so success, we have to send the data back. So the data we want to send, that is this new user. Okay, so this is the data we want to send back to the user. Okay, so that looks pretty good to me. No problem we have here. And now we have to simply come back to the NFT controller and simply scroll all the way down, and let's come here, and here we have to take a couple of things. So we need this async function, because again we are dealing with the synchronous behavior, and we have to catch the error if anything goes wrong as well. Okay, so simply we're going to copy this. Okay, we're going to simply copy this and come back to our auth controller. I'm going to paste it here. Okay, simply come and simply wrap this entire function into this. Okay, so if anything goes wrong, we can easily able to catch and send the error to our global error handler. Okay, so hope things are making sense and you haven't forgot anything, whatever we have covered in the past. Okay, so that's our signing function. We're going to add a lot of things into this. Just work along with me, and this looks pretty awesome to me. No problem. Let's come here, and now we have to create the route for this, okay, because we have built the function, but we have to define the route. Okay, so that's what we're going to do inside this route, and we have this user route. Click on this, and here we have all the routes. So we have different resources. So you have noticed one thing, that here we are following the REST architecture. Okay, so we have the one resource folder, and that we are calling different method. Okay, so get, post, and we are searching data on the base of the ID. Okay, so we are doing on the same request, but in case of sign up, that's a totally different resource we have. Okay, so here we're going to create a different router for that. We're not going to attach the same function here. Okay, so let's come here, and we have to create a separate route. Okay, so these are the similar function, we're not going to use it. Let's come here, we have to simply replicate it, and we have to import the auth controller. Okay, so make sure you import it, and now we have to build that. Okay, so let's build it, router.post. And the reason why we are using this post method, because obviously user will create account, they will send the data, okay, in our API. So it's a post method. So in that we have to construct the endpoint. So we're going to call it sign up, and we have the function we have already created. We have this auth controller, and in that we're going to call this sign up. Okay, so this is our router is ready. Okay, hope these things are making sense to all of you guys. So make sure to pause the video and try to understand that how things are going. Okay, so this looks pretty good to me, all these we have here. Now let's come here and let's try to test. Okay, so here we are back on the Postman, and you can see now what I can do. Let's open up your terminal, and now we have to start the application. Okay, so I forgot, I was stopped my server, and let's start that. So right now we'll start the, let's say, development. Okay, hit the route, and you can see everything's working. Okay, that's weird, I'm getting some sort of error here, and the error is coming from, let's see. So right now we are in the package.json file, and let's come here, we are running the start command, everything's looking good, no problem in that. So let's copy, and let's close this one and get back into the terminal and try to clear everything. Okay, so I guess this problem is coming from our controller, auth controller. Okay, oh, I guess what's the problem we have again. So I forgot to, so I simply replicated this, the above user controller, and it has S, but our user controller doesn't have S. Okay, so let's rewrite the same thing. We have this auth, and we have controller, not controllers. Okay, I forgot to add, by mistake I add this S. Okay, so that's sometimes happens when you do copy paste, you make this mistake. Okay, so let's quickly import that file, and that's coming from controller, auth controller. Now it will work. Okay, simply change this one, simply copy and paste here, and everything's looking fine. Let's restart the applications. They start the application, npm start, and looks fine to me. Still we are getting an error, so still some problem we have in our code, not a big deal. So let's try to bring this terminal. Things are looking good to me. Let's bring the terminal down, and let's come here, and so here we are in the schema model. Okay, this is the problem we have in our user model. I forgot to add the schema. Okay, new mongoose, it says schema. Okay, so if I come here, let me show you. So here you can see, here we have built the schema. So we have the schema keyword. Okay, okay, simply copy, and that's the same thing we have to apply here. I believe that you guys have noticed this, and that's what we have to paste here. Actually I was stuck for 10 minutes, and finally I found that I forgot to add it. Okay, now let's start the application one more time, and you can see our server is back on running, and our database is connected. Everything's looking fine. Now we can simply test this. Okay, things are looking good. Close this one and bring the terminal down, close this one. Things are looking pretty awesome to me. Now let's come back to the Postman, and it says that I have an update. Okay, I'll do it later, not a big deal. And here you can see this is the NFT marketplace. Let's make a request, and you can see right now we have all the NFT which we have created in our API. You can see total we have 6. Actually we have close to 15, but some of the NFTs are private. Okay, some of the NFTs are private, so that's why you can see less here. I believe that you guys are following this entire API course. If you haven't followed, then this will become very confusing for you. Okay, so make sure to follow from the beginning. So here we have all the NFT, everything's looking fine, no problem we have here. Now simply copy this one and click one here, and click here and save it, change it, and we have to create a new file. Okay, so we'll say paste the simply URL, and here we have to change the resource. So far we were working on the NFT resource, but now we're going to work on the user resource. Okay, so I'm going to simply remove this, and I will say users, and we'll call it sign up. Okay, users we'll call it sign up. Okay, so this is the sign up page, and now we'll call it this post again because we have to create a user. Okay, so we have users slash sign up. This is the endpoint we have given. Make sure to save it so you don't need to write over and over again. So I just call it, let's say, remove this user sign up. Now save. Okay, so that looks fine. Now let's come back to the body, go to simply this, bring this down and go to this raw, and here we have to select this JSON, and now we have to define the data which we want to take from the user. Okay, let's come back here. Okay, so things are looking good to me, and we need the name because that's the model we have defined. We need name, email, like password, confirm password. So these are the 4 field which is required. Okay, photo is not required. So let's define the name. I'll say Daulat. Let's define the email. I'll type this Daulat0092. Okay, so this is my official email. If you guys have any question, you can simply mail on this. Okay, .com. I'll define the password. I'll say password 1234. Okay, so this is the password I'm going to keep for all the user, so it becomes very easy for all us to remember. Okay, and let's create the confirm password. So we have this confirm password, we have to give the password here. Okay, so it's a password 143, and that's the entire schema we have defined. Let's bring this down, and if I come back here in the user model, you can see this is the data we have defined here. We have name, emails, and that's all thing we have here. Photo is not required. You can see that's why we haven't provided. It's mandatory. Okay, it's totally depend on the user. Okay, and we have the passwords, everything and all. Okay, so things are looking good. Now we can click on send, and boom, finally we have created our first user in our database. Okay, so we have created our user. You can see the ID. Every single user will have a unique ID. We have the name, we have the email, we have the password and confirm password. So it's the entire data we are sending back to the user so they can have a look. Okay, you can see how smoothly it's work because we have already done all the hard work. Okay, so now I want to show you something. So this is look pretty fine, and if I come here, if I click on this get, I'll get nothing. Okay, I'll get this error message, internal server error. Okay, because and this is not defined to access the user. Okay, because if I come here in the user router, you can see here in this route we'll get all the user. Okay, get all user. So we haven't implemented that functionality. Okay, so this is the one, and let me show you from where we are getting the responses. So this is the user model we have. That looks pretty fine, and this is the NFT model we have. Now here we have the controller, user controller. Okay, here you can see here we have all the functions. So get all users, create user. Okay, so these are the function we have created for the user, and from here we are getting this response. Okay, internal server error, because here we haven't implemented the functionality. Okay, so the error message is coming from here. Okay, so we're going to make this more unique. Okay, so right now we are not doing anything. We're going to fix this. Okay, so that looks pretty good to me. Now let's come back to the compass. Okay, so now let's come back to the compass and let's see that whether the user we have created, it's stored in our database or not. Okay, so here I have opened my compass, and you can see here we have two field, NFT marketplace. We have the NFT folder and we have the user folder. So if I click on this, and here you can see this is the user we have created into our database. Okay, so the name, email ID, password and confirm password. And I just want to tell you one thing. This is not a good idea to store the password like this. So whenever you store your password, any user password into your database, it's very important that you have to encrypt the password. Okay, you never store the password like this, because somehow any hacker get into your database. So if they find your user password like this, they can easily able to log in and they can do whatever they want. Okay, so it's always very important that you should hash the password before you're going to save into a database. Okay, and that's what we're going to do now. Okay, it's not a good idea to store the password as it is. And we don't want to store the confirm password in our database. We just want to use it to validate, not to store in our database. Okay, so we have to do a lot of things. But you can see how cool it is. Everything's looking fine. We have name, email and password. So let's come back. And now what I want, let's go to the post method, and you can see this is what we have. If I simply, because we have added the validator, so we have to provide different email. Okay, so let's add this F, make a request, and we have one more success. Okay, we have created one more user with different ID. If you refresh this, okay, refresh, click on this refresh. Why I'm opening this again, refresh, and here you can see we have got the second user. Okay, so things are looking pretty good. Things are looking pretty good to us. everything's working fine. And most of the tutorial which are out there on YouTube, you will find that this is what they do. Okay, they end the video right up here, but we can do a lot of things. So this is not a good idea to store the password like this. We have to encrypt the password. So what I want to do before we do that, let's come here, and here we are doing it. So this is our sign up, and let's close this one and come here, go to this, close this one, come back to the user model, and here we have to validate this confirm password. Okay, so right now you can see we are not validating this, but we have to validate the password. So we can do it very easily. We can create our validator. So let's come here and we can say validate, and in that we're going to call the validator, and here we're going to call this function normal function, not async function, because we want to have the reference of the password, the model. Okay, we want to have the reference of the model so we can compare. So this is the same logic we have followed in our NFT. Okay, that's the same thing we're going to do. So we'll say return element if that the user, the confirm password which user are providing, if that is equal to the password, then this function will return either true or false. Okay, if it's true, then it will succeed, or if it's false, then it will fail. Okay, so this is how it will work. If ABC is equal to ABC, then it's true, but if ABC is equal to ACB, then it's false. Okay, so we have to compare both the password and the confirm password, and for that we are creating this, and we have used this normal function because we want to take the reference of the model. Okay, so that's the thing you have to understand, not arrow function, because we want this keyword. So that looks pretty fine. Let me give this comment, and the one thing you have to understand here is that this method can only apply on create. Okay, so if user try to update the password, this will not work. This can only work on create. So when the user will create their account for the very first time, then only this will work. So that's the only thing you have to work. It will work on create and save. Okay, so save or create. So we have two methods. Okay, it will work for the very first time, not on the update and delete. Okay, so we have this validator, and now we can pass the message we want to send. So password is not the same. Okay, so that's our validator. Now what I want to do is, if I simply do one thing, if I make a request, you can see I got this validator error because the email ID which I have provided, it's not unique, and you can see that email unique validator is also working fine. We have to provide the new email, and the entire call stack, the entire error stack we got because we are in development. If we become in production, so we'll get a nicely formatted error, but we want to have this entire error. Okay, so that looks pretty fine, and this is the duplicate key error we have. Now let's provide a simple change in the address, and let's provide the so remember that we have used that validator package. So if someone provide the wrong email, okay, so if someone provide like this, so it still will get an error. Okay, here we get the message user validation failed, email please provide a valid email. Okay, because this email is not valid, so the validator is working fine. If I say that .I, so it's not a valid email, it will still throw an error. Okay, but if I, so not a valid, but if I provide the right.com, it doesn't matter whether you provide .com or dot, but you have to provide at least 3 characters to validate the email. So this is a valid email. Okay, so let's type hey, because we need to have a new email, and if I click on confirm, and you can see here we have created our user because this is the valid email. So the email validator is working fine, and now what we have to check the password. So what I will do, I will simply come here and I will add this 5 on the password, and I have to provide the new email. So I'll type ty, and now if I make a request, I'll get an error. So I'll get a validation error. So this error is user validation fail, password confirm is not the same. Okay, because the password is different and the confirm password is different. Okay, and this is the error we are getting from here. Now you can see the entire call stack we get here, and now if we simply change this, if we provide any extra data here, you can see still we are getting the same error because confirm password and the password is not the same. But if we provide the right password, both the password same, hit the request, you can see we got a new user. Okay, we got a new user, everything's working fine. So I hope the things are making sense to all of you guys. If you refresh the compass, you can see all the user we have created is stored in our database. Okay, that looks pretty good. I just want to delete all this because I don't want to keep this, because these are the tests we have created. Okay, so right now we have no user in it. looking fine to me. Now this is the one we have, and now we have to work on the password. Okay, so you can see this is the password we have saved as it is, but that's not the good idea to do that. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video, that how you can create and add validation process on the password on the data which user are providing. Okay, so with that I'm ending this video. I don't want to extend this video too long because most of you guys are saying that the length of the video is getting too long, so I decided to make a short video between 7 to 8 or 10 minutes so you guys can just follow this. Okay, so now let's move to the next video. So in the last video we have built our entire validation model of the user. Okay, so whatever data user are providing at the time of creating account, we are validating those data. Okay, in this video we're going to encrypt the password, because you have seen that we have stored the data, basically password, in our database as it is. Okay, but that's not the good idea, that you have to store the password as it is. You have to always encrypt the password. Okay, so that's what we're going to do in this video. Okay, so let's come here. We're going to use it the pre-hook. Okay, so we know that we have available this method which we have already discussed in our NFT model. Okay, the same logic we're going to follow here. We're going to use a method we're going to use as a hook. Okay, so we have the schema, we're going to call this pre-hook method, and in that we're going to call this save method, because obviously the user will create an account, so it's going to have a save. Okay, and it's going to be have a normal function because we want to have this keyword. So if we'll say if this dot is modified, and can you guess that why I have called this method that is not modified? Because we want to run this function at the time of creating account. Okay, but what if a user wants to update their account? On that scenario we don't need to run this one. Okay, I will simply get out of this function. Okay, so I'll say if the account is not modified, in that we have to specify the password, because that's what we're going to target. We'll simply return the next. Okay, we want to get out of the functions, we don't need to continue if the user have created the account and if they are updating. But if they are creating account newly, then we have to do something, we have to encrypt. Okay, so we have to execute the code here. Okay, so let's come here, and we have to install one powerful package which is called bcrypt. Okay, so this is the package we're going to use, which allow us to encrypt the password from the normal password to encrypted password. Okay, so powerful tool. Okay, so that's what we're going to install. So let's type npm bcrypt. Okay, bcrypt.js, so bcrypt.js. okay, make sure to install the exact package, hit enter, and it's taking a little bit time, and finally we install it. And now we're going to use this password to package to encrypt our password. So first thing, we have to import the package, and it's called bcrypt, and it's coming from the same package. Okay, so we have our package, and now we're going to utilize it. So now what we're going to do, we're going to call this dot password, because that's the one we want to encrypt. Okay, equal to, we'll say bcrypt, and we have this method called hash, and in that we have to define that what we want to encrypt. Okay, so we'll say this dot password. Okay, because we have used this function for a normal function, so we have access of this entire document. So we have this keyword, and that we are calling the function because we have to encrypt the password. Okay, and that's the encrypted password we're going to store into our password. Okay, so I hope this makes sense to all of you. And here we have the method, so we want to encrypt on the base of 12. Okay, so I'll say 12, the better the encryption will happen. Okay, but if you define higher number, it will take a longer time to encrypt the password. Okay, so right now most of the computers are powerful, but in the industry right now we follow this 12 because we don't want that it take too much time to encrypt the password, because it's a CPU intensive work. Okay, so I'll go with the 12. I'll show you with both 16. Okay, but just go with the 12 right now because it's a synchronous behavior, so we have to call it await, and we have to convert this function into async function. Okay, because we're going to deal with the promises. Okay, so now it will work fine. And now what I want is, let me come here, and I don't want to store the confirm password into my database. Okay, I just want to use it for the validation process, but I don't want to store that. So I'll have this I'll say confirm password, and I will say undefined. Okay, so it will not store in the database. So that's the entire model we have. Okay, so we are using to validate, and once the validation get over, we don't need to store into our database. So that looks pretty good to me. Now things are looking good. Now we have to call this next, and this will say check the modified. This will encrypt the password, so I'll say hash password, and this one simply delete the confirm password. Okay, so these are the three section we have into this function. Okay, so hope this makes sense to all of you guys. Now let me show you in actions. Okay, so here we are back on Postman. Now what I want to do is, let's bring this up and let's try to create an account. You can see here we have created an account, and you can see the password is encrypted now. Okay, so the original password is pass123, but we got the encrypted password, and this is the password it got stored into our database. So this is what you have to follow. You should always encrypt the data, sensitive data, into a database. Okay, you can encrypt anything. You can encrypt the name, emails. It's totally up to you, but here I just try to encrypt the password. Okay, not anything else. You can do a hell lot of things with this. Okay, so this is the encrypted password. Success. Things are looking too good to me. You can see this is the time it took, because we have used 12. It took crores to like 5, 6, 7 millisecond to execute this entire process. Okay, but if I come here and if I, instead of 12, if I type 16, okay, if I type 16, it will take too much time. Okay, and here I have to do the changes in the email. The password is still same. I'll add this, and if I make a request, you can see it taking a little bit time, because it's extensive CPU work. Like the higher the number, the better the password will encrypt. Okay, finally it got encrypted, and it took 9 seconds. Okay, it took a lot of time. So okay, it's a very CPU extensive work, but I will go with 12. I don't want to hang the user there. Okay, and that's why we have used this synchronous behavior, because we have to deal with the promises. So that looks pretty fine to me. And if you refresh the server, our compass, you can see we got the password which is encrypted. I believe that you guys are really appreciating this, that how beautifully things are coming together. Okay, so this is how you can encrypt the password and store it into a database. Okay, that looks pretty fine to me. And you have noticed one thing, that we have provided the same password for all the user, but we have got different encryptions output, and that's the power of the bcrypt.js. Okay, so no matter the password is same, but the output you will get, the string you will get, it's totally be different from one another. Okay, so that looks pretty fine. Here we have all of these. Let me delete this one, delete all these existing data. And right now we don't have anything in our user, and that's the power of this. So we have used this hook to encrypt the password before it's saved to our database, and that's why we call it pre-hook. Okay, so I hope these things make sense to all of you guys. This is the very important concept which you have to move your head around. Just watch this over and again and try to understand that how things are going on. Okay, come here, change with this, play with this different values here. So right now we are using 12 and 16. Play with different value, different data, and try to test that what are the things you can encrypt. Okay, and that way you will learn better. Okay, so that's the pre-hook we have. This looks pretty good to me. Now let's come back to the auth controller, and that's what we have here. So this is the user body, and with this I remember that this is not the way you should create a user, because if you do in this way, what will happen, that whoever will create an account into our API, they can become an admin. Okay, those who will create their account, they can become an admin, but this is not what I want. Okay, so we have to change this behavior. So simply replicate this, and here we have to define the entire data. So all the data we have inside this reg.body. Okay, so here we're going to define explicitly that what data we want to take. Okay, so you have two options. You can create a separate route for the admin, so they can come to the separate route and they can create an account, and if they create from that route, they can become an admin. Okay, but we're not going to do anything like that, because if you are an admin of an API, you can simply log into a database and you can change the role from there. Okay, so you have both options, but here I want to pass only couple of data, not more than that. Okay, so I'll say name is required, and we have this name in the name body. We have the email in the body dot email. We have the password here in the password, and we have this confirm password. Okay, and these all data is we have inside this body. Okay, so we are saying only these data, no admin, nothing all. Okay, no roles. We can easily, if we want to assign role and admin to any one of these user, we can do it from the database, but not from here. Okay, so that's the way you have to follow, not the other one. Otherwise things become very complicated and anybody can become an admin and your API will be in trouble. Okay, so that looks fine to me, and that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. I hope whatever we have covered in this video, that makes sense to all of you guys, how we are using the pre-hook to encrypt the password before we are storing into our database. So that's the only thing I want to cover. Let's move to the next video. Hey everyone, hope all of you are doing great. So this is where we left in the last video. In the last video, we have encrypted the password before we are storing into our database. So if you haven't watched, I'll link in the I button in the description so you guys can follow that. So this is where we left exactly, okay? So we have this sign up method in which user can come and create an account, okay? So now we have to do a lot of things here. So let's open up your terminal and now we have to install one package, npm ij JSON WB token. We have to install this package. So let me install this one, JSON Web Token. We have to install this, and here we have, okay. So we have this package, and this package is really powerful. Don't need to worry, I'm going to make a detailed video on this package, that how you can use this powerful package to work on the authentication, okay. So here I'm going to use it straight away, but I'm going to explain all the thing as we going to build this authentication process, okay. So generally how this JWP token work, okay. So when a user will create an account and hit a request to the database, we're going to send a response, and that response will have a JWP token, okay. And that token is a unique identifier to the particular user, and that token will contain couple of information. It will contain the information, the ID of the user, and it will have the secret key which we're going to create right now, and that's going to be the unique identifier for that particular user, okay. I know this sounds abstract to all of you guys, but everything will make sense, okay. So don't need to worry, I will make a brief tutorial about this JWP token, that how it's work, and it is a very powerful packages, and most of the application which is built right now, all those are, you can use those JWP token, okay, and the same REST architecture, okay. So don't be confused, just follow along with me, everything will make sense. So here we have, and now we have to create the token. So here you can see we have this new user we are creating, and now we have to create the token for the user so they can log into the application, okay. So we need to import the package which we have installed. So we're going to install, we'll say JWT, okay, this is how you do it, and it's called JWP token. So this is the package we have, and now we have to, so now what I want, that user are creating account. So after they creating account, I want them to straight away to log into the application, okay. And this is the behavior you have found in most of the application, okay. So when you create an account, you get log into, okay. So that's the same functionality we're going to create here, and for that we have to generate the token for that user so they can log in, okay. So let's create the token. We'll say const token, and here we're going to call this function JWT, okay. Here we have this sign method, okay. So again, don't need to worry, the method I'm using, just use as it is, because they have a brief documentation on this package which I definitely cover in the next video, okay. I'll get a time, then I will definitely make a brief tutorial on this, because this package is really huge, okay. So we are using a sign method because the user is created, okay, and we have to create the token. So in that we have to pass the ID, okay, and the ID we have inside this new user, that's the exact model. And in the Mongos you can see we have this ID get generated by dash ID, okay. So we have this model. When the user will get create account, we have all the data in that, and we'll have this data as well, ID as well, okay. So we have the ID, and here we have to provide the secret key, okay. And you might be thinking, from where we get this secret key, okay. We're going to define into our .env file, okay. Here we have to provide the doctor secret key. Let's come back here, go back to the .env file, and here we are keeping all the sensitive data for our API, and here we're going to define that secret key. And generally how this work is that whenever any token will create it for any user, so it will take the ID of that user, and it will take the secret key, and on the base of that it will create the payload, okay. Everything will make sense, just follow along with me, okay. So here I'm going to define my secret key. So here we'll define JWT secret, and make sure you type your own string, okay. Make sure to provide at least 32 characters, okay, because most of the tutorial I have found out there, they use less, okay. So the longer the string you have, the better it get encrypted, okay. So again, I'm telling you, don't use this same text which I'm using here, that can create a problem. Make sure to use your own, okay. You can type anything, literally anything, okay. So I'll type NFT marketplace project API development course, and subscribe if you haven't done so far, okay. So this is the longest string which is above 32 characters, okay. So make sure at least take 32 characters. You can type anything what you want. If you love someone, you can type her name a couple of times and that's the secret key we have here, and that's what we're going to use it here, okay. So here we have the process.n, and that we have access all the environment variable, and we'll simply paste this JWT secret key, okay. Make sure to save it, and now we have to create the expiry date, okay, because in most of the application you have found that once you get logged in, and you will log in for a couple of days, okay, so you can define the expiry date of the token. So when the user will get logged into the application, a token will generate it. So you want that the token should be valid for how many days, you can define that it as well. It could be hour, it could be minute, it could be a day, it could be a year, okay. So that the expiry date we can define here. So I'll say WP expiry in, okay, so I'm going for with 50 days, okay. And that's how you can define. You can define 10 like this, 10 hours and 5 minutes, 5 seconds. You can do like many things like it, okay. So I'll simply copy that, and here I'm going to define in the form of object, okay. So take this object and it will say expiry in process.in, and that's it, okay. So this is the token we have generated for the user. We have taken the ID, we are defining the process, our JWP secret key, and we are sending the expiry date as well, okay. So this token will contain all this information, okay. Simply copy and paste here so we can see how the token would look like. And if I save it, and now if I try to create an account, you will see that what we'll get in output. So let me change this email ID, and if I hit the request, and boom, here you can see this is the unique token which is generated for this particular user. And we're going to utilize this token to check whether the user is logged in or whether he has access to certain information or not, okay. So we have this token. Simply copy this and let me show you what we have here, okay. So we have this token here, we have the ID, we have the, you can see this is how we got the access of the ID, because we have this ID in the user and it's get generated by the mongoose, and the password hash is also working fine. Things are looking pretty good. Now let's refresh it. You can see we have the user which we have created and it's stored in the database. That looks pretty good. Now let's come here. Our JWP token is already get generated based on the information we have provided, okay. So that looks pretty good. Now what we can do, simply grab this entire one and open up your browser, and let's try to decode this token which we have generated for the user, okay, because you guys have to know that what information it took, okay. So you can see we come to this. I will type simply JWT decoder, okay, hit enter, and this is the first website which is a popular one. You can simply click on this, and here we have landed on their website. And you can see this is how the string would look like, okay. So here they have given the example. This is the token, and here you have the information like decoded information. So you have the header, you have the payload, and you have the secret signature, okay. So we're going to simply remove it and we're going to paste it our own, okay. And boom, here you can see we got the information from this token, okay. So here we have the information about the expiry, okay. So this is IAT, means when you have generated this token, the time of that generation, and we have the expiry time which we have set 50 days, okay. So that's the token we have here, okay? So let me remove this, because right now it will say unverified. If you remove this, and this is the coded one, we got it, and if I scroll down, you can see the signature is validated, okay. And here you can see we got all the information. So right now you can't able to find this verification secret, because that's we have it scripted, okay. That's we are not displaying here, okay. It's an encrypted one, okay. This is the scripted, this is the header which is created by the mongoose, and this is the payload ID, and you can see this is the exact ID you will find for the user, okay. So this is the decoded data we have. So that's how we can generate the token which keep the information about the user on the base of the ID, and it has couple of data, okay. So you will find that they can easily able to see the ID, they can easily able to see the like creating an expiry date, but they can't have the access of the payload of the signature, secret key, and the data we have defined, okay. So hope that makes sense to all of you guys, and that looks pretty good to me. So that's the token we are sending. So that's the only thing I want to cover. Hope you guys have found this video valuable. If you have still any confusion, any doubt, do leave in the comment section and do let me know, because you have to understand these things, because these are the very important things to understand, because we're going to add a lot of functionality into this payment, configuration, email. So you have to understand that the basic level, because we're going to add more advanced thing to this, okay. So with that said, let's move to the next video, and that we're going to create the logging router. So this is where we left in the last video. In the last video, we have successfully created our token and we are decoding the token. So if you haven't watched, I'll link in the I button in the description so you guys can follow. In this video, we're going to simply create the login functionality, okay. So let's work on that. So let me give this command login, and we have to create the function. So login, it will take the request, response, and next, okay. and we'll have to simply decode the data. Okay, so email and the password. So what I'm doing, I'm simply deconstructing, because all the data we have in this request.body. Okay, and thanks to ECMA 6 we can simply deconstruct this. So we are deconstructing this email and password, because when the user will hit the login route, okay, they will provide the email and password to log into the application, and all the data we have inside this body, and that's the data we are taking. Let's come down, and here we have to simply check for that, so whether the email or password exists or not. Okay, so let's do the check for that, email and password. If we don't have that, and we have to simply import this one, app error, because we have to throw error if we don't have that. Okay, so we have to require the error, global error model, and that's coming from our utils app error, and we have to simply throw the error so it can receive into a global error handler. Okay, new app error, and in that we'll say please provide your email and password. And the reason why we are saying email and password, not specific email or like password, because we don't want to give a chance to the hacker if someone's try to use bootstrap attack. Okay, they're trying to add multiple password, multiple email to get access into the database. So we don't want to give them hit that only email is invalid, a password is invalid. Okay, so we should always send this message that email and password both is invalid. Okay, and now we have to simply create the token, because we have to send the token back so they can log into. Okay, so right now we just send a simple response. We'll say 200 for query, and we'll say status success, and we have to simply send the token. Okay, so that's the simple logic we have here. Hope things are making sense to all of you guys. And now I believe that things will look fine to all of you. So this is what we have now. We have to simply close this one, come back to the router, and we have to create the router for that. Okay, so because we have to create the login, simply replicate this one, because whether it's sign up or login, both going to follow the same post method. Okay, because the user will send data, we have to change the endpoints, is going to be say login, and this will work fine. Okay, so this is the login route. Let's open the Postman and simply copy this entire, open a new tab and simply paste here, and we have to simply come here and we have to call this post methods, change the endpoint to login, and go to the body raw JSON, and here we have to pass the data of the user. Okay, so let's come here and we have to simply pass the, let's say, name, email, and the email what we have provided. Let's come back to the database and let's simply grab the email from here. Okay, let's grab the entire email and let's try to paste it. Email, save it. Okay, I have to, let's say, I forgot to let's rename this because I don't want to write over and over again. So let's say user login. So it's a user login. Now let's come back to the body, and if I make a request, you will see I got this error. It says that please provide your email and password. Okay, you can see the error we have defined is working fine. Okay, the error we have sent here, so where it is, so here we are sending this error, that's working fine because we don't have the password. Hope this makes sense to all of you guys. And now if we come here and if we provide the password, so we'll say password, and what the password we have given, we'll say password is going to be, let's say, pass 1234. Okay, this is the password we have provided. Okay, if I remove the email, you will see I'll get the error message. Okay, so this is the error message we'll get, that provide email or password. Okay, so let's bring that back and let's try to make a request. Okay, so you can see this is the success method we get, it's 200, and we have the blank token because we haven't created the token. Okay, that looks pretty fine. Okay, that makes sense. This is just the beginning. We have to do a lot of things. Okay, we have to do a lot of things, so just follow along with me step by step. So things are looking fine to me. Now let's come here. So this first check is working fine on the logging, and we have to simply return because I don't want that the code execute further. Okay, we want to simply come out from this function. Okay, we have to end the process, so simply return this one. Okay, that's the change. If you hit the request, you can see everything is working fine. We have the email and we have the password. Let's come here and now go back to simple user, and here we have this token. Okay, you can see this is the encrypted password we have, and this is the data we have. Now how can we simply compare? Okay, because the password we have stored into our database, we have stored in form of encryption. So how we can simply compare the encrypted password with the normal password which user are providing. And the best place to do that is the user model, okay, because here we are encrypting the password, and this is the place where we can simply do that, okay. So here we are in the user model, and you can see we have the password here, and here we're going to simply say for select, because I don't want to show the password when the user get created, okay. If I select this, select false, select false, because when someone will hit the route get all user, so we don't want to display the passwords of encrypted password of the user, okay. So let's hide it for that, okay. So let's hide this one, and now what we can do, if we make a request, you can see we'll get the password here still because we are creating the password, but we have a route for getting all the user, okay. So there we have to hide it, and that's where we are doing it. So to check that, what we can do, so to do that we can do it very easily. So this is what we are hiding, simply the password from all user route. So we can click here and we can go to this where we have that, where here we have the all the routers, okay, nft controllers we have. You can see we have built all these functions. So simply grab this function, this code, because this is the same thing we have to do in the user controller, okay. So here we have the user controller, and here you can see we have all these functions, okay. Get single user, update user, delete user, and get all users, okay. With this function we'll get all the user who created their account on our nft marketplace, okay. So here we go to simply what we can do, simply remove this portion and we can simply paste here, okay. And we have to do a couple of changes. So first thing we have to do is we have to simply come here and we have to get couple of things. Let's come here and we can go to the nft controller and we have to import couple of things from here. So simply grab all this one, okay, because we need these data, and that's all we're going to paste above here. And here we're going to change it, okay. So right now we're not going to use this nft, we're going to use the user model, okay. So let's simply replace this one to, let's say, user, and this one is small, and we don't need this API filter because we are not going to filter that. We need this async function. Simply call this one async because it's async functions, so we have to handle the error in that. So we're going to simply wrap it, and we have to change the method. So we'll this use find, okay. So this will give us the list of all the user, okay. So that's why we are calling the find method. I hope you guys haven't forgot this after the long break. So this will give the list of the user, and here we have to do the changes. Instead of nft we can call it users, okay. So this will give us the list of all the users who have registered in our API. And actually we don't need this one, okay. Let's come here and we have to come here, and here you can see here we have that get all user, which we are doing on the user resource. So that looks pretty fine. Now come back to the Postman and simply come here, copy this one and open a new tab. Simply hit here and we can simply remove it, okay. We'll say get all user, and this is gonna be a get method. Save it and we'll say get all user. Save it and hit a request. Okay, I made a request, internal server error, so I made some mistake. Okay, my bad. Simply remove it because we have to make the, this is not our endpoint, okay. So if you come here you can see this is the function name, okay, but we are doing the request on the user resource, okay, in the main directory. So we have to simply remove this one, remove this, okay, because this is the endpoint, user resource endpoint, and on that we are calling the function hit request, and boom, here you can see right now we have 3 user and we have not displaying the password, okay. So it's hidden. You can see we have the ID, we have the name and the email address. The password is hidden, okay. So that looks pretty fine. We can easily able to query. So hope this makes sense to you, all of you guys, because of this select false we are not displaying the password on the output, okay. So that looks pretty good to all of you. Hope things are making sense. But here you can see when the user are creating account we can displaying the password, encrypted password, okay. So that looks pretty good. Simply close this one, come here, and things are looking pretty good to me. So this is all we have to do here. Simply come here, close this one, and now let's come here and let me simply const user and await we have to wrap this function into async function. Okay, we have to catch an error because we are dealing with the synchronous behavior, so we have to catch all the error. And here we're going to call this find one because we have to find the user on the base of the email. Okay, so if we provide the email and here we have the email, so we can simply use the deconstructed method, and here we need actually the password. Okay, so you have noticed that we have simply hide that password, but here in the login page we need, so we can easily able to compare. Okay, so this is how we can do. We can say select and we have to pass it extensively. Okay, because we need this field. Okay, plus password, so this means we need this. Okay, provide us this one in the model. Okay, so that looks pretty fine. Hope this makes sense to all of you. Let me remind what we are doing here. So we are checking for the password and email. If they both exist, then we are making a query on the user model using this find one method, and we are doing this query on the base of the email. And because we have hidden the password in our main model, but here we need the password to do the comparison, so that's why we are calling this select, and we are defining the variable. So right now we need the password, so we have said password. Okay, so we have the password, and now we can simply able to compare it. Okay, so we'll say console user. Okay, so let me show you what data we get in return. So if we make a request, you can see this is what we have, and here you can see in the console log in the user we have this data. So we have the ID, we have the name of the user, we have the email, and we have the encrypted password. So we got the entire data back. Okay, this is the encrypted password we got. So if we paste here and if I call, you can see here we can simply pass the data here. Okay, so you can see the data in both way, whether in console or you can see right up here. Okay, let's bring it back to this, and that looks pretty fine to me. Now what we can do is let's come here, simply open up your terminal, and here let's make a request. You can see this is the request we are getting. We have the ID, name, and this encrypted password. Okay, simply copy that and paste here, because right now we have our original password is this pass 1234. Okay, this is the actual password and this is the encrypted password. So we have no way to go back from encrypted password to the normal password. You can go from normal password to encrypted password, but we can't go back. Okay, so again for this we're going to use the package we have used. Okay, so that's what we're going to do, and the best place to do that is in the model. Okay, because where we are dealing with the password. Okay, so that's the comparison we have to do. Simply comment this, and let's come back to the user model, because this is the best place where you can do the decrypt the password and compare it. Okay, so that's what we're going to do here, and let me scroll down. So this is the encryptions. We have encrypted the password, and we're going to create this instant method. Okay, and we're going to use this model to create an instant method, and in that we're going to take the data from the user and we're going to compare it. I believe that this makes abstract to all of you guys, but just follow along with me. So here we're going to use the schema, and we're going to call this method. So this is the method we have, and in that we have to call this correct password, and here we're going to call this function correct password function, and in that we're going to receive two data. We're going to receive the candidate password and the user password. So these are the two passwords we're going to provide inside this function, and then we're going to make it work. Okay, so we'll say return bcrypt, and we have a function called compare on this bcrypt, and we have to compare the candidate password to the user password. Okay, and we have to simply say await because it will deal with the promises, and we have to say assign. Okay, so hope this makes sense to all of you guys. Let me repeat what we are doing. We are trying to create an instant method on our model, and our model will have an access of this instant method. Okay, so we can use wherever we want in our applications. So in this instant method we are taking the password, candidate actual password, and the user password who provided, and we are trying to compare it both with the compare function. Okay, so that's what we are doing, and that's the only thing we have to do, because this will return either true or false. Okay, if it's true, then we have successfully compared the password. If it's false, means the password is not matching. Okay, so that's what we have here. So this is the encrypted things, looking pretty good to all of us. Now we have this method correct password. We are taking, let's bring this back, and they're comparing it. Now we're going to simply copy this function, entire function, and that's function we're going to use it. Okay, so let's come back to the user model. Okay, sorry, we have to go back to the auth. Okay, let's come to the authentication because here we are doing it. Okay, so right now we'll come here, we'll come back here, we'll take this if user, if we don't have the user. Okay, so because above we are checking for the user. Okay, so if someone provide the wrong email or wrong password, so we'll not get this, okay, we'll not get the data. So if the user is not exist, else if wait, so this user has the insert method which we have created in our user model, okay. So you can see we are calling the same function. In that function we're going to pass the data, okay. So it's need the password, so we have the password, let's say password which the user is providing, which we are checking above. And the second thing we have is the password which is coming from the user, okay, the encrypted password, okay. So these are the two password we are passing into our correct password function, okay. We are checking for these two things. Inside that we're going to simply return the next. And if provided password and the saved password in our database are not matching, so this will throw an error. If we throw an error, so we can throw the error into our global app error, and that's what we are doing here. We are simply returning and stopping the function incorrect, let's say incorrect email and password and 40401, okay. Hope these things are making sense to all of you guys. Let me remind what we are doing here. We have the access of this user model, okay. In this we are checking that if user exists, and we are doing on the base of this find one, and that we are passing the email, okay. So we are checking on the base of the email if the email which user is providing, if it exists in our database. So on the base of that we are getting the user, and we are saying that if user exists, so that's the first check. In the second check we are doing that the password user have provided and the password we are getting from the database, we are trying to compare with the instant method which we have created in our user model, okay. And that instant method is available in our user, okay, because user is the model in which we have all the methods access, okay. If this data is not correct, then we are throwing this error message, okay, using our app error class. Hope things are making sense, okay. That looks good, and this is how we are comparing. Let's come back here, and that's the data we are passing and simply doing the comparison here with the compare method, okay. So this will work fine, okay. Now if the password and provided password and database password doesn't match, then this will throw an error. If it's matched, then we'll continue further. So now this looks good. We have this one. Now we have to generate the token. So here you can see that again, to log in the user we have to send the token back, because that's the token is a unique token for the user on the which we can do the login and logout, okay. So here we have already generated a token, but why should we write the same token over and over again, okay. So it's better to convert this token into a reusable function. So this is the token we have. Let's come here and let's create a reusable function so we can use it. So we'll say create token, and we'll say sign token and ID, because we have to provide the ID, because every user will have a unique ID, and that ID we're going to provide into our payload, okay. And we're going to simply return this one, and we're going to simply cut this and paste here, okay. So that's the sign in token, and simply come here, and this is what we have here. We're going to simply remove this. We're going to call the function, and we're going to provide the ID, and this ID we have access in this new user dot ID, okay. I hope this makes sense to all of you guys. Now that's what we are receiving here, and we can simply remove this ID, and because of this D constructor we can simply type ID, okay. This makes sense, okay. So that's the function we have here. That's what we are calling here, and the same thing we have to do, copy and paste here as well, because when user will log in, then we have to send back the token, okay. And that we have to provide the ID, okay, and that ID we have access in this user ID. So this is how it will look. You can see, let's come here and let's try to simply delete this existing database, because now we're going to create the actual user with the payload, okay, sorry, token, okay. So now here we are in sign up, click on this. Here we are in get all user. If you make a request right now, you can see, okay, we got one, okay. Let's come back to the database and refresh. Okay, we have one. So let's simply delete this one, and let's come back here, make a request. Right now we have no user in our API. Let's come back to the user sign up, and this is the predefined data. I want to simply type the real email address, the auth 0092, sorry 92, okay. So let's create a user for this and hit a request, and here you can see we got the user. So it's success, we got the token, and we get all the data. We have the user ID, name, email, and password. So looking fine so far. Now let's try to get login, okay. So for login we need to have the email address and the password, okay. So simply copy this email, come back to the user login, and here we have to provide the email, okay. So this is the email we have provided, and the password is same, okay. So we're going to simply log it, okay. So right now you can see I have provided the wrong password okay, pass 1 2 3, but it's actually 1 2 3 4, okay, but it will throw an error. If I make a request, you can see here we got a validation error, says incorrect email and password. Okay, so you can see the validation is working fine. We can easily able to use that big crypt functionality to compare the password which user are providing and the database, the scripted password we have stored in the database. Okay, and we are comparing that. So hope this makes sense to all of you guys. Now if I provide the right password and provide the wrong email, I'll still get an error. You can see I got the email error, but if I provide the right email identity, right password, I'll get the token back. Okay, so here you can see we got our JWP token back. Okay, and this is unique in that we have a lot of data. Okay, so hope this makes sense to all of you. Simply grab that one and we have simply log into our application. Okay, with this user is log into our application. Okay, user is log in our application. If you refresh, you will have a user, and we are not storing that token into our database. Okay, because that token will get generated on the base of the request when the user will make. Okay, so that's the one we have here. Now let's come back here. So that's looking fine. Okay, we are successfully generating the token and sending back to the user. So hope this makes sense to all of you. Now let's see, let's close this one. So we are done with this. Sign up, sign in, whatever we have covered so far, that makes sense to all of you guys. Try to pause the video and try to understand that how we are passing, how we are comparing, because this concept is really very advanced. Because when I was learning, I was stuck a lot and it was confusing for me to understand the entire, like saving the scripted password and getting the password and getting compared. That was a confusing part. I do believe that you will have the same kind of doubt. Just try to pause the video or rewatch the video and try to understand what's going on behind the scene and how we are comparing. Okay, so that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. In the next video, we're going to create one more function into our API which will keep the track of the user login, whether they are logged into the application or not, and on the base of the login or logout, we're going to display the data. Okay, so if they are not logged in, we're not going to display the data, but if they are logged in, we'll display the data. Okay, so that's the functionality we're going to build in the next video. So let's move to that. Hey everyone, so this is where we left in the last video. In the last video, we have worked on our login functionality and we are generating the token to make the user log into our API. Okay, in this video, we're going to create a function, or you can call it a middleware, because we are following in this API a middleware concept. Okay, so we're going to create a middleware which can keep the track that whether user is logged into our application or not. Okay, on the base of the login or logout, we have to display the information. Okay, so let's create that function. So we'll export and we're going to call it protect. Okay, protecting data. Okay, export protect. Okay, this is the very generic name we'll give, and it will do what it does. Okay, it will protect the data, and it's going to be a catch async, because again, because we are dealing with the promises and synchronous behavior. So I'll starting from the straight away. So async function, request, response, and next, and in that we're going to call this next function. And here we're going to do a couple of checks. Okay, so let's come here. So right now you can see that we have to protect this get all user. Okay, you can protect this router, or you can protect this create user, or you can protect this get single user, you can protect this update user. Okay, you can protect any router, because this is the protect method we're going to create. It will check whether the user is logged into or not. Okay, so here we are on this user router. You can simply call it here as a middleware. Okay, the way we have done in our NFT. Okay, so we have this auth controller, but this is not where we want to do it. Okay, so let's come here and let's come back to the here, and here we have the users, but we don't want to use in the user, we want to use in the NFT data. Okay, you can use it in the user, all you have to do is to add it the way we have done in our NFT. So let's come here in the, let's say where it is, this is the NFT router. Okay, so we have this all router for the NFT. I believe that you guys haven't forgot this. Okay, so we have created all these different routes for the top 5 NFT. We have NFT stats, we have NFT monthly plan a year, and we have all these different routes. Okay, and I want to protect this one. Okay, so here you can see we have already using this alias top NFT function as a middleware. So first this will check, and then it will give us all the data, get all NFT. Okay, so I want to call that middleware on here. Okay, so get all NFT. So I want to call here, I want to protect this, because I want that user should log in and then they can access all the NFT in our API. Okay, so that's what I want to protect. So first thing, we have to import that auth controller, and that's coming from our, let's say, controller, auth controller, and that's what we're going to use it here. Simply copy, and that's what we're going to call. So you can call on anything. I just want to call on this here where it is. this is get all NFT. Okay, here we have, sorry, there is so many routers, right? Confusing. Okay, so that's what we're going to call it, is simply paste, and we have to call the functions, not login. What is the name we have given? Let's come here and simply grab this and simply paste here. Come back to the routers and paste here. Okay, first it will run for this. So whatever logic we're going to define into this protect, it will check all the conditions. If it get fulfilled, then it will execute this second middleware. Okay, so that's looks perfect. Hope so far things are making clear, and if you're watching the video straight away from here, it will become complicated for you, so make sure you start from beginning, and that will make sense to all of you guys. Okay, so that looks pretty fine to me. Now that's the middleware we have added in our get all NFT, and now we can start building the functionality. Okay, so let's close this one and come back to the come back to the auth control, and here we have to write all the functions. Okay, so let's come here, and here we have to do couple of check. So altogether we have to do 4 check here. Okay, so for the first check we have to do is check. Second check we have to do is the, let's say, whether token the user is providing is valid or not. Okay, that's the second check. The third check we have to do is that user exists. Okay, so sometime what happened, that user have created the account and somehow they have deleted the account, so but the token is still in the regulation. Okay, so we have to do the check for that. Okay, so if the user deleted the account, we have to delete the token as well, because we have to make the token invalid so no one else can get access into our database. Okay, so that's the third check. And the fourth check we have to do is, let's check change password. Okay, because the password, because the token would generate on the base of the password. Okay, so if user have changed the password, then the token will also be get changed. Okay, so these are the 4 check we have to do, and after that we have to simply pass the data. Okay, so first token, then we have to validate the token, when we have to take the user exists, and then change password. Okay, so let's take one thing at a time. Okay, so we'll start with the token first. So let's come here, and here what I want to do, I want to show you something. Okay, we have to send the header. Okay, so let's close all this one and let's come back to the app.js. Okay, in this we have access of the header. Okay, so let me show you how you can set the header as well, because the token we're going to send on header, and we have access of multiple data in our header. Okay, so let me console log out. So this is the middleware which every time will run whenever we'll make any request. Okay, so let me show you what I mean. So I'll say rec.header. Okay, so in the request we have access of all the data. Okay, so we have the body, we have rec. Okay, so if you do console log rec, you will find that what are the data you have in that. Okay, so we try to access the header. Okay, so what header we get, so simply save it, and let me show you what I mean by that. And if I make a request, so if I come here, if I go to this get, okay, because here we are getting all the NFTs. Okay, so if I make a request on this, you can see here we got all the 6 NFT. Actually we have a lot of NFT, but some of the NFTs are hidden. Okay, and again, why hidden, you have to watch the video from beginnings, then you can understand why it's hidden. Okay, let's bring this up, and this is not what I am interested in. You can see this is the header tab we have, and here we can define the header. Okay, so this is how you can do. So I can call it new header. Okay, you can call whatever name you want, so I'll call it new header, and here you can define the value which you want to send in the header. And this is how we're going to send our token. So the token we have generated for the user, this is how we can send in the response. Okay, so let's say $1000. Okay, so just imagine that I have created a header, and this is the value I'm passing in that header. Okay, so now if I make a request, you can see the magic in our logs. Okay, so open up your logs and let's bring it up, and there's a lot of things goes into this. Okay, you can see we have this user agent because we have used Postman, so we have the data for that. Now we have the Postman token, this is the token. We have the host, we are using the local host. Then we have this connection alive, so a lot of things we have. But you can see down there we have this new header, okay, which is the $1000. You can see we have all this data, and we have this middleware stacks, and we have this data, new header and $1000. So that's the header we are sending. So let's make a request one more time, and you can see now we got all the entire object. Okay, so this is we have the header. Okay, hope it makes sense to all of you guys. We have the request, and that we have the access of the header. Okay, so that's what we are trying to access here. Okay, now let's come here, and here what we're going to do is, here I'm going to change the value. Okay, so the key is going to be, let's say, this will call authentication. Okay, that makes sense obviously, because this token which we're going to send back, it would be responsible for authenticating the user. Okay, so we'll call this authentication. Make sure to write this spelling. I'm really bad with the spelling, and you guys already know, by the way, by the time you are following this course. Okay, authentication, and in this I'm going to pass the token. Okay, so I'll say, and this is what we're going to do. You can type whatever text you want, but the reason why I'm giving this text, because I want to simply check for the condition. Okay, so simply type b bear. Okay, I'll say, let's say BARAR, bear, and here I'm going to pass the token. Okay, so right now I'm giving this random string, but we're going to send the token as well. Okay, so let's make a request, and let's come here and go back to the terminal, and if I bring this, okay, now we have to send the back. Okay, let's make a request one more time, hit a request, and it's taking a little bit time. Let's close this one and come back here, and here you can see it took time, but here we got the data. Okay, so you can see authentication, and we have bear, and we have the string which we have sent it here. Okay, authentication, bear, and we have this string, and things are looking fine. You can see we got this, and that's what we're going to utilize to validate the user. Okay, so now let's bring this on. I have noticed that it's not BEARER. Okay, not AR. And when I was learning about this API development, my teacher Jonathan is amazing. Okay, he's amazing, and I'm following the same structure in this course as well, because that's the best thing for building an API, to learning the API development. Okay, so whatever I'm covering, whatever explanation I'm giving on the base of what I have learned from him. Okay, because that's the best thing I have found from him, and whatever I have learned so far in the API development, that's for him as well. Okay, so that's the exact keyword he used in his course, and that's what I'm using here. Okay, so bear, and now we can request, and things are looking good. You can see things are looking good, and now it's showing up the right spelling. Okay, bear, that looks good, and we're going to utilize that as well. Okay, so here what we can do, here we go to check for that. Okay, so we'll say if rec header, in that we have this authentication. Okay, simply copy and paste here, and if we have the authentication in the header, and rec.bear authentication start with, it's a simple JavaScript, and if it start with bear, okay, and then we have to pass the string bear, because this is going to be the unique identifier on the base of that, because I have to make the distinction between the keyword and the payload. Okay, sorry, the token. Okay, and that I'm going to pass the bear. Okay, so this is the check we are doing. If we have the authentications and we have the value bear, means we have the data. Okay, so what we can do, we'll take this variable let, and the reason why we have taken this let token, because we want to use this token in all these four functions. Okay, validate token, and user exists, and change password. Okay, so that's why we have defined outside of this if statement. Okay, and we can simply update this token, and in that we are rec.header authentication, and here we'll say slice, because we want to make the space, because we have the space in the bear and the token. Okay, and we're going to utilize the space to make the difference between the keyword and the actual token. Okay, so we'll say space, and we want to take the first element. Okay, so when you use the splice method, you will get the data in the form of array. I hope that's a simple JavaScript. And now let me console log out the token to show you that how it's look. Okay, so simply comment this out, and let's come here, and let's come back to the Postman and make a request. So this is the data we got back, taking a little bit time, and finally we got the data. If we come here, come back to the code, and let's open it up. Okay, we are getting some blank. Okay, so it's blank. Let's bring this out of the if statement, make a request, and still we are getting this blank. Why it's so? Still we are getting this blank. So let's come here and go back to the router. Let's try to find out what's the problem we're having, why it's blank. So here we are calling this auth control.product when we are trying to access the all NFT. Things looks fine here, no problem we have here. Let's come back to the auth control, and here we are simply separating, splitting, and trying to find the second data on the base of this space. Okay, and this looks pretty good, and make a request. Okay, still we are getting this. You can see the moment we are passing this token, we are getting that. So our code is executing. Okay, So our code, there is no problem in the code. Okay, there is no problem in that. So come to the login, and this is what we have. Simply grab this, because this is the user we have created and this is the token we have got. Simply copy this one, and that's what we want to send here. Okay, I noticed one thing, that I have provided two space in the bear and the token. Okay, so because of that I was getting there. You can see we have this two space. Okay, so make provide one space, because the second space we are trying to access the second data. Okay, and second data is a space, so that's why we were getting the blank. Okay, and now it will work fine. Okay, so if I save it, okay, so make a request, and boom, here you can see we got the token back. Okay, so that's how we can send the token back. So this looks pretty fine. We can easily able to access the header and the data. If I provide a space, make a request, you can see right now we'll get empty because we have two space. I know this time of silly mistakes happened, and even I was wondering for 10 minutes that what went wrong, why the code is not working, and I found that this is the silly mistake I made. So that looks pretty fine. And these are not silly mistake, it's a part of development. You will come this kind of mistake a lot of time while building the project. Okay, so that looks pretty fine. You can see we got the token back, and that's how we can access the token. Okay, so it's working fine. We can easily able to access the token on the base of the authorization and from the header as well. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Now let's do the second check. Okay, so let's write the second if statement. We'll say if token, if there is no token, then we want to simply throw an error. Okay, so we'll say new app, and in that we have to throw the error into our global app error. Okay, so we'll say you are not logged into get access. Okay, 404. Okay, so because if they don't have the token, that's mean they don't have the access to the API. Okay, so that's how we can throw the error. If you can see, if I remove this one, we can easily able to, if I remove this authorization, make a request, you can see this is the error message we'll get. You are not logged into get access. You can see it's already working. We can easily able to check the authentication on the base of the header which we have defined. Okay, we have defined. You can see we can easily able to get it. Okay, if we remove make a request, we'll get an error. Okay, that's working fine. Cool. Okay, that's the cool. Hope things are making sense to all of you guys. So this is working. So we have done with the first thing. So we are done with the first check. I hope this makes sense to all of you guys, and that's the only thing I want to cover in this video, because I don't want to extend this video. In the next video we're going to do all these three checks. We have to validate the token, because right now you can see you can pass anything, whether you pass the complete token or a simple 2 or 3 letter, it will make it valid. Okay, so that's the check we have to do. Now in the second part we have to validate the token, then we have to check the user exist and the password change. Okay, so hope this thing makes sense to all of you. If you have still any confusion and doubt, do leave in the comment section. I'll try to help you in that. Okay, now it's time to take me a break, then I will start recording this where I left right now. Okay, see you in the next video. Have a wonderful day. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have successfully tested whether the token exists or not. Okay, so a user can get into our API, they can log into our API on the base of a token. Okay, so if they provide the token, they will have the access. If they don't provide the token, they will not have the access. Okay, in this video we're going to focus on the verification part. Okay, so whatever the token they are providing, that token is valid or not. Okay, so that's the thing we're going to cover in this video. Okay, so this is where we left in the last video. You can see this is the part we're going to cover, and this is what we have covered so far. So we have done with the login, and this is the protected route, and all these functionality we have written. Okay, we have taken the tokens, header, all of these things we have done in the last video. Okay, so let's start verifying the token. Okay, so I'm going to use this JWT. Okay, JWT verify. Okay, and this verify function I'm getting from the JWP token. Okay, so again just follow along with me, and in that I have to pass couple of data. Okay, I have to pass the token which a user is providing, and I have to pass the secret key, and the secret key I have inside this my environment variable. Okay, so that's what I have to store it as a variable, decode it, and it's a async function, so I have to say await. And what I'm going to do is I'm dealing with the promises. Okay, so I'm going to import one more thing. Okay, so this will call, let's say, promisify, and this is coming from the utils. Okay, so you don't need to install any package. It's an inbuilt package of Express and node modules. Okay, so you can simply import it. So it's called util. Okay, and that's what we're going to call it here, and we're going to write this entire thing inside the function. Okay, so that's what we have here. Okay, now what I want simply console log out this decoded, And let's try to have a look. And if I come here on the Postman, okay, I got an update, I'll do later, so simply dismiss. And let's come here in get NFT. Okay, so here I'm sending the turning off the header, so user can't get access. Okay, it will throw an error. So let me show you. If I do this, here you can see I got this failed message. This is what we have covered in the last video. Okay, so you are not logged into this to get access. Okay, so that's what we have here, the error message. Now let me on the authorization and let's send the request, and boom, here I am getting an error message. Why so? Where this is coming from? Instead of object. Okay, so stated code is 500 and this is the entire call stack, the error message I'm getting. So there is some problem. Let's come here in the login and let's try to log in with this. And here I have the token. Simply grab this token, come back to the get all NFT and simply replace this token. Okay, replace this token with this one. Simply delete this and paste the token we have. Simply copy. Okay, and now hit the request. Okay, still we are getting the same error, means that we have some bug in our code. So let's come here, and here I have found that we have a problem here. Okay, so if I comment this, if I make a request, you can see I'll get all the data, but we have a problem here. Okay, so instead of this, we have to wrap this JWT verify, okay, separately. Okay, put this in bracket, and this is how we have to pass the data. Okay, okay, not the secret key, only the JWT verify function, and this will work fine. Save it, and now it will work fine. So let's come back to the Postman and hit a request, and boom, here you can see we got the entire information. Okay, so this is working fine. We can easily able to use this JWT verified functions, and we are verifying the token and the secret key. And on the logs you can see this is what we get as a decoded data. So we have the ID and we have the starting date and the expiry date, which we have defined in our secret key. Okay, and that's the entire data we are getting here. So we're going to initialize this data to verify that. Okay, so you can see we have the ID, and the exact ID you will find here as well. So you can see this is the exact ID we have, 6E, and this expiry and starting day. So that's working fine. Let's come here, and if I simply come here and go to this login and simply copy this entire token, open up your browser and type JWT, and let's try to decode this string we have got. Okay, so this is the same website which we have used before. Okay, I'm going to simply paste that entire one, and here you will find the decoded data. So we have the header, we have the payload. In that payload we have the exact ID, we have the expiry and start date, and we have the signature. Okay, and that we have the secret key and the data. If I try to manipulate this token, okay, because this is the thing you have to keep in mind, some will send you the valid token, but they will do a little bit manipulation in that. Okay, so if a user can manipulate this, instead of A they have written 2. Okay, so if I simply copy this and try to send that back to get access into our API, it will throw an error. Okay, so let's come here, get back to get all NFT, and I'm going to simply remove with this temper one. Okay, simply paste that and hit the request, and you can see our validator is working fine. Invalid signature, this is the message we have got, means someone tempered this token. Okay, so they can't get access to our API, so it's working fine. Okay, invalid signature, and here you can find the status code, and the error name is JW Web Token error. Okay, if we try to paste the original one and try to hit a request, you can see we got the entire data, so it's working fine, no problem we have. So this is working fine, so no one can temper and get access into our API. So this function is working fine. Let's come here and go back to the error controller, and here we have to handle that error. Okay, and here you can see here we are handling all the errors. So we have the cast error, we have the 11,000 error, we have the validation error. Because okay, so here we're going to catch that error as well. Okay, so what we can do, we have to write a if statement, and the error name we have is this. So which is the error name, simply copy and paste here, JSON Web Token error. Okay, and here we're going to create a function, say error, and the function name we're going to call it handle JWT error, and in that we have to pass the error object. Okay, so that's the function we have to create, and it will pass the error. Okay, so I hope you guys haven't forgot. Very simple logic we have to do here. Okay, So let's create the function very quickly, and by mistake I have imported this, so simply delete this one. I don't need this one, and let's create the function. Okay, so const, and we're going to paste it, error, and let's type the function. We'll say new app error, and we have to pass the entire error message: invalid token, please log in again, and we have to pass the error status 401. Okay, so this is the function which can throw this error message. Okay, so hope this makes sense to all of you guys. We are not doing anything new here, we are following the same old school pattern, and things are looking fine to me. So right now we are in the, let's stop the application from running and let's start the production on. Okay, because this message will only display in production, not in the development, because in development we'll get the entire call stack of the error. Okay, so let's run the production and hit enter. Okay, wow, what, let's come back to the package.json file and say start product. I'll just type product. Okay, remove this one, this part only, start, and now it looks good. Bring the terminal up, clear your terminal, and restart the production mode. And here you can see we are in the production mode, everything's working fine, no more error. We have our database connected, and now if I send the request, you will see that the message I will get. Okay, so let me temper this, and here you can see I got the valid message: invalid token, please log in again. Means this token is no longer valid. If I come here and in the logs, you can see, let me go to the development, and here you can able to find the entire call stack, error call stack, and if I make a request, you can see I'll get the entire error message. So everything's working fine. If I simply copy the entire token, the right token for this user, I'll get the data. Okay, so simply remove this, make sure to have only one space, not more space, and you can see we got all the data because our token is valid now. So this function is also working. We can easily able to grab the error message and we can display back to the user. Okay, so we are done with the token. Okay, whether the token exists or not, we are done with the token verification. Let's come here and stop the application and start the production mode, and let's see, things are looking fine to me, no more error we have here. So here we are in our .env file, and you can see the expiry date is 50 days. Okay, so when this date gets expire, okay, the token gets expired, we have to catch that error as well. Okay, and display to the user. Okay, so for showing you, let me do one thing. Let me simply remove it and let's type 5 millisecond. Okay, very little time. So this is the expiry time of the token, and now we're going to simply create a user. Okay, save it and come here, and so here we are in login. Simply come here and try to log in one again. Here you got the token, simply grab the token and try to paste here and then try to access it. Okay, so if I paste here and try to send the request, try to access the data, and you can see here we got the message that something went wrong. Okay, means our token is got expired because we have set minimum 5 millisecond. Okay, and this error is coming from here. Okay, if you come back to the terminal, you can see the entire data we are getting, everything is working fine. If you go to this error controller, and here we have to handle that error as well. Okay, so let's bring this down, and now we have to write one more if statement to deal with this. So if I come here, and here you can see this is the error message which is deploying. Okay, because right now we are in the production mode, okay, not in development, and this is the error message we are sending, and that's what we are receiving here. Okay, so let me show you that what error we get. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply come here. You can see this is the message we have here, and now I'll simply let's do one thing. We can do one thing. We can simply console log out the entire error. Okay, so do console.log error, only error, not errors. So remove this error. Okay, so if I try to make a request, you will see that I'll get this. Okay, so this is what I have here, but here you can see in the terminal I get the error. Okay, so I got the name of the error, token expired error message, and the expired it at, and the code, and the error status. Okay, so things are looking fine. Simply copy this name, and that's what we're going to trigger here. Okay, so we have to write a if statement. We'll say error.name is equal to token expire error, and now we have to create this function handle jwpt expire error, and in that we have to pass the entire error. Okay, so that's the if statement, and now we have to create this function. So let's come up here, and that's what we're going to do here, error, and we have to simply throw the error message. So app error, we have to say your token got expired, please log in again, and here we have to pass the static code 401. Okay, So this is how we are handling the error. Now if we simply send the request, you can see this is the error message we got back. Okay, your token got expired, please log in again. So we have successfully dealt with this expired token as well, and that looks pretty fine to me. If you simply copy and if you come here, things are looking good to me. No more error we're having, things are looking fine. Okay, so that looks good. This is the function we have. What we can do, we are not using this error. Okay, so we can simply remove that. So let's come here and we can remove this from here as well and from here as well, and here as well we have. So simply remove it from here as well, because we are not using this error. If you want to display the status code or the error name, you can, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, so that looks pretty fine to me. No more error we have, and let's bring this back. Okay, let's bring this back 50 days. So it's also working fine. Hope you guys are getting excited. Let's try one more time, log in, and let's try to test this out. Okay, this time it will work fine. Click on, paste the token and hit the login, and here we got the data, entire NFTs. Okay, so this is how you can check whether the token is provided, it's verified or not, whether the token expiry date got expired or not. Okay, so these are the two check we have did in our valid token verification token. Okay, so hope this makes sense to all of you guys. Okay, that's the only thing I want to cover about this token verification. So we have learned two important concepts. One, we are focusing on the expiration of the token, okay, whether the token is expired or not. And the other one is we are checking that if someone's temper the token data, okay, so they have provided the exact token, but they have did a little bit changes in that, removing one number or adding something else. Okay, so we are verifying the token as well. So hope these things make sense to all of you. With that, let's move to the next video. All of you, hope you guys are great. So this is where we left in the last video. In the last video, we have successfully checked the token is valid or not. We are checking the expiry date of the token. Okay, so if you haven't watched, I'll link in the I button in the description so you guys can follow that, and we're going to continue here where we left in the last video. Okay, so that looks pretty fine to me. Now what we can here and save it, things are looking fine. Let's come back to the development mode. Okay, because we were in the production mode. So here we are in the, let's come back and start working on our user existence. So let me tell you that how this user existing model will work exactly. So just imagine that a user has created his account in your API, but after 1 or 2 days he deleted his account. Okay, so when he create his account, at that point of time we have generated a token for him so he can log into our application. Okay, but he deleted his account, he's no more there in our database. Okay, so we have to find out the whether the user exists or not who's providing that valid token. Okay, so that's the check we have to do, because every user will have a unique token which is associated to them, so they can easily able to log into our API. Okay, so we start with the user existence. So here we're going to do it, we'll say user. In that we have all the user. We're going to call this method find one, and we're going to find that user on the base of the ID. Okay, and this ID we have in this decoded, so we have seen that in the logs previously. Okay, so we have the access of the ID in the decoded, and we're going to store this in a variable. Okay, so we'll say fresh user. Okay, so that's what we have here, looking fine to me. Let's make it capital, not small. Okay, that's the user model we have, and here we have to check for that. Okay, so if user not exist, then we have to simply throw this message, error message. Okay, new app error, and we can send the user belonging to this token no longer, let's say, exist. Okay, because the user is already deleted his or her account. Okay, so we have to simply throw this error message. Okay, so that's what we have, and we have to display this error message, error code 401. Looks fine to me, no more error we have. Now what we can do it, let's come here, and here you can see this is what we have here. So let's create an account. So this is the account I'm going to create, and here we got the new account. I'm going to simply copy this entire token, and let's come back to the database and simply refresh, and this is the account we have created. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply delete this account. So this user is no longer in our database, but we have his token. Okay, so what if someone's try to get access with this token? Okay, but we have his token. So if someone's try to access with the user token which is already deleted, they will not have the access. Okay, so what we can do, we can simply copy and paste here, and if we send a request, you can see this is the error message we'll get back, okay, because this user doesn't exist in our database because it's deleted. Okay, so you have to think all the possible way in which you have to protect your API. Okay, you get all this error message. That looks pretty fine to me. So this is how we are having the protection whether the user exists or not. So hope this makes sense to all of you guys. You guys understand? And that's the only thing I want to cover in this about the user existence. Hope this makes sense. Try to think that how things are going on, okay? Try to analyze the code. In the next video, we're going to work on our change password, okay? So let's move for that. Hey, all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video, we have focused on the user existence, whether the user exists in our API, in our database or not, okay? In this video, we're going to focus on the password change, okay? Because if a user will change the password, his or her token will also change, okay? So that's the logic we have to build in this video. So this is where we left in the last video, and what I'm going to do is let's come here and get back to your user model, okay? Because here we are in the user model, and here you can see we have this instant method we have created for the correct password, okay? I hope you guys haven't forgot that. So we have this instant method, and we're going to create one more instant method here, right here. So let's come here. We're going to say schema dot method, and we'll say change after, and we have to call this function normal function, and in that we're going to pass a couple of things, okay? jwt timestamp, and in that we're going to simply return this false, okay? So if user hasn't changed their password, we'll return true, but if they have changed, we return false, okay? So here we have to do a couple of check. So the first check we have to do is that user is modified their password or not. So that's the very first check we have to do. If so, here we have, you can see here we have the password, and here we're going to take a variable because we have to keep the date that when the user is change the password, okay? So we're going to update this part as well. So let's say change password date, and that's what we're going to utilize it here. So we'll say password modify at. If that's the true, then we have to simply console log out this password change at, and here we're going to pass this jwt timestamp. So that's the simple logic we have here. Now let's come back to the sign up, and here what I want to simply provide the field we have created, password change at, and I'm going to provide the password, okay? Not password, the date, okay? So let's come here 2018 to, and this one is going to, let's say 8, and make sure to wrap this in a bracket, so otherwise it will throw an error. So that looks good to me. Okay, wrap this into a bracket, and from here as well, and this looks good. No more error we have here. Remove this extra bracket, not bracket, comma, and now looks good. Let's send the request, and here you can see we got the user, okay? We got a new user looking fine to us. We got the token, and if we refresh here, you can see the user we got. Okay, that looks good to me. No more error we have here, and that looks good. Come back to the Postman. Come here and open up your terminal. Okay, that's, so we're having no logs, okay? Oh, my bad, sorry, because we are not using this function, okay? We have to utilize it. Come here and let's call the function. We have the fresh user, on that we're going to call the function, and we have to pass the decoded data dot, in that we have the time, okay, the starting time, that's what we are passing here. And let's come here. We are connected with our database, no more error we have. Simply change this email, come back to the here, and simply try to log in with the email which we have created. And here you can see copy the token, and let's try to hit a request. So replace the token, save it, and hit a request. And here you can see we got this error message, must be an object. Okay, so there may be a problem in our find method, I guess. This one is looking fine. Let's simply copy that, and let's come back here and simply try to replace the token, and that looks good. No more problem we have here, but still we are getting this error message find one is something's wrong with that. Okay, so let's come here and in the user model, and that looks good to me. No more problem we have here. And okay, Okay, sorry, my bad. This one is find by ID, not find one. So find by ID, because that's how you can make a query on Mongo's. Okay, find by ID, and now it will work fine. Okay, now you can easily able to see the logs. So hit a request. You can see here we got all the valid data from our NFT API. Looks good, and you can see this is the logs we got. Let's bring the terminal up. You can see the query took time, we got it, hit the request, and let's come here. Okay, so some problem we have because change the create account and simply pass that header request. This is the token we got. Simply copy that one, come here and try to log in with the account which you have created. So simply grab this one and try to log in here, hit a request, you got a token. Simply copy the token, and that's the token we're going to utilize to log into our API. So simply paste here, hit a request, and that's how we get the data. So it's looking fine, and here you can see in the terminal things are looking fine. No more logs we are getting. Okay, no more logs we are getting. We are not able to get this. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So this is where we left in our API project, NFT marketplace API. I know this video is coming after so many days, and trust me guys, I was wondering to complete this project as soon as possible, but I was involved in other projects, so that's why I was not getting time to complete this. But so finally we are starting, and we're going to complete it very soon. Okay, so this is where we left in the last video. So we are in the user model section. You can see these are the function we have already built in the last video. So if you haven't watched the last video, make sure to watch. You will have the understanding, and if you are watching this video for the very first time, make sure to access the playlist. In that way, you will have a complete idea that what exactly we are building on. So let's come back to the auth controller, and here we have built all the functionality. So we have built the login functionality, we have built the sign up functionality, and here we have written all this piece of code. So this is the signing one, here we are creating the token, this is the login one we have, and this is the protect route, and here we have built all the logic. So here we have this first check that we are checking that whether the token exists or not. In the second check, we are validating that token, and in the third check, we are checking the user who is providing the token is do exist or not. So these are the three check, and the final check we are doing is the password change. So this is the password change check, and this is what we're going to do in this video, and we're going to complete this protect function. So hope you guys have got the idea that what we are exactly working on, and this is the function we have built. This is the instant method we have created. In the last video at the end, we were not getting this logged because we have to do a little bit changes here. Then we can easily able to have the access of the data. So just follow along with me. So this is what we have. This is the console log, and this is the instant method we are building. And here you can see, here you have to do one changes. So earlier what I did, I provided only two equal sign, but it's going to be 3. Okay, so make sure to do this change, save it, and we have to do one more changes in the auth controller. So let's come here, and here you can see that these are the data we are assigning in our database, the data user.create. So in that we are taking this name, email, password, and confirm password. But this time what we're going to do is we're going to need a lot of data. So we have to validate the password change functionality, we have to validate the whether the user exists or not, we have to validate the role. So these are the different data we need from the user. Okay, so this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply comment this, and I'm going to unlock this. I'm going to use this method. Later we're going to modify this, but for the time being I'm going to comment this part, and I'm going to uncomment this, because this request.body will have all the data which user will provide. Okay, but here we are going with this hardcode data that we need only these 4 data, no matter what other data user provide. So this is the one change we're going to do. So just come here, simply select all of these, simply select all this one and comment this one, and we have to uncomment this. So make sure to do this change. This is one is very important. If you don't do that, you will have an error and your code will not work. So here we have all the data. So that looks fine. Save it, scroll all the way down, and here we have the user, and here we have called the change password after, and in that we are passing that decoded the expiry time. So make sure to follow the last videos of the API, then it will make sense. Otherwise everything will become magic to you. So that looks fine to me. Let's come here in the user model, because this time we're going to take another data field. So here we have already taken that password change at. And I'm not going to define an object, I'm going to take a symbol data type. I was testing, so that's why I defined this object. But in your case, because this is the field we have created in the last video, so in your case you will have this simple date. So this is the data we want to add, and this data will add when the user will change the password. Okay, so here we have that. So we have taken this name, we email, photo, password and confirm password, and this is the pre-hook we have created for saving the data, the password. Okay, and here we have the correct password functions. This is the change password functions, and here we have this data. We are simply consoling log out the password change add data, sorry the time when the user changing the password, and this is the JWT token, because this will also have the timestamp. Open your server, so make sure to open your server. If you don't know, make sure to follow the previous video. So open up your server, and here I have already connected the server with the Postman. This is where we left in the last video, and I'm going to simply make a request on our get, so all NFT. So if I make a request, and here you can see we got this, the user belong to this token no longer exists. Come back here, and right now you can see I don't have any user right here in my database because I have already deleted all the users. In your case you might be have. So what we can do, come back here in the user sign up, and here we're going to create new users. So let's come here, bring the terminal down, and here I'm going to remove this because this is the field I was testing. I'm going to tell you that how we're going to include this field is, but for the time being just remove that one. And we need to come here and make a request, and here we got the new user. You can see this is the new user we have created, name, email, photo and the password. And here let's remove this photo as well and create one more user. So these are the three users we have created. Okay, so it's a duplicate, so I have to simply provide a new email address because this is the validation we have provided, that we can't have the same email IDs twice. Every single user will have a different email ID. So change the email ID. This time I'll call Daulat gmail.com, and I'm going to provide the password and click on the request. So here we have the new user, and this is the ID. This is the email IDs. If you come back to the compass and simply reload, and you can see refresh, you can see this is the data, the two user we have created. So that looks pretty fine to me. Now let's come here, come back to the code, and now we have to check this data. So this is the data we want to check, this dot password change at and JW timestamp. So this is the one we have to check. So let's come here, come back here, and we need to simply bring all these fields back here. And here you can see we have this photo. Simply remove this, I don't want this one. And here I'm simply providing this field because this field will be dynamic. When the user will create the account, at that time we're not going to allow this field to the user to fill out. So this will be only allowed when the user will click on the change password. Okay, so we're going to build that functionality, but this is the field we're going to define in our database. Okay, and this will add only when the user will change the password. So here I'm just going with this, I'm creating a user to show you. Okay, so let's create that, and this is what we have assigned, and here I have to provide a different ML ID and click on send request. This is the user we have created. You can see the field we have got, change password change at, and we got the timestamp, and we're going to utilize this timestamp to detach whenever the user will change the password. Okay, so if it's in the future, and the token will generate, because every time user will create his account and whenever the user will log in to the application, we're going to assign a token, and that token is going to be unique to every single user. So once the user will delete his account, or once the user will change his password, then the payload and the token would also change. So those token we have generated earlier before the password change, and after the user have changed the password, so those tokens which already exist in the past, if someone's try to have the token and try to access, so we don't want to allow them. Okay, so that's the entire logic we are building here. So if you refresh here, you can see we got this, and we got the password change at date here, so it will work fine. So now let's do the console log. So let's come here, and what we can do is we're going to simply come back to the login, and now let's try to log in. So I'm going to take this email ID, so this is the email because this is the user we have, copy that one and come back to the login, and we simply paste here. If you passed here, remove this and make a call. And here you can see here we got this token back, and that looks fine to me. And if you come here and if I bring this down and paste the token and make a call, and this time you can see I can easily able to have the access of the data. But earlier it was saying that the user doesn't exist because we had no user, but right now we have, and it exists in our database. So we can easily able to have the access of the data. So it looks pretty fine to me. Now here you can see in the terminal, when you made that request on the NFT, all get all NFT, here you can able to find the data in the terminal. You can see this is the data normal date format, and this is the data in the millisecond in second. And that's the data we are getting. One data is coming from JWT token, and the other data is coming from the password change add, because this is what we have assigned when we created the account, and that's what we can easily able to have the access here. So let's come here. What we can do, let's come down here. We're going to create a variable, and we're going to say changed timestamp, and here we have to build a logic. So let me write first. So we'll say this dot password change at, and we'll call this method get time. And so this is what we have here. Now we're going to simply change this, and this time we're going to call this timestamp. So save it, and if you come back and if you hit the request, you can see that this is how we have converted the timestamps. So the one is in millisecond and the other one we have in the second. So now it looks pretty good. Now it's in the comparable format, so we can utilize it. So now we have to simply, it's in millisecond and this one is second, so we have to convert it into second. So let's convert this. We have to simply multiply by 1000, and we have to simply 10 base property. So when you do that, you can easily able to convert that. Okay, so that's the thing you have to do. We are simply converting that, and we come down, and here we're going to simply return false by default. So initially when the user will create an account, at that time there is no point of changing a password. Okay, so this function, this if block, this instant block which we have created, change password after, it will only run when the user will change his password, and this data field password change add will add it into his data in our server. Only that time we going to check for this method. Okay, but by default we're going to return false from this. So let me write the same thing. By default we going to write return false. Okay, by default this is the default behavior, means no changed. And here we have to look for a conditions which will check whether the password change at exists or not, and that's we can do it very easily. So what we can do here, come here we go to return. So here we have this, if JW timestamp is less than change timestamp, means the user has changed the password, so it will return true. But if it's false, then we are returning default behavior, it's false. Okay, but if it's 3 and this one is 2, so it's false. So by default we don't need to do anything. Hope this makes sense to all of you guys. Okay, and now what we can do, let's come here, and here we're going to, because we are returning the true and false, it's a boolean value. So here we're going to check in the if statement. So we'll say if, we're going to wrap this entire one, and we'll say the next. So in that we're going to display the app error message. So if it's true, that means the user have changed the password, and this is the error message we have to display. And here we're going to use this 401 error code. Or if this condition get fulfilled, then we have to simply call the next middleware, and we have to provide the access to the protected route, protected data. Okay, so hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys. And here we have to simply send the entire user object rec.user, in that we have the entire data of the user, and this data is coming from this fresh. So we have this fresh user. Here we are passing all the data in the request. So hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys. If you still have any confusion, stop the video, try to understand that what we are doing, what comparison we are building, what logic we are initializing. So make sure to analyze this one. So we have written all of these functionality. So this is the main change you have to do here. Okay, rec.body will have all the data, and here we have that. This is the login functionality. Open, looks fine. Simply come and close this one. Here we have the protected route. Here first we are checking token, then we are simply validating that, then we are simply validating, and here we are changing for the passwords. User exists, change password, and finally at the end, once every condition get fulfilled, we are providing the access to the data, and we are also setting the entire request user, the object, to the fresh user. So make sure to do this. So that looks pretty fine. What I want to change this fresh user to current user, and because that's the name shoots. Okay, select all this, come here and simply remove this one and type current user. That looks pretty fine. So hope this entire thing makes sense, and that looks pretty good to me. Come here, and here we don't need to do anything. We have built this instant method, and here we are simply building this condition check, and we have this property, this one getting time, then we are comparing, and at the end we are passing. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Still, if you have any confusion, any doubt, rewatch the video, try to understand that what exactly we are doing here. With that, let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have built the functionality of change password. So if a user change his password, then we have to invalidate all the existing token which user have created at the time of creating an account, at the time of logging. Okay, so make sure to watch that one, is a very important part. In this video we're going to do some important and advanced level of setting in our Postman. So when it's come to building an application, whether it's an API or a front-end application, environment is very important. And you have already seen that we have two different environment in our API. One is production and the other one we have is the development one, and that's the environment we're going to set, because some of the error we want to see for the user and some of the error we want to see for the developer, both are the different one. So okay, so on the base of the environment we have to do the functionality. So first let's build the environment in our Postman, and to do that all you have to do is come here. Here you have this button, click on that, and from here you have two different environment. One is normal environment and the other one is have a global environment, but we're going to go with the normal environment because we have to create two different environment, and that's what we are using in our API. So to create an environment, click on this add, and here you will land. So here you have to define all the variable which you want to define in the environments. Okay, but here we're going to build the environment based on the URL. So let me call this, just follow along with me, make sure to you do the same setups. So here I'm going to say development env, stand for environment, that's the short, and here I have to define the variables. So the first variable is going to be the URL. This is the URL, and the type is going to be default, and here I have to define the URL. So currently our API is located on the local server, in our local server, and this is the URL for the local host. So I'm going to simply say http, and here I have to say 227 point this and 3000. So this is currently where my API hosted, and you may have the same one. Okay, so make sure to type the exact one, and that's the environment variable we have defined, which is a URL, and save it. So this is the one environment variable for the development. You can add multiple. So simply close this one, and now let's for the development, sorry, production. And here I have already created a couple of environment, you can see, for different applications. So right now I have given this development env, and I'm going to add one more. So let's come here, click on this, and again you have to click here, and here we have to say, we'll say production env, and the same thing, same variables we have to pass URL, and we don't have any domain or we don't have any server where our data is going to locate. Okay, so for the time being I will go with a random, let's say, domain name. So I'll call it, let's say, nft.com. You can type whatever you want, and I'll say the same thing here, because when you will buy your own domain name, when you will buy your own server, you will get an URL and you can assign that here. But right now we don't have that. We'll go like this, because obviously right now we're not going to test this. Once we connect in the application, at that time we're going to do that. So that looks fine. Come here and save it, and we have this two environment in our Postman. So development, and we have this production. So close this one, and here we are back in the code. So if you bring it up here, and here you can see in the terminal we are currently in the development mode. So we are in the development, and from here we can set the development environment because we are in the development mode, and here we have to do the important changes. So right now you can see that all the endpoints we have built, whether it's a create account, login, get all data, post data, our localhost URL. So we're going to simply replace that because right now we have converted that as a global variable in our Postman. So we can use that global variable because currently we have selected development environment. So what we can do, we can simply remove that, and here we can provide this bracket. Make sure to provide a two bracket, one more bracket inside the bracket, and in that you have to pass this URL variable which we have declared URL. And if you over on that, you can see right now we are in the development environment, and this is the URL variable we are using. So it's a shorthand, and this will save a lot of bug. This will save your life, because when you will work in a real world application, obviously we're going to do that, you will have multiple endpoints, thousand or maybe hundreds of endpoints you have. So just imagine that if you have to change that manually, that will take almost so much time of yours to do those changes. And this is the best way to do set as a variable, and you have to do the changes in one place, and the changes will take in all the places. Okay, so this is the environment variable we have. It looks fine. You can see the variables on overing on that, and now you can simply make a call. So if you make a call, and here you can see this is the response you got. Okay, I made a mistakes, so cannot find dash slash slash API v3. Okay, so I think I have a double slash, that's why it's getting. So let's come here and let's come back to the get, and let's replace this as well. Replace this double bracket inside the bracket, and we have to type URL. So if you overrun that, you can see the connected. Click on the request, and still I'm getting the same error. Why it's happening? Okay, I remember that what is the problem. So I have provided this extra slash, so simply remove that. If you make a request, and you can see it's working in the same way, we can easily able to get all the data. Same thing we have to do in the post. So click on this, and here I have to simply remove this one. If I remove, and if I make a request, I can see this is the error which I had got, and it says that validation error, because like in our data model we have defined that summary is must, but we are not providing summary. That's why we are getting this validation error. That's not the point, but you can see it's working fine. Our endpoint is working fine. Let's do the changes in all the routers. Okay, because this router will grow eventually, because we have to build for the review, we have to build for the users, so a lot of router we're going to build. So let's quickly change in all of that. If you come to the production, you can see if you over on this, you will have the production URL which you have provided, nft.com. so it's working fine. All you have to do is to switch the environment, and you can easily able to get all the variables. So now it's look good. Let me close and save all of this tab. So let me quickly do that. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to simply change all of these. So let me do it very quickly. So here I have changed all the URLs, all the endpoints we have created. So make sure to do that and simply close all of that. And let's close it. And now we have come to get. So what I can do, simply come here, and this is the one we have to fix it. So if we come back in the user sign up, and here we have this one. Okay, so let's remove this one and try to remove this and come back to the user login, and let's come back to the user sign up. And here what we can do is, let's me change the email ID because I want to create a user. So click on this get request, and here I have this user. You can see this is the user is created, and we have the token. We can click on this test. Okay, we are in the user sign up, and we are clicking the test. Okay, so here we have to define the variable. And if you look at here, if I could scroll out here, you can able to find all the variables which you can set. So the one I want is this. So where it is here is we have a set and environment variable. So the moment you click on that, it will give you this snippet. Okay, so PM stand for postman dot environment dot set value key and its value. So in the value key, we're going to say JWT. Okay, the way we have defined the URL. and that's what we are defining. So here I'm defining JWT, and here I have to define, and in the variable value I have to define the entire token, and that's very easy, we can get it. So if I come here, all I have to do is simply remove that. We'll say pm postman dot response dot json and here we have to come here. So here you can see every time we are creating a user or login, we are getting this token. So that's the variable we're going to pass here, because this is what we are getting in response. So we'll simply copy that and simply paste here, and that's it. That's the only thing you have to do. In this way you can easily able to update no matter what, how many times you are creating the user or login. This will always update the our JWP token. So that looks fine. So here we have, you can see the moment you save it, you will have this green tick on the text. That looks fine to me. Now let's bring this up. If you come to the header, and here you can able to find in the body, looks fine to me. Let's change this to something SSS, and if we create that, sorry, make a request, you can see this is the token we have created. So this is the exact token we have. If you come here, if you click on this to check whether the data is updated, the JWT token is updated or not. So if you click on that, here you will find, so this is the first URL we have set, the variable, and this is the second one, JWT. Okay, I keep mispronouncing this, JWT, and here you can see the variable is updated. This entire variable is updated. This one looks pretty fine to me. Now what we can do, we can come back here in the get, and here you can see that here we are providing this authorization manually, and we're going to change this behavior because right now we have that as a global variable. So if you make a request, you can see this is the response we are getting. Now I'm going to simply turn this on, and if I make a request, I'm not able to log in. Okay, you are not logged into access. Okay, so this is the error message we are displaying now. Now we're going to call that JWT. So let's come here in the authorization section, and here we have to set that variables. So if you click on that, here we have this bear token. If you click on that bear token, and here we have to define the JWT. So double bracket, make sure the same thing you have to do, double bracket, inside that another bracket, and here we have to pass that variable JWT. Okay, and now you will automatically have that. So if you save it, you can see the moment you can easily able to provide that in the authentication section. And if you click on the send request, and here you can have the access of all the data. And here we have the header. If you click on the header, and here you can see we are not passing any authorization, any payload, any token here in the authorization, and it's look fine. What I can do, I can simply come here and I can delete this because I no longer need that one. So bring that, and I can simply log into the application. We are in the header section, and here you can see we have 7 hidden. If you click on that, here you can able to find that it will automatically fill out all these data. So we have this authorization, postman token, host, user agent, accept encoding, connection. So it will automatically update all of these fields for you. So hope this entire thing makes sense. So you can easily able to see the data, and you can turn it off and turn it on. Okay, so that looks pretty good. So these are the important setups you have to do. So I believe that you have learned something new in this video, and you know that how to do the advanced setting, advanced configuration in your Postman, which will save your life. With that, let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video, we have done some advanced setting in our Postman. So if you haven't watched that video, must tell you to watch, and that you will learn that how you have to do the advanced configuration in your Postman, which will save your life. Okay, so now we're going to start working on the auth controller. So this is where we left last time coding, and it's looked pretty fine to me. So these are the instant method we have created, the function we have created for the change password. If you come here, and if you go to this, if we go to the router, inside the NFT router, here we have to build the logic. So right now you can see that this is the method we have, the delete router we have, where we are allowing the user to delete the NFT. But you can't allow anyone to delete the NFT. You have to set the role, and in our API we're going to set the role. So we'll have multiple roles, like we'll have a creator, user, guide, or admin. Okay, so only admin or guide, they going to be allowed to delete any NFT, not the user. So that's the method we're going to build, and we're going to attach in this delete router. So here we are calling this NFT control.delete function, but here we have to attach this function. So let's come here we have to come here. If you come down here you will find that we have this NFT controller and we have the auth controller, and in that auth controller we have built the entire functionality like protect, and we're going to build this admin functionality also in the same file. So simply grab this one and come here. If you can see, this is the protect middleware we have created, where we are checking whether the user is logged in to the application or not. Okay, so this is the protect method we have come here, and that's what we're going to attach first here. So we'll say auth.protect. So this is the protect middleware, and here we're going to build one more middleware. We haven't written any code for that, but let me write that middleware for you. So it's a auth controller, and this middleware we're going to call restrict to, and in that we have to assign the role, like who can have the access to deleting the NFT. So I will go with 2 users. You can set multiple. So I will go with admin, and I will go with the other one is going to be the guide. Okay, I just call this one, what you can call whatever you want. So admin and guide, they can only allow to delete the NFTs. So this is the second middleware, and you can see that our application is got crashed because this method we have not built. Okay, and now before we start writing the entire functionality for the restrict to, we have to add this field in our user model, because we don't have any model to store the data of the users, with what kind of user he or she is, whether he is a normal user or admin or a guide. Okay, so we have to do the changes in our user model. So click on this user model, and here we have to build the changes. So right now you can see we have different models: email, password, name, photo. So we have to build the role as well. So let's come here we'll say role, and it's going to be an object type. In that we have to define the type is going to be a string, and here we're going to take an enum, because one user will have a different role. Okay, so we'll have different properties. So we'll say enum. First thing is going to be, let's say, user. Second one will have creator role. The third will have the admin role, and the fourth one will have the guide. So only guide and admin have the access to delete any data, not the user, not the creator. And we're going to set the default is to the, let's say by default is the user. So right now we are going with this approach. Every single user who will create account, he become the user. And if you want to assign an admin or a guide, so you can build a separate URL, and you can simply allow user to log in from there, and they can become an admin or guide. Or you can simply log into your database, and from there you can do the changes. Okay, but that's the part of the letter. Okay, so just focus what we are doing here. So that's the role we have. Now come back to the auth controller, and here we're going to build the entire logic. So before we do that, I see we are getting still error. So here I forgot to add the comma, so provide the comma, and now it's look good. If you comment that, you can see here we save it, and here you can see we have the error. It says password, so I forgot to provide this comma. So come here, and here I have to provide this comma. You can see if you don't provide the comma, you will have this error, and that's called development. You can see the server is running fine, everything's looking good to me, no more problem. And if you come back to the Postman, and right now you can see I have these 2 users in our database, and each of these users have this role because I was testing. So at that time I created these users, but let me delete it and let me show you from the fresh. So if I refresh, I can see this is one more I have deleted. So right now I don't have any data in my database regarding the users. So let's come here. If I go to this user sign in, because I have obviously have to create a user, because right now we don't have anything. So here we're going to do it, and if I simply call this without assigning a role, it will take the default. So if you make a request, you can see this is the output we got. So we have created the user, and by default we set the behavior to user. This is the entire data we have created. If you come back, refresh it, and you can see here we have that user. The role is user. Now I will come here, and now I'm going to assign an admin. Okay, so what I will do, I will come here, I will say role, and here I will say admin. You can call it guide, it's totally up to you. So admin, and if you make a request, you can see here. So okay, I have to change my email ID, so I will call simply admin, and make a request. And this is the user I have created, and this time this user has the role of admin, and he has the power to delete any data from the database. So let's come here. If you refresh, here you can see we have this data back here. Looks fine to me. Now let's come here. what I can do, everything looks good to me, no more problem we have here. Come back to the auth controller, and this is the functionality we have to build. So it's crash, and here these two data we are passing in this, and here I think I have misspelled, so it's type E, restrict to. And now we have to build this middleware function. Simply copy that one, come back to the auth controller, bring this terminal down, and that looks pretty fine to me. So first we'll run this protect, then it will run this restrict, and after that user will able to delete this NFT. This thus looks pretty fine, awesome. Now we can come here and we'll say export restrict to, and we're going to deconstruct, because you can see in restrict we are passing the admin and the role. So we have to deconstruct that. We'll say roles, and inside that we're going to call another function. So we'll say return, and we're going to pass this request, response, and next. And can you guess from where we are getting this request object? Because this request object will have all the data about the user, and that's what we have passed in the protect. Because first product will run, product middleware will run, then the restrict, then the at the end the delete NFT. And here we're going to simply say if the role dot include, because this role, the deconstruction will come in the form of array. Okay, the two data we have passed in our strict, it will be in the form of array, and we have a beautiful method called includes in array, and that's what we can utilize it. So it will say if role dot includes request dot user dot role. Okay, because in role we have the data about the user role. And if I come here you can see here we have defined the role. If I come here, and that's the role we are checking here, and here you can see here we are passing the entire data, and this request dot user has all the data including the roles, and that's what we are checking here, protect. That looks fine to me. So if the role of the user, if it's not matched with the admin or a guide, then we want to display this error message. Inside that we're going to say you have no access to delete NFT, and we have this 403 method, and we're going to call this next. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys what we did. And if you come here, and here you can see this is the two user we have created, and now we're going to simply take the first user, the user normal user, and this is the admin we have. So I'm going to take the first user which has role of user, so he can't delete NFT. So simply grab the email ID because we have to log in. So let's come here, and first we have to go to this, come here, go to where it is here, delete. So this is the delete router we have, and we can come here, and in the delete router you can see this is the data we have defined. So here we have defined the bearer token, make sure to define this, and here we have defined the JWT. We have the payload, and here we can simply delete the NFT. So to delete the NFT we need the ID for that particular NFT. So what we can do, we can come here, first thing we have to log in because we have to update our JWT. So provide this normal user, and I can simply set this request, and here you can see this is the token and the status is success. So our JWT is updated, and this is the normal user we have, and now we need an address ID of a particular NFT, and we need, let's scroll all the way down, and we need an address. So simply grab this address, and we'll come back to the delete NFT, and here we're going to pass the ID of that NFT. And if you make a request you will get an error message. So this is the error message we have defined, you have not access to delete NFT, and this is the error code 403 which is forbidden, which is not allowed. So our error is working fine, you can see this entire thing is working fine. If you come back here, and this is the exact error message and the code we have defined here. Hope you guys have got the idea that how this entire thing is working. So it looks pretty fine to me. Now let's come here, and this time I'll come back to the database, and I'm going to take the actual admin to delete the NFT. So this is the second user, we have the admin, so we need the address, email address. Simply grab that one, come back here, come back to the Postman, and now we have to log in first. So here we have to change the email, the password is same for all the users, and send the request. So we are log into the applications, and this is the admin, and now we want to delete it. So here we can come, if you make a request on get, you can see right now we have 7 NFT, and now we have to delete this NFT. Okay, if you make a request, here you can see, and here you can see we have successfully deleted the NFT. If you come here, if you send the request, you can see right now we have the 6 NFT because we have deleted the last one. I believe these things are making sense to all of you guys. This is how we can protect and allow access as an admin, as a user. Okay, so this looks pretty fine to me. This is the pretty simple function, but it's really powerful. So let's come here, let's recap what we are doing. So first we are assigning the roles. So admin and guide, they can only delete NFT, delete data in our database. So first it will run this protect function. It will check whether the user is logged into the application or not. Once it log in, then it will run for this check whether the admin or guide, then it will delete the NFT. And in that we are checking for this role. So this is the data we are passing. We are simply deconstructing that, and inside that we are running this function, and this request, response, and next we have this variable request object. Request will have all the data about the user, and we are checking for that conditions. We are matching the roles, and then here we are passing that, and on the base of that we are executing the entire things. Okay, so these are the different roles we have provided. Close this one, close this one, and that looks fine to me. And that's the only thing I want to cover right now in this video. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you. It's better to understand, pause the video, rewatch the video to understand that how we are assigning user role and how we are building condition to have access to delete data. So make sure to watch one more time and understand everything. With that, let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video, we have built the functionality of roles in our API. So only admin or guide can delete the data in our API, but the normal user and creator, they can't. So those are the functionality we have built in the last video, so make sure to watch that. So this is where we left in the last video. Now we're going to simply build the functionality, and the functionality we have to build is forget password and reset password. So in this video, we're going to build the forget password, and in the next video we're going to build the reset password. So let me write the functions. We have to export forget password, and then we have this request, response, and next. Let's copy and this change this to, let's say, reset password. So these are the two functions we have to build, and here you have to provide this, otherwise it will throw you an error. So these are the two functions we have. Let's try to understand that how forget password and reset password exactly work. If you take the example of any application, Facebook, Instagram, when you try to log in, down below you have an option of forget password, and if you click on that forget password button, it will take you to the next page, and that's the same approach we're going to apply. So we're going to take the user into the next page, and there we're going to ask for the data, whether it could be the email or it could be the phone number. It's totally up to you, but we're going to do the validation based on the email. Okay, so in that page user will provide his email, and we're going to send an email to that email address along with the URL where user can reset the password, and we're going to send the token as well to validate whether the user who provided that particular email ID is valid or not. Okay, if it sounds complicated, don't need to worry about that. We're going to build this function together. Okay, so first we'll build the function of forget password, and in the next video we're going to send the email. Okay, so looks good to you. So no more error we have in the console. Come here and we can simply go back to the user router, and this is where we have to build that two router, so forget password and reset password. So we can come here. I'm going to simply copy that, and here I'm going to simply change the endpoint. So this will become forget password, and this will become the reset password. These are the two endpoints we have. Now here we have to wrap the entire function into async function because we are dealing with the promises, and we have to catch an error. So we have already built this functionality. We'll say async, and we're going to wrap that. Bring this down. Entire validation of this forget password will happen in 3 steps. So let me write it down. So the first step, in that we're going to check the user based on the given email. So whatever the email address provided by the user, we have to check it that whether that user exists in our database or not. So that's the very first check we have to do. And the second step, we have to send a random token, and that random token will validate the user that is a real one or a fake one. Okay, so that's the second check. In the third check, we have to simply send an email along with the token and the URL in which the user will simply reset the password. So these are the 3 steps we're going to follow. So let's write the first step, and that's a pretty easy one. We'll say user await user find one, because this time we're not going to say that find by ID, because we don't have the ID and the user doesn't know his ID. The only thing we have is the email which he's providing. So that's we call find one, and in that we're going to provide this email because that's what we are looking for. And the data is coming from here, request.body.email, because this is the email which user will provide in the route. And here we have to build the condition. If user not exists, then we have to throw this error message next, and in that we have to have this error message. We'll say there is no user with this email with status 404. That's the very simple check. I believe so far nothing wrong to all of you guys. So this is the first check we have. Come here. Now we have to create a random token. This token is not going to be as strong as we have created in the user login sections. We're going to create a simple token, and we're going to send this token in the email along with the URL, so we can easily able to validate that. But it's not going to be a small piece of code. We have to write a huge code, so I will take a different approach. So we're going to use the instant method. So instead of writing code here, we can come here in the modules, and here we have built all this instant method, and the same approach we're going to take here. If it's a one line code, then you can build it right there, but it will more than one line. So that's why I'm going with this instant method, and this is the best practice which you have to follow. So let's come here. Here we're going to use this, let's say user.schema, and that we're going to call this method, and here we have to build this functionality, create password reset token, and this instant method will create the reset token, and that's what we're going to receive in the auth controller. So let's bring the functionality. It's going to be a normal function because we need to have this keyword, and here we're going to say this, come here, and if I come here, now we have to install one more package because we're not going to make it very strong cryptographically. We need to just go with a simple one. So we'll have this const crypto, and you don't need to install this package because when you initialize your project, it's come with the modules. You don't need to install this. So we have this crypto, and it's coming from required crypto. Save it, copy that one, and that's what we're going to utilize it here. So we'll say const request token. This is the normal token we have to generate, and we're going to use this crypto dot random bytes and 32, and that we're going to call this toString method, and inside that we're going to pass this hex, and this is the token we have generated with the help of this crypto package. And again, I'm telling you that you don't need to install this crypto packet because it's an inbuilt module and you can simply use it. And here we have created our recent token with the help of this crypto.random 32 bytes, but this one is not encrypted, and we're going to send this token to the user in an encrypted format. But we need to also store this reset token in our database, but you can't store it just like this, because if someone's trying to hack your database, so they can easily able to get the access of all the details. So it's better to encrypt the data. Whatever data you store in your database, it's better to encrypt that. So the data, the reset token we're going to store in our database, that value we're going to encrypt, but when we send that to the user, we're going to send the normal one. So let me show you what I mean by that. Here I'm going to create a crypto dot create hash. We're going to use this hash 3256 algorithm, and we're going to call this update, and we're going to pass this reset token, because this is what we have to encrypt before we save into our database. And here we're going to call digest, and then we're going to pass this hex, and this will encrypt the password. So this is the encrypted password, we got it, and we can come here, and here we have to take a variable. Here we have to take a variable, two variables we have to take. One is for the reset token and one is for the expiry, because we allow the user to reset their password in 10-minute period. After the 10 minutes, the URL will get expired and they cannot able to reset the password. So let's take a two variable. So let's come here. Here we have to take this, let's say password reset token, and it's going to be a string because we're going to store the encrypted password encrypted token in a string format. And the second one is going to be the date type, password reset expire, and it's a date type. So we can easily able to find that. So we have taken this two variable, and that's what we're going to simply update here. So this is the encrypted, the reset token, and that's what we're going to update. So we'll say this dot reset token, and we can update that. So this will update into our database whenever someone will try to reset the password. So once we have that, and now we have to simply set the expiry. So we can come here, we'll say this dot expire and here we're going to use this date dot now, and I want to expire this URL after 10 minutes. So let me do that very quickly. We'll say plus 10 minutes and we have to convert it 60, and then we have to simply multiply with this 1000. So this will become 10 minutes. So let me repeat what we are doing here. First, we are creating a reset token, and this is the token we're going to send back to the user. But when we are storing this reset token in our database, we are encrypting, because we can't store this sensitive data just like that. If someone get into the database, they can easily able to get the details, all the details. Okay, so that's, and we are also setting the expiry date. So hope this entire things make sense to all of you. Try to understand that, and at the end we're going to simply return this reset token because this is what we are sending to the user, non-encrypted one. And we have built this entire functionality. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you. Watch, if you have still any confusion, watch one more time, it will clear your doubt. So this looks pretty fine to me, no more issues we have here. And here I'm going to simply console log out to show you that what data we are getting. So this is the reset token, and this is the encrypted one which we have in our database. And what you can do is remove this one. So I'm getting this error, so this is the error we are getting. So remove this one, remove from here, and just like this, and this will fix the issue. So this looks pretty good to me, and now we can simply copy that one and come here in the auth controller, and now we can test this out. So let's come here in the create a random token. We're going to create a variable called reset token, because this is what we are returning from this function. User will say user dot, we're going to pass this and it will give us the token. So that looks pretty fine to me. And here we're going to say await dot user save, because this method will run before it's saved to the database. So we'll have this validation and we have to turn this false. Now let's test this out. So let's come here, and here we have to do the changes. So here we have to call this, what we have called, this is the forget password, copy, and we have to change this here, forget password, and we have to do the same thing for the reset. So here we have built that, copy that one and paste here. So this is the reset password. So this is the endpoint we have. So that looks good. Let's come back to the Postman, and what we can do, simply create one more tab, and from here we're going to simply grab this one, and that's what we're going to paste here. And here we're going to provide this, we'll say slash, and we'll say what is the name we have given. So let's copy that one, forget password, and that's what we're going to paste, and we'll try to make a call. If we make a call, and this is the error message I got, that cast to object failed for values. Okay, maybe I have something wrong in the code. Okay, this looks something related to the path, and let's save this one because we're going to use this a lot. So let's save this one. So I'm going to simply call it forget password, and let's save into this NFT folder and save it. So here we got it, and let's come here, and here we have to, instead of looking for the NFT, we have to look for the user. Obviously we are looking for the user, not for the NFTs. So here we have to make the changes. We'll say users and save it, make a request. Still I'm getting this error message, say internal server error. Okay, so this is something new to me. Now what I can do is, let's come here, let's go to this, let's come here, all user. Okay, it's users, not user, so my bad spelling. Simply copy that one and simply come here, replace this one, and now it will work fine. So we have this users slash forget password. So provide this slash, and now it will work. Make a request, and still I'm getting this error. Okay, my bad, here I have to call this post because we are sending the email, then it will give us the data. So it's not get, it's post. You might be thinking that I'm making a lot of mistake, but that's the part of development, you forget things. So here we have to call post because we are sending the email, and here we can come make a request, and here you can see this is the error message. We got it because we haven't defined any email, and here we got this message which we have defined, there is no user with this email, because we haven't defined anything, and that's the error message we have highlighted. Okay, so now we have to send the data, which is very easy. Let's come here, this is the error message we have defined. Now let's come here, we have to send the data. So it's gonna be in the form of, we are in the body, we have to click on this raw, and in that we have to select this JSON because we are sending in the form of JSON. And here we have to send the email. So this is the email I want to send. So simply grab this admin one, and that's the one I'm going to send it here. So we'll take this email and I'm going to simply pass the email. And if I make a request, you will see this will keep running on and on, because we are not doing anything, but we have to look at in the terminal. So close this one, come here, and if I open the terminal, you can see, okay, so let's make one more time, and you can see it's keep running, cancel. And if you come here, and here you can see, here we got the data. So we have this object, inside that we have this reset token, and this is the reset token, the one which you can see in the green one. This is without encrypted, and the second we got is a encrypted one. 8b is the encrypted one. So this one is the encrypted one, and the green one is the unencrypted one. So it looks pretty fine. So if you come here, this is the one we are calling, and this is the encrypted one. I hope you guys can appreciate this, that how powerful it is, and you guys are learning something new. Okay, so if you come back to the database, right now you can see we don't have anything, those data, but the moment I will refresh, these two fields will get added. So let me refresh it, and you can see this two field we have this password reset expire. So this is the expiry date, and this is the encrypted token we have assigned. Everything is working fine, and this unencrypted one we're going to send back to the user. So that looks pretty fine to me, and that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. In the next video, we're going to send an email back to the user with the token and the URL. So let's build that logic in the next video. This is where we left in the last video. We built this forget password functionality, and we have generated the token which we're going to send back to the user in the email, so they can click and they can log in. So let's create the email functionality first. So this is the validation. Let me show you this validation, because most of you guys have asked me in the last video that what this validation is doing. So if I remove this validation, because this will save the data. So if I remove that, and if I come back to the Postman, you can see here we are in the forget password. And if I make a request, it will give me this error message, user validation failed, because it needs the password and password confirmations. Because when we want to generate the token for the forget password, the user would be already logged in. Hope this makes sense to all of you guys. Now let's bring this back validators. It's called validate before save. Stop the validation. So that looks good to me. And let's come back here in the utils, and we're going to create another file. In that we're going to build the functionality for the email sending. So let's click on this, and we'll call it email.js. And here we're going to build all the functionality for sending the email. So we're going to use a package which is going to do that for us. So let's install the package, split the terminal, and this package calls node mailer. So node mailer, mailer, mailer. Install this package. Here we have installed the package, clear your terminal, and now we're going to utilize that. So if you come back into the package JSON file, here you will find that this is the node mailer we have. So let's close this one and bring the terminal down, and now we can start using that. So let's import that node required, and we have this node mailer package, node mailer. Let's come down. We have to take a variable called send email. So this is the function we're going to create, and we're going to call this function in our forget password in the auth control. So in that we're going to pass an option. This we have to pass the couple of options, the message, the email. So those are things we're going to assign to this. So let's create this function. So the very first thing is, so we're going to build this send email functionality in 3 steps. So let's write down the first one. We'll create a transporter. In the second option, we're going to simply define the email, that what are the data we want to send based on the options. And in the third step, we're going to simply activate and send the email. So these are the 3 steps we're going to follow. So let's start with the first one. We'll take a variable, we'll say transporter, and here we're going to call this node mailer, and in that we have this function called create transporter. In that we're going to pass an object. So we have to define the email provider we are using. So here we have to define the provider, the service you are using to send the email. So for the timing, let's go with the Gmail, but I'm not going to use Gmail for sending the email, because Gmail will allow you to send only 500 emails in a day, and if you exceed that, your account will be marked as an spam. So there is a lot of email provider services which you can include, but as we are in the development, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a mail trap provider. So what it does, it whatever email you will send from the system, that email is going to be trapped in that mail trap, and from there we can easily able to check all the variables which is looking fine or not. Okay, so we're going to use that mail trap service, and in the production we're going to add the actual provider. You can go with a Snapdeal or any other provider who allow you to send emails. So this is the Gmail service, and here we have to define the authentication. So here you have to define the like the user and the password. So let's come here, and here we'll say user, and I'm going to store this variable into my .env file. So let me do this, then I will create that variable. So I'll say email, capital email, and I'll say username. So this is the name, and here I have to define the password, process.env email dash passwords, and these are the two variables we have to create in our .env file. So let's copy that and come here in .env file, and here we have to define that all the sensitive data you should define in .env file, because you don't want to share with anyone else. Let's here you have to put your own ID, which I will tell you from where you will get. Copy this one, password, come back, and here you have to put your own password. And now let's use the mail trap service, which allow us to test this email. So let's open up your browser and simply type mail trap, MAILTRAP trap. This is the very first link. Click on this, and if you click on that, here you can see one platform to test, send, control your email. So no matter what email you address you provide to send the email, all the email will going to trap into this mail trap, and we can easily able to see. So this one is the perfect for development purpose, because you have to check the system is working or not. So that looks pretty fine. Here we have, you can see, you can read everything about this, but so make sure to create your accounts. So once you create your account, you have to log in, and once you log in, you will find a similar dashboard like this. You can click on this add inbox, and from here you have to create the project name. So I'll call it NFT marketplace. So here we have initialized our project NFT marketplace. Now you can simply click on this, and here you will find your SMT setting. There is a lot of configuration you can do. If you want to use their email provider service, you can do that. And here we have all the data which we need. So click on this show credential, and in that you will have all this data. So you will have this host, port, username, password, auth, all these things we have. Simply grab that one, all of these. So grab this username, come back in .env file, and don't use my, because I have seen that most of you guys use the same code which I provide, and you don't do the changes in the password or in the server, and because of that you get encounter, or sometime there is so much load in my server and I was not able to access even to my own application. So don't use that. I just showing you all the credential. It doesn't mean that you should use the exact one. Use your own one, it's free. And here we have to paste that. So it's a, let's say, grab this password. Okay, here we have to change the password, and here we have to paste the username. So this is the user and password, and here we have to take one more variable, email host. So the host name is this, copy that one and paste here, and we have to take the port as well. So port, port, and the port we're going to use is 25. So grab that one and paste here. So these are the three email provider services we have, and now we can utilize that one. So here we have already initialized that username and password, so we don't need to do any changes here. And here we're not going to use the Gmail, because I believe that most of you are interested to use Gmail for sending the emails, but here we're going to use the mail trap for as a provider. So here we're going to do the change process.env, and we have our provider data. So it's in the, let's say, what we have called email host. So this is our provider, and now we have to take the port, and that we have inside this port. So these are the important data we have. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you. That looks good. Come down, and here we have to finally define the mail options, the data we want to send, because in the options usually provide the email, messages, all those things. So let's build the mail option. So in that we will take the form. So from which account, from which email ID we want to send this mail. So here obviously you're going to define your hello.com, and here you have to define the email where you want to send, and this data will come in the form of options. So these are the data we have to pass. So this is the data we'll receive here, and that's what we're going to simply pass here. Let's define the subject, and we have the subject in the options. Now we have to define the text. we have this in the message. And you can also send the HTML. So right now we are sending text, but you can send HTML as well. But for the time being, I will go with the text. So this looks fine. So these are the mail options we have. Now we have to send this email. So for sending that, we have to say await transporter, and we have to call this send mail function, and in that we have to pass the mail option. So these are the data we have to pass, and here we have to convert this function into a async function, and that looks fine. These are the only things you have to do, and here we're going to make it export module.export, and we have to export the function send email. Hope this entire thing makes sense. So these are the configuration you have to do. So this option will contain all the information about the user to whom we want to send the mail, and these are the mails options, these are the provider, and that looks fine to me. So now we can utilize this. So where we can utilize, come back to the auth controller, and we want to utilize here because here we have built all this functionality. First thing, we have to import it. So let's come here. It's coming from utils called email.js email, and change this to send email. Copy that one and come here, and here we have to simply build the functionality because here we are sending the email. So here we're going to say const reset URL. First we have to build the URL. In the email we're going to send the URL, so your user can click on that URL, it will open in the browser, and he can put his password. So let's construct that. So let's take this template literal, and if you come here, I'm going to simply grab this. So grab this entire URL and come here, open a new tab and paste here, and here we're going to call this reset password. Okay, so make sure to do these changes, come back to the router, and we have to create the router. For this we have already created that router, and that's what we're going to simply paste. So make sure I type the raw spelling. Okay, this is the right spelling, and this reset password will take the token ID which we're going to send in the email. So this is the, just go with a random data, and we're going to call this method, we're going to call this patch because we are updating the password. So this is how we're going to construct the URL, and this is the URL we're going to send in our email. So let's save this one. We'll say reset password and save into the folder to do any changes, and this looks fine. Now come here back, and this will say we'll call the patch method, save it, and here we're going to take this token because ultimately we are receiving the token in this URL. So that's what we have to do here. This looks fine. Come back to the auth controller, and now we have to construct the URL. So we'll take this dynamic block and we'll say rec.protocol, and this rec.protocol will work for all the environment, whether we are in development or whether we are in productions, whether you are using a localhost or whether you are using any particular location or your own domain name. This will fix the HTTP protocol, whether it's HTTP or HTTP not. So that's one. Here we are, and here we have to define the rec.get, and then we have to define the host. So what is the host? If I host this entire application on nftmarketplace.com, so that's going to be the host. So this one is dynamic. So host, and here we have to pass the API. So API/v1 users, in that we have all the data about the user, and in that we're going to simply take this reset password, and here we're going to pass the reset token. So this is the token we're going to send to the user. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys. This is a dynamic URL. No matter you are in production or you are in development, it will work fine in both the environment. So that looks good. So come here and let's create a message, because the message we want to send in this email, that's what we have to define here. So here I would take this template literal. I will say forget your password, submit a patch request with your new password and confirm password to this URL. This is the URL we're going to pass it, and we will take a new line and we'll say if didn't forget your password, please ignore this message. That's the simple email. So that's the simple message we have built for sending in the email. So we are sending the URL which we have constructed right on the top. So looks fine to me. Let's come here. Here we have to say wait send email. So this is the function we are importing. from the email.js, and here we have to simply send the data. So we have to define the email in which we want to send the email. So for the time being, I will take this user.email, because, or you can simply type this reg.body.email, the email which user is providing. You can get it from here, or you have all the data right in the user, so you can get it from there as well. So we have this user.email is the email, and we have to send the subject, your password reset token, valid for 10 minutes, because we will allow them to reset their password within 10 minutes. After that, the token we have generated will get expired. And here we have to send the message. So these are the data we are passing, and now we have to send the response. So once someone will submit that, we have to send the response back. We can't leave it like it is. So let's say status is going to be 200 JSON, and that we have to send this object. So status success. This is the same thing we are doing for so many times, and here we have to display the message token sent to email. Looks fine to me. So these are the functionality we have built. So it looks good, no more problem we have here. So this is the function we have, and things looks good. Here we have the reset URL. This is the protocol, get, host, and the API and the token. This is the message. This is the send email, and with the response. Now we have to wrap this entire function into a try and catch, because if anything goes wrong while sending the email, we have to catch that. So let's create here, we'll say try and catch, and we're going to simply cut this entire one, and we're going to put inside this try block. And if everything goes wrong, so the very first thing we have to do is the token we have created, we have to simply set to undefined. So let's do that. So this looks good here. Let's open it. Password reset token, and we have to set this to undefined. Reset token to undefined, and we're going to replicate that, and this will become the expired. So we have to set this undefined, both the token, reset token, and the expire. So this will not get stored into the database when someone try to change the password. So that looks good. Why I'm getting this brackets. So let's try to remove it. Okay. So that looks fine here. Now we have to simply get this validation, because we don't want to run the validation, otherwise it will throw the error. Remove this one bracket and put this and paste this. Now it looks fine. So we don't want to run the validation. We don't want to validate. Let's come here, and here we're going to simply return this error message. So we have this error class we have created, and that we're going to send this error. There was an error sending the email, and we have this message along with 500 internal server error, and somehow the app got crashed. Okay, let's see. Bring the terminal up, and here it says that next. Okay, it's not next, it's going to be new. So save it, and now our application is back online. Looks fine to me. And now you can come here, and if we come back to the forget password, so let's take this one, copy, come back here, and simply paste here and make a request. And here we got this error message. There was an error sending the email. So the error message we have defined, we got that, but why it's coming this? So the error is happening in our function. What we can do, come here, this looks fine to me. The error is coming from here. So there is a problem in our send email, and you can see this is the token, a encrypted token and unencrypted token. So both are looking fine to me. Come back to this email, and here we have to change this to host and save it. Bring the terminal up, and here you can see we have to restart the browser, because whenever you create any environment variable in .env files, you have to restart the application, otherwise those variables will not get read. Okay, so let's stop and restart the application. We'll type npm start in our development mode. So here our application is running. We are in development mode. You can see that. Looks fine to me. Come back here, and let's try to make a request. So it's taking a bit time. That means things are working fine. So it's taking too much time. Ultimately, because we are using third-party service to send the email, so it's taking a bit time. So just wait. And here we got an error back. There was an error sending the email. Okay, we are getting still the same error, and actually I was stuck for a while to find out that what's the problem we are having. All the codes we have written is absolutely fine, but the problem right now we are having with the mail trap. Our code is fine, so let me show you how you can fix that. So we need to have a new service provider. So this time we're going to use this Ethereal, ethereal.email. This is the service provider we're going to use. Come to this website and create your accounts. When you create your account, you will have a similar interface like this. Here you will find all the credentials, so name, username and password, but we need this one. You can see node mailer configuration. If you want to build a PHP mailer, you can simply use this configuration. If you're using Swift, SMT, so they have all the thing, but the one we need is this transportator node mailer. Simply grab that one, come back in the email provider, and right now I haven't done any changes in our email.js. All I have to do is simply open this one and comment this entire transportator, and we're going to use this one. So right now I'm showing this password again. I'm telling you don't use this. So these are my transporter. So looks fine to me. Now it will work fine. So if you send a request, it will take a little bit time, and finally it send the mail. So token send email. So it has sent the email. So come here, come back to the same application, the Ethereal mail, and you click on this message. If you click on this, here you will find the messages which you have sent. So I have already tested previously, so that's why you can see, but this is the new one we have. Click on this, and we have sent it right now in 11:30, and the same time I have right now in my computer. So click on this, and here you can see here this is the message we have defined: forget password, submit a patch request with your new password and confirm password. And this is the URL we have built. You can see this is the entire URL we have built, and this automatically got fetched. So we have used this protocol, so that's the URL host and everything's look fine. And here we have this token. So if you copy that token, and if you come here, and right now you can see this is the token, unencrypted token we are sending, which is E4, and the same thing we have sent in the email. Here you can see, and this scripted one we have saved in our database, this one 2E. So if you come here, refresh, and here you can see here we have this 2C2. So that's how it will work. Looks fine to me. Now we can is able to send the mails and get into our trap. So that looks fine, no problems. We have make sure to do these changes. Come here, close this one, close this one. Here we are in auth controller, and that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have learned that how you can send emails and how you can trap that email. If you really want to make it production level, obviously we're going to do that. In that scenario, all you have to do is to use an actual provider like a Gmail or any third party provider like Bluehost or HostGator. So there is a lot of things. With that, let's move to the next video. This is where we left in the last video. Looks fine so far. So these are the sending emails. Now we're going to start working on the reset password. For resetting password, we have to follow 4 steps. So number one we have is to get the user based on the token. Second, we have to, if the token has not expired and there is a user, then set the new password. That's the second step. In the third step, we have to simply update the password for the user, and in the fourth step we have to log the user into our application with the help of JWT. So that's token we're going to send back. So let's write the very first one, and that's very easy. We have this hash token, and here we can come here, and here we're going to take this crypto package. Simply use the package. We'll say crypto dot create hash. In that we have to pass this algorithm hash 256. In that we're going to call this update, and we have to pass the rec dot params, because in that we have the token. Remember, in the email we are sending that token, and this is how we can get it. So in that we can say token, and we're going to call this digest, and that we run hex. So this will give us the token. And if you come here, and this is the same logic we have followed here. You can see in the router we have this token, and from there we can get that. Here we have to take the user, await user. In that we're going to call this find one, and we have to find the user on the base on the password reset token, because that's what we have stored into our database. So we'll say hash token, then we have to check the expires. So we'll take this MongoDB, and we MongoDB query model, and in that we're going to say did now. That looks good, and turn this into a async function. So right now we don't have an error, simply looks fine. Hash token If you come back to the user model, you have noticed that this is the exact thing we have followed here, and the same thing we are doing there. You can convert it into a reusable format, reusable function, but I will go in the simple approach to make things simpler. So that looks good. We are finding the user based on this token and the expired. Here we have to send the error message if the user don't exist. So there is an expired token, or maybe the user have provided the wrong token. So we have to send the error message back to the client. So let's send the error message. That's very easy. Next, new app error, and that we say that token is invalid or has expired, and it will have this 400 error code. But once there is a user with this token and the expiry date, then we have to do something. We'll use this user and we're going to simply use the rack.body, because in that we'll have the password. When the user will reset the password is available in the body. So we have the password. We'll take this password, confirm, and we'll simply update that password confirm. And here we'll take the user password reset token, we're going to do undefined, and we have to set this expiry to undefined, because we don't want to store this data in our database. Once the user have reset their password, we're going to simply remove that, and we'll say await user.save method. So this will save the method. Looks fine, no changes we have to do. Looks good. Hope this entire things makes sense to all of you guys. And let's come here. So let's bring this here, and we have to rearrange a couple of things. So here we are, and if you open this login, in that you have noticed this, that we are calling the same function, this sign up token. We are sending this token in multiple places, in login, in create, or so this is the login one. So what I want to do is I want to simply convert this into a reusable function. So if you come here in the, and that's what we need to send here as well. So simply copy and paste here, because at the end we want to send the token, and based on this token user can log into our applications. So let's do one thing. Let's convert this into a reusable function. So that's what looks good here. And let's come here, go to this. First we have to simply save this one all, close all the tab, close this one. Look good. Come back to the database, refresh. We have these user, you can see these are the data we have. Grab this email, come back and come to forgot password. We have to provide the email, and we have to come here, come back to the, first we have to log in, otherwise it will throw an error. So come back here, here we have the param, simply copy that one, come back to the forgot password, so it can take the data that we are the one who is actually trying to change the password. So this is our token. Come here, and now we can simply make a request. So just wait, it will take a little bit time, and here the token is sent to the email. Let's come back to the here and come to the body, go to this raw, and here we have to simply call this JSON, and here we have to define that. So let's come back to the email, reload the browser, and here you find that when you will click on that forgot password, it will create this two field in the user data model. So we have the expiry and the token. And now we have to come back here, and here you in the mail service you will find, let's come here and reload the browser, and this is the mail, we got it, open it, and here you will find that this is the URL, and now we have to get the entire ID token. Simply copy that one, and that's we need to change the password. So here we are sending this demo one, simply replace this one, and we have to send the token. So, and here we have to change the password, so we'll say new password 123, and we have to pass the confirm password, because these are the two data we have to pass. And that we're going to pass this one, but this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide the wrong confirm password to check whether the validator is working or not. So click on the send, and it's taking a time, and just wait, it's taking time, it's taking too much time. Shutting down the application, password reset expired. So the token we are using, it's expired token, that's why we are getting this error message. So let's come here. Okay, here I have the problem. Simply provide this, and because of this the date is not getting updated into our data user data model in our database. So save it, restart the application. This will reset automatically. Come here and try to, this time what we'll do is, let's come to the forgot password and send a request first one more time. So we have sent the emails. Let's come here and reload the browser, click on this, and this time we have got this new token. Simply grab this entire token, come back to the reset password, and here we have to pass the token, paste here and send the request. Again, it's taking a little bit time, so let's come here in the code, and here you can see, here we got the validation error. You can see the data, the error message we are getting in our terminal, validation error. So it's working fine. Cancel that one and let's provide the right password. So simply come here, we'll remove this 4, and this time we'll try to change this password. Hit enter, and okay, first we have to simply save it to, it will restart the application, because when the error was happened the application was crashed. So we have to save it to restart the application. Now it will work fine. Come here, send a request, and you can see this is the token we got back, and we have successfully changed the password. That looks fine. So you have successfully changed the password and look fine, no more error we have. So this looks pretty good. Here we have the error message. Simply cut this and paste here. So let's come here, bring that down, and we have to cut this portion and bring it up here, and here we have to simply bring a functionality. So let's come here, and here we have built all the modules, and now we're going to create a middleware to save the password. So let's come here in the user model, and we're going to create an instant method. We'll say method, and we'll call this pre method, and that we call the save functions. In that we're going to pass this next, and we have to simply check for that. So the reason why we are doing this is that when the user will create his account, at that time we don't want to run this. When the user is changing the password, only that time we want to execute this. Okay, so we have methods in Mongoose which allow us to do that. So we'll say if is not modified, and we have to say password. So if the password is not changed after account is created, that's the one scenario, and we'll say this dot new means when the user will create his account, at that time we don't want to call this function, and then in that scenario we have to simply return this next. Otherwise we have to call this password change at, and in that we have to simply pass the date. The reason why we are subtracting with 1000, because we want to make sure that first the password gets changed. When it gets changed, after that the token gets generated. Okay, so that's why we are doing this 7000, and that's a simple trick. And here we have to call this next middleware. Looks fine. That's the only thing we have to do here. Now come back here, simply send request, and here we got this error message that the token is invalid or has expired, obviously, and our logic is working fine because we have set the token validation for 10 minutes, and I will stop the application for a while, and you can see the validation is also working fine. So the token is got expired. So to change the password we have to simply create a new token. Okay, that looks good. Come here, go back to the forget password, and now we have to simply come here, reset it, and this time we're going to take this one, this buddy, copy that address, come here and simply paste, send request. This is the error message I have got, is modified, is not defined. Okay, maybe I've done something wrong in the pre-hook we have created. So let's come here, get back to the user model, and in this we have to say that here we are calling this, and here we have to call this, because this keyword will refer to the model, and this, so it can know, okay, we are talking about the password. So this dot modifier, now this will fix the issue. Save it, come here, make a request, and let's see what response we get, and the email we have sent. So let's come back to the here, and let's try to find out the email we have got. Yes, we got it here. Click on this, and this is the token. Simply grab that one, copy, and now come here, we change it, and here this time we want to change the password. So set in the request, and you can see the password is changed. New password 122, now 123. So the password is changed for the user. So that looks fine to me. If you click on this, you will have all the 6 user and you are logged into the applications. Looks good to me. Now let's come back here, and that's pretty much. This is how you can send email and look for the change in the password. And that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have got the idea. With that, let's move to the next video. So this is where we left in the last video. In that, we have changed the password successfully. Now we're going to continue where we left. So let's come here, and this is the reset password, this is the send email, this is the hash generation reset password. Now let's come here, and we have to create one more function. This will call updating password. Earlier it was changing the password, and now we are working on the updating the password. So let's bring the functionality for that. We'll say export dot update password, and you have to understand one thing, that changing password and updating password is a two different thing. So it will take the request response, and it will have this next. For updating the password, we have to follow a couple of steps. So let's write down that. So get user from collection of data. So first thing, we have to find the user who wants to update the password. So let's come here. So the second step we have is the check if the user posted current password is correct. The third one we have is if update the password, and the last one we have is log user after password changed. So these are the 4 steps which we have to follow, and I believe that you guys can do it very easily. It's the same repetitive things we have to do here. So I just want you to give a try from your end, that how you can build the logic to do this, how to get the user from the collection, how to check for the password, then how to update the password, and how to log the user. So it's a very simple one which you can do it very easily. And okay, let's write it down. So first thing we have to do is to get the user from the collection. So we'll take a user, and all the data we have in this user, I'll call this find by ID. And the reason why we can easily able to access the data request.user ID, because user can only change the password when he logged into the applications. Then he can, without login, he cannot change the password. So we have the ID. In that, we're going to call this select method, because earlier we have not displaying the password in the output. So here we have to specifically select the password, because we need the password to do the comparison. So we'll pass the password for the particular user, and here we're going to wrap this into a catching function, because we are dealing with the promises. So that looks good. Why I'm getting this error? Remove this one. Okay, fine. Let's come here in the second step, but before we do that, let's come back into the user module, and here we have to, here you can see, here we are checking for this correct password. So the user is providing the password, we have to check that. So this is the instant method we have already built, and we're going to utilize that. Simply copy that one, come here, and that's what we're going to call it here. So we'll say if await correct password request dot password confirm. So the password user is providing, user dot password, then we have to simply do this, return this next, and we have to display the error message if it's not matches the password which user is providing, and we'll display this error code. Hope this entire thing makes sense. Somehow the application got crashed, so let's see what I have done wrong. And here I have to provide this, and it's still crashed. Okay, and here now it's looking back, so I have to provide one more bracket. Now it's look good. So we have this function which can check the password user is providing, and the password is already there in the database. So we can compare that. On the base of that, we can easily be able to find that the password is right or not. And then we have to simply update the password. So we'll say user password is that rag.body password, because user will send this new password, and we have to do the confirm password as well to run the validation. And then we have to simply call this save method, because we want to update the password. So it looks good. Very simple function. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys. And let's come here on the top, and here we have to create a small function. So we'll say create send token, because once a user will send the password, we have to do something. Okay, so let's write the functionality. We'll take this user status code, and we'll take this next. and let's convert it, and here we can come, and you can see these are the code we are writing over and over again. So we are writing this code 3 times, the same codes. So we're going to convert this into a reusable module. So simply copy that one and paste here, and here we have to do the changes. So status code to be status code, and here we have to simply copy the user, and that's what we're going to send it here, user. So that's the upper reusable module, and this is the function we're going to call it. Come here. So first thing, we have to simply grab this and comment this. Here we're going to call the function, and in that we're going to pass the data. We'll pass this new user with the status code, and we have to pass the request response. So these are the 3 things we have to pass. Simply grab that one, come down here, and here we are into the login, and here we are sending the same response. Simply paste here and comment this, and here we have to call it, let's say this time user, not new user, and this time started code is going to be 200, and we have to send the response. Simply grab that one, and we have to do one more. So if you come here where it is and scroll all down, we have written so many code. So here we have, so simply paste here, and we have to simply comment this, and right now we don't need to do any changes. So this looks fine to me. So we have converted that function into a reusable module, and now we are utilizing it, and here we go to call the same one, and this will be user and response, the same status code. So looks fine, no more error we have, our application is running fine here. Let's come here, go to the router, user router, and here we have to build that router. So simply copy that one, paste here, and this time we're going to remove this, and we're going to say update me my password, and here we're going to simply remove it. We'll say protect, because we have to check whether the user is logged in or not, and this protect, the function we have created, will do that for us. And now we have to simply call the auth controller, and that we're going to call it update password. So that looks fine. This is the function we have created, and that's what we are calling here. So it looks good to me. Come back here and simply copy this one, open a new tab, and we have to paste here. This time we're going to call this patch method, and this will become update my password. Looks good. Here we have to set the authentication. So bear token auth, so it will have the token. Now save it. Okay, I forgot to rename this, and just rename it. So I'll call it update my password. Looks good, save it, and now looks good. And here we have to simply define the password in the body. So click on raw JSON, bring this down, and we'll take this, and we're going to define the password. So first thing we have to define is that we have to check the current password. So password current, because this password current, we are checking the password we have in our database, and then we are updating. So we need a current password, then we need the actual password, the new password, and then we want to do the confirm. That's simple. Save it. Now come here in the user login, and here we have to first log in as a user, so we can change. So this is the admin we have. Click on this, and here we got this error message that incorrect email and password. Okay, recently we have changed the password to this user, and that's why we are getting this error message. Okay, so let's come here, go to the new user, and let's create a new user. So this time I will say that, let's say Ryan, and send a request. And here you can see this is the new user I have created, but here it says that new user is not defined. Why it's no user is not defined? This is the error message I'm getting. Let's come back to the code, and the errors is coming from create. So here we have auth controller. If I come up here, and let's see where we are creating the user. So where it is, so here in sign up. So for the time, what I will do, so this is the new user we have, and that's what we are sending here. So let's do only comment this, and let's uncomment this for the time being. Save it, come here and make a request, and you can see it's working fine. And here we got this duplicate key error, because this user is already get created, but we got the error when we try to fetch that data and display in the front end. So let's do the changes. Email, and now create one. So if you create, and here we got the new user. Looks fine. Now we are to grab this password, and that's the password we're going to provide. So let's come here, update my password, and we're going to provide that current password. Save it first, close all this existing one. So grab this password, grab the email, and we have to log in first. Say login, click on this. So we are logged into the application. Try to log in, we are getting this error message, new user is not defined. Why it's coming here? So maybe we done something wrong in our function, the where we are creating the token. We are doing something wrong there. So here is the problem we have. So this is create send token, we have the resolve function we have created, and this is the user, and here we have to say not new user, we have to say user, and because of this we were getting the error. So let's bring this back. So I can simply comment this and simply comment this out, and that looks good. Now if you come here in sign up and let's create a new user, it will work fine. So let's remove that one, create, enter, and you can see it's working fine. We got the new user back. Simply come in the login section, and here we have to do the changes, hit a request, and here we can log into the application. So both one is working fine, and now we can simply update the password. So first I need the old password, simply grab that one and paste here, and here I have to do the changes as well. So I'll say that Daulat Hussain, simply grab that password and paste here. So these are the my new password, and hit request, and here I got this error message. It says that correct password is not defined. Not again. So we make a mistake in our instant method. So let's come here and let's try to find out. And here we have this update password. Inside that we are calling this method. So first we have to change this. It's not password confirm, it's current password, because that's what we want to compare with our database password, not confirm password, current password. So this is the one change we have to do, and here we are calling the function straight away, but we have to provide that this function is available in this user. Okay, so that looks fine. Save it, and now it will work fine. So come here, and now if you try to give a wrong confirmation password and hit a request, you will get this error message. It says that the password is not like validation here, the password confirm password is not the same, the validation error you're getting. So it's working fine. If you remove that and give the both the password same, so you make a request, and you can see the password is changed, and we got the token back. If you come back to the database, and let's see what is the name we have given, Akhtar. So this is the Akhtar we have. Let's scroll all the way down, and you can see this is the we have here. Refresh it, and you can see, let's come here. What I want is copy this test, go to this test, simply grab that one, come back in the update my password and paste here, and save it. And now we have to create a new user. Let's create it, and this time it will work fine. So now we have to simply log in, get the email, come back to the body and provide the email, and simply log in. And this is the password 123. Actually this is the password, copy and paste, I don't want to make any mistake. So this is 1234, hit a request, and now you can see it's working fine. We got the new user, and here we have this token already exist in, and we have pasted this token in the test, so we have the access, and now we can simply change the password. So let's click on this, and this is, let's provide the old address. So this is my old password of the account which we have created just now, and this is going to be the new one. Now if I reload, if I come here, and you can see this is the password we have assigned, this is the new account we have created, and the password we have is this. You can see you have to keep in this mind, q3u. So this is the hash password. The moment I will click on this send, you can see the we have successfully changed the password, and we got the new token back. And if you come back to the database, you can see the moment I will refresh, it will change. So refresh, and now it's changed, QEW. So the password is got changed. Looks fine. Hope these things make sense to all of you, and these looks good. We have no issues so far, all the function is working. Let's close all this open ones, login, post, restrict to, we have forget, and we have this reset, we have this update. So we have written so many functions, and that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. With that, let's move to the next video. And this is where we left in the last video. Hope everything's good from your end and you guys have not encountered any error. Come here and we will go into the user controller, and here we're going to build a functionality. So let's come here. The function we want to build is here. You can see we have created all these methods like create user, get user, update user, and these all functions for the admin. So the user cannot call any one of these methods. All of these methods for admin. So if admin wants to delete any user, he can call this delete. If admin wants to update user, he can update. So all these methods are available for the admin. Now we're going to create one more module for the user. So let's come here. We'll call export update me, and this function will allow us the user to update their data. So it's gonna be request, response, and next, and we're going to follow a couple of steps. So first step is going to be create error if user updating password, because for updating password we have a different route, and if user wants to update the password, they have to go through that. We don't allow user to update their password by this function. It's only for updating data. The second one we have is the update user data. So first we have to check for this, that whether the user is updating password or not, and that data we have inside this body. We'll look for the password and password confirm. If any one of these field we find in our data in the body, then we want to throw this error message. So we'll say return new. So let's come here. Here we have this app error. Simply grab that one, and that we need here in the user controller. Simply paste here, and that's what we're going to utilize is new app error, and then we have to pass this. So we'll say this route AID is not for password update, and we have to please use this, the actual one, and we have to show the code, error code, which is 400. So this is the error. Now looks good. Come here in the update user data, in that we have to send the response. So 200 JSON. Inside that we have to send good object, and we have to send the status. So that status is going to be success. Looks good, and we come here. So that's the response we are sending. Let's go to the user model, and let's close this one, close this user model as well, and come here in the user route, and here we have to copy that, and we have to create a route. So this time we're going to say update me, and this will say user controller, not auth controller, and we'll call this update me. So that looks good, and here we have the router update me. Simply copy that one, come back to the Postman, and now we have to close all this existing one, because right now we don't need it. We copy this one, close this, and close this one as well. Click a new one and paste here, and here we're going to call this patch method because we are updating data, and here we're going to call the endpoint. So update me, save it, set call update me, and you can see our API is growing. We have so many endpoints. So that looks fine, and here we have to come into the body, then we have to go raw, and here we have to send the JSONs, and here we have to send the authentication. So we can allow the user only login, then they can update. So that's the authentication we have. Now come back in the user. So let's do one thing, simply delete all the user, because a lot of users have a missing data. Some of them have the expiry, some of them have active. So let's make it fresh, delete the users, and we can start from the fresh. So refresh, no more user we have. Now we have to create a new user. So let's come here and let's provide an email. So this time I call Daulat. The role is not going to be the, so I will provide a normal user. Remove this one and make a request. So here I have created this user, which is a normal user. I got this token back. Come back to the update me, go to the body sections, and here I want to update a data. So first thing is, let's try to update the password. Okay, let's put this field and let's see what message we get. So let's make the password to, let's pass 1234. So this is the password field, and let's add the name because I also want to update the name. So if I do this, Hussein, Now if I try to come here, refresh, you can see I have created this one user and his name is Dollar, but I want to change his name to Hussein. So this is the Hussein. Make a request and this is fail. This route is not for the password update. So our error handler is working and we can easily able to handle the error. So looks fine to me. Come here. So this is the error we are getting from here. Now if we try to simply remove this and try to send this, and you can see we get a success in our database because we haven't built the logic for that. So we're going to build it shortly. So it looks fine to me. Let's come here and let's build the logic. So we'll take a variable, we'll say user, and we'll get the user in this find by ID because the user is logged in. That's why he can change the password. So we have the ID of that particular user in that request.user.id. So we got the particular user, and once we have the user, we have to simply call this name and we have to simply update them. So right now I'm going with this hardcode value. So name is be 0 and I will say this user.save, but this method will not work. It will throw an error. Let's wrap this in a catch async, so if anything goes wrong we can catch that. So wrap it, and this is not the ideal method which you have to use to do that. So if you make a call, it will throw you an error. So it says that user.save is not a function. So you have seen that many places we have used this save method, but here we're not going to use the save method because we are updating the data. So there is a special method in Mongoose which we can call right now. So what we can do, let's come up here. We'll take a variable called filter, and the reason why I have taken this filter variable because we should not allow user to update all the data about themselves. Just imagine that a user have created his account as a normal user, and if he can update that normal user into admin, so he will access the entire router. So you have to specify a particular field that only those field can user change the data, like name, email, or the password, or the email photo, or the descriptions, or the summary. These are the field the user can only change, not the roles, not the ID. Okay, so these are the sensitive data which we don't want the user to change. So let's build the logic for that. We'll take a filtered body, and in that we'll say filter object, and then we have to simply pass this rag.body, and this body will have all the data whatever the user will provide on this route. So we want to take this name and the email. So we want the user only to do the changes in the name and the email, nothing else. You can provide in the summary, you can take we have a photo for the user, you can also provide that field here, but I'll just go with this two variables to make things simple. Looks good. Come here, these are the filter body function we have, and here we're going to say update user, and here we're going to call, remove that, await, we'll call this user dot find by id update, find by id and update. We'll get the user with this particular data, and in that we're going to simply pass this filter body, and in that we have to define this new true, and we have to run this validator because we have to still validate the data that the user is the data user is providing, so we have to validate that as well. That looks good, and now we can simply remove this. Once we have that, looks fine to me, and let's come here, and here we're going to call this function filter object. Let's create another function. In that we have to take this object and we're going to deconstruct that, and here we are passing all the fields which we are allowing user. So we are deconstructing that, and here we're going to build the logic. So we'll say new object, an empty object, sorry, object dot key. In that we're going to take this object dot for each, and we're going to take this element, and in that we're going to say if allow field dot includes element, and we'll take this new object and we're going to simply add that into that new object. We're going to simply update that. Hope this entire thing makes sense, and we'll pass this new object. So that's a simple JavaScript, nothing complicated. Make sure to follow the way I have did. So, and that's, come here, that looks good to me, and here we're going to send that data, and in that we'll pass this user update user. Okay, so this is the data we'll get back, and that's what we are sending here as a response. So it looks good to me, no more issues we have. Fine, now we can test it out. So let's come here. Here we are in the update me, and this is the one we try to update. So if I come here, if I refresh, so right now you can see this is the role we have provided user, and we have the name. Okay, so I want to change this role to admin as well. So let's come here I will say role to admin, and I'll say admin. And if I make a request, you will see that this is the entire data we have got back in response, and this time the role doesn't get changed because we have defined that only email and the name will change, not the role. The role is still user, and the user have provided admin, but he cannot change that. So it looks fine, and here you can see the name is changed to Hussein. If you come back to the database, right now it's Daulat. If you refresh, you can see this turn will Hussein. So it looks fine. This is how you can create and update the data. Looks fine to me, and that's pretty good. So I hope this entire things makes sense. This filter body, the logic we have built. If it still have any confusion, try to rewatch. That will give you a clear understanding. And that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. With that, let's move to the next video. So this is where we left in the last video. We have built the functionality of update me, and in that we are allowing user to update their data like name, email, and the photos, summary details. Okay, so if you haven't watched, make sure to watch that. So this is where we left. Now let's come here. Things looks good to me, no more error. We have simply closed this one, and this function we have created, delete user, it's only for the admin. So admin can only delete the user and update the NFT details. Okay, so we don't need to do anything right here right now, we'll do it later. So let's come here, welcome back to the user model, and here we are. And now I want to teach you a very important concept when it's come to handling the user data. So sometimes what happened that a user create his account in your API or in your application, and his data is get stored in the database, but later he decide to delete his account. So in such scenario, you should never delete his entire informations. In that condition, you simply set his account inactive. You should never delete his account or delete his information, and that's logic we're going to build here. So to do that, let's come here in the user model, and here we're going to take a variable, say active, one more field. So in that we'll say type is going to be a boolean. So if it's true, that means a user is active. If it's false, that means a user is not active, means deleted his account. So type is blue. Here we're going to take a default value is going to be for true, sorry, and here we will select this to false. And the reason why I have select this false, because I don't want to display this in the output when the user will create his account, because this is the sensitive data which I'm using internally for storing the data and displaying the data. So this is the one field we have created in our user model. Now let's come back to the user controller, and here we're going to build the functionality. So let's come here. For that, we have to build a separate route which a user can click and delete his account. So here we are in the user. So this is the field we have created. Close this one and come up here, and now we have to simply create the functions. So close this one, and we're going to do it right up here. So we'll say export, and we'll say delete me. It's going to be a catchy sync function because we are dealing with the promises, request, response, and next. And that we're going to take this await. We'll take the user and we'll call this find by ID and update, because that's what we need. And we'll have the data of the user in this body ID, and then we're going to simply set this active false. We are not deleting that user, we are simply setting active value to false because initially it's true. So active false, and here we're going to call this response. So we'll say 204, and here we'll send the status codes to success, and we'll say delete is going to be null because we don't need to send any data back to the user. No, because I don't want to send any data back to the user. You can send a message, it's totally up to you, but I would just go with null. Look fine. No, this is the delete me. Now we have to come back into the router section, and we have to create the router for this. So let's come here. We have this sign up. This is the patch method we have, and simply replicate this, and here we're going to call this delete me, and we're going to run this product because we have to check whether the user is logged in or not, and then we have to simply allow him to simply delete his account. That looks pretty fine, and here we're going to call this delete method. So this looks pretty good. Simply copy that one, open a new tab and paste here, and this will become what is delete me. Copy that one and paste here, and from here we can simply take this delete method, and we have to take this authorization in bear token and JWP token. So let's come here in the login. We have to first log into the application. Let's come here and create a new account. So this is the name Daulat we have, and if we come here, refresh, you can see this is the name daulat.gmail.com. so this is the one account we have. Now we want to simply log in first in the application, then we can easily do that. Simply head the request, and here we are logged into the application. You can check all the data. Come back to the get all user. If you click on this, right now you can see right now we have only one user, which is a Hussein. So it's working fine. We are logged into the application and we are getting all the informations. Refresh, you can see the data looks fine, no problem we have here. Now what we can do is, let's come here in the delete and let's save this one first. So it will say delete me, save it, look fine. We have provided the authorization. Now we have to, don't need to do anything in the body, we have to simply make a request. So if we make a request, and here we are getting an error message, RQ is not defined. Okay, maybe I have misspelled request. So this is, come here and let's go to the user controller, and I can see where it is, and here we have missed the spelling. Request looks fine. Come here, I created a couple of users very quickly, and you can see come up in the sign up, you can see these are the 3 users I have created very quickly, and some of the user have this false, some of the user have this active, so it's working fine. If you come back to the sign up and let's create one more time, make a request, you can see this is the user we have created, it's true, set to true, and we have to turn this to false. So if I come here, reload, this is the last user which is true, and his email ID is hey@gmail.com. so that's the user we're going to delete. So copy that, come back to the login, we have to log in first, hit a request, and we are logged into the application. Now we have to click on this delete, select the token, it's look good. Now we can deleting this method, things looks good, no changes we have to do here, everything look good. Click on this and you can see the request went successfully and we got this empty, nothing here, null. And if we come back here in the database, you can see that right now it's true, but the moment I will refresh it will be false. So hit request and you can see it's false, means this user is inactive. So let's come here, that looks good, the logic is working fine. Now let's come back to the user controller, and this one is also looks perfect to me. Come here, get all user, and click on this get all user. If I click that, you can see I'm getting all the users. So those users are deleted their account, I'm still getting their accounts, but I want to change this behavior. So those users have deleted their account, I want to hide this, I don't want to display their data in the get all user, and that's very easy fix, we can do it. So right now we have 4, so let's come here, and that change we're going to do here in this. So we have this all method and looks fine to me. So here we are calling this get all user, and we are calling this find method, which look for the document in our entire database and give us all the data. So this is the find method we are calling, and here we'll come in the user model. Inside the user model, we have to build one more pre-hook. We'll call this user schema.pre, and that we're going to go with the global find method, which is available in all the document. So we'll call this function next, and this is going to be the find, and that we have to simply look for this active. Those account have the active state to true, only those account will get as an output in get all user. So that's the only thing, and here we have to, looks fine, and here we have to call this next, so it will go into the next middleware. Simply save it, and right now you can see we have these 4 user in our database. User is, save it, and if I come here, you can see I have 4 user. If I click and I get only 1, and the reason why we are getting only 1, because there are 2 accounts which have set to false, but there is 1 account in which we don't have this active state, and that is also getting hide. So we have to change that behavior as well. Let's come here in the database. So this is the first account. You can see in that we don't have this active document, the active state. There is no field of active, and that data is also getting hide, but we don't want this behavior. If a document content active false, only that document we want to hide. If a document doesn't contain the active state, means it's not true, it's not false, it doesn't have that field, in that scenario we want that data. So that's a very easy fix. We can do that. Come back to the code, and here in the sign up one, let's do one thing. Let's create a new account. If we click on that, and if we come in get all user, you can see right now we have this user, two user, because now the user we have created, it has active state. But how we can get the old one? And if I click on this delete, it deleted, and if we click on that, you can see right now we have one. So that looks fine, and here we have to do the changes. So here we can say, instead of saying straight away true, we can say, we can use the MongoDB operator. So we'll say not false. So we have to look for only those account which has the active state to false. It look fine. That's the only thing we have to do. And now we can easily able to have this first document, but doesn't contain the active field. It looks good. No more problem we have. And if you come here and if you send a request, you can get the data of the two user. Hope this makes sense to all of you guys. Come back here and it looks fine. I believe that you guys have learned something new, and that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. With this, let's move to the next video. And this is where we left in the last video. We have built this entire functions. You can see all these codes we have written. So I believe that you guys are on the same stage where I am right now. And in this video, we're going to learn about cookies, that how you can send cookie into the user browser and you can use that cookies. So here we are. So here we are in this create send token. In this place, we are creating the cookie, a token. And this is the best place to create the cookie. So here we are building the token, and we'll come here, we'll call this request dot, we'll call this cookie. And in this cookie, we have to pass couple of parameters. So the very first thing is the JWP token, the token we are generating, because that is the unique identifier for the user when at the time of login or creating the account. So we'll send the token, and along with that, we're going to send an object. In that object, we're going to define this expiry. So when this token will expire. So that's the expiry we have to define. And the expiry define, let's define in the .env file, because expiry date here. So JWP cookie expire, it will expire in 90 days without D, because we have to convert this days into a millisecond. So it's without D. So let's come here and let's type the expiry. I think I deleted that, and we're going to take this new date, and that we're going to call this date dot. Now it will give us the current time. We'll use this plus, and in that we're going to call this process.env jw cookie expire in, and we'll take this multiply with 2460, and we'll have this 1000. So it will give the date in the millisecond. Look fine. Let's come here. Here we have to define couple of properties. So when we'll send this cookie, in that cookie we want to send a secure or a unsecure. So sometime you have visit any application, they have this protocol HTTPS or HTTP. Okay, so I want to secure it. I want that the user can only use it on the secure section. So let's make it true. If you want to use it on a secure section, make it true, or if you don't want it, just leave it as a false. And here we have to define HTTP only, it's true. But right now we are in the development mode, so we cannot able to test this cookie. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply come here. I'll create a cookie option, and we're going to make it dynamic. So in that we're going to define these all, copy that and paste, and I'm going to comment this one, because we are in development and it will work only for the HTTPS, and we don't have that HTTPS in our local host. So let's comment this one, and here we're going to take this cookie and we're going to pass it here in our cookie. And here we're going to write a if statement. So if process.in means if we are in production. So right now you can see we are in the development here. So if we are in production, so node.env production, then only we want to add this field. So cookie.secure equal to true, only in production, not in the development, and this will work fine. This looks fine to me. Save it, and hope you guys have got the idea. Looking fine. Come back here and try to make a request. Okay, it's went through, but we haven't got our cookie back. So let's come here. If I Simply close all of the existing tab. There are too many tabs and it's getting confused. So this is the login section, this is the dollar, this is the email. Let's say, hey buddy, let's create a new account, and here I'm going to set the role to guide because we haven't created any role as a guide. So this is a guide. Let's create a new user. Looks fine, and we don't have a cookie, but we are getting this data. So something's wrong with the code. We are getting all of the data, but there is no cookie in here, and I know why it's happening here, because of we have built this logic. So just comment this out, because right now I'm in the development. So just comment this out, save it, and let's create one more account. We'll say buddy header request, and this time we have it. You can see if you click on the cookie here, we have the data. We have our JWT token, we have the domain, we have the path, we have the expiry date, and we have the HTTP only to true, and the secure is false. So this is how we have sent in the cookie. And if you click on that, here you will find the cookie as well. So you can click here, you can click here in this, and you can able to see the cookie right down here. Looks fine. This is the password, and I don't want to display this password when the user is creating his account, so I just want to hide it because that looks weird. Okay, if you want to keep it just like that, you can, but I don't like it to go in this way. So we can do it very easily. So here we are sending the response. So we'll say user dot password, and we're going to set to undefined, so this will not display the password. So looks good. Save it, and here we have to do nothing. So let's come here, and we have to create a new account, and we can simply send the request. So this time we don't have the password. Make a request, and we don't have the password. So this is how you can hide any field. If you want to remove that active field which is coming, you can hide that as well. If you click on the cookie, we got it right up here. It's looking fine. If you click on that, here you will find the cookie. Okay, hope this makes sense. So this is how the cookie work in the applications, and that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you, and if you still have any confusion, rewatch the video and do leave in the comment section that what is the problem. I'll try to look after that. With that, let's move to the next video. Security is a very huge aspect when it's come to API development. So in this video, the function we're going to build is called rate limit. You don't allow user to make too many requests on your API, and that will give unnecessary load on the API on the server. So you have to set a particular limit for the particular IP address, so this much request they can make in your API, and that's what we're going to set right now in this video. So this is where we left in the last video. We have built this cookie system, so hope you have watched that. So let's split the terminal, and we're going to install a package, and the package we want is npm express call rate limit. So this is the package we're going to install, and this will allow us to set the rate limit, that how many requests a single API, a simple IP can make on your API. So let's install that package, and here we have successfully installed the package. Now close this one, bring the terminal down, and here we have come back to the config file. Close this one, config file, we don't need that. Come back to the app.js, and we are building this function in our app.js because this is a global page. Like every single function we have defined is going to run in every single time whenever any request will come in our API. So this is the best place to write the rate limit functionality. So this looks good. We have to import the package. So we need to take that package. Let's come up here and let's get the package. So we'll call it rate limit and required, and we'll call it required express rate limit. This is the name I have provided, rate limit, and this is the exact name which I have got in the documentation. So I'm just following the documentation. So this is the variable rate limit we have. Save it, no more problem we have here. Now we're going to define it here. So let's call this global middleware, because all of these middlewares are a global middlewares. Let's define our rate limit. So we'll take a variable we'll call limiter, and in that we're going to call this rate limit, and in that we have to pass the object, and that object is the limit. So the maximum number you want the user to allow requests on the API, and I'm going with this number 100. It doesn't mean that you have to provide the same number. If your application is really big and a lot of users are coming on your applications, and that scenario obviously going to increase this limit, because you want the user to make a multiple request. I'm allowing is 100. You can increase 2000 is totally up to you. And here I'm going to say window ms, and here I have to provide the date. So like in 1 hour they can make only 100 requests. So this is the, and we have to send this error message back to the client. If they exceed the limit, please try again in an hour. So this is the late limiter, and here we have to simply call that as a middleware. So in that we're going to simply pass the API, and we're going to pass this limiter. And the reason why we have provided this /API, because we want to apply this in every single route. So you can target a specific route. For example, if you have a secret route and you want to add a limit on that route, that you want to provide one-time access of a resource in a particular API, so you can take this approach. Okay, so but here I'm saying that in every single route, in every single resources, I want to apply this limit. And that's pretty cool. Hope this entire thing makes sense. So this is our rate limit, and now it will be working fine. So now it's time to test it out. So let's come here. We can go back to the get resources, because here we have all the resources. And now if I come here, if I try to make a request, you will see I get all this data, but along with the data I'm getting something in the header. So click on the header, and here you will find that we got all of these data, and we have this remaining, we have this remaining, we have the date, we have the reset timing, after how long it will be reset, and all the bunch of data we have in this. Looks fine to me. So you can send multiple data. If you come back into the other resources like get user, and if you make a request, you will find that if you go to the header, you will find that right now you have 98 requests left. So it's working fine. No matter how many requests you will make and what resources you will make, every single request will count. 97. So here we are back, and just simply refresh. The moment you will save, it will refresh the entire API. And if you come back to the Postman, and if you make a request, it will refresh everything. So you can see right now we have 99. So whenever you refresh your API, that will reset every single header, and that's 99. So that's the thing you have to keep in mind. Looks pretty good to me. If you hit request, it will keep down, the data will also come. And now what I want is, let's decrease this to 2 to check whether the error message is coming or not. So what I can do here, let's send a request. This is one request, this is the cookie, and this is one more we have. Click on this body, click on this, and we have one more, click on this, and here we got the error message. Too many requests from this IP, please try again in an hour. So the rate limits is working fine, and here we have this response, the HTTP response code. That looks pretty awesome. Everything is working fine. So hope these things are making sense to all of you guys. Still have any confusion, try to understand that how we are doing it. And this package is really powerful. And that's the only thing I want to cover in this video, that how you can set limits in your API. With that, let's move to the next video. So this is where we left in the last video, and we'll focus more on the security aspect. Let's open up your terminal, and we can bring this up, bring the terminal up, and here we're going to install one more package, which called Helmet, which allow us to solve pretty much a lot of problems. So we'll have to install this package, and just wait. Helmet package. So simply clear your terminal and bring this down, and let's utilize it. So first we have to install it, so let's write it down. So we'll take Helmet, and it's coming from Helmet. This is the package we have installed. Looks pretty good. Simply copy that one, bring it up here, and this, the best place is to call here, because this is the best place, because first it will run and then the other thing will run. So we'll say use, and that we have to pass that Helmet, and that's it. This one is actually a middleware. If you look at this package in a GitHub, you will find that it's a middleware, and it will set a couple of property in your header. So here we have to simply, let me just give this comment. So it's for rate limit. Simply grab that one, and let's come here, and this one is called for, let's change this to secure header. So in that we have to send the data. So we have to send the limits, that how much data we can expect in our API. So as you can see that the user are uploading data, so we don't want more than 10 gigabyte. But if you're using the same API for other application like movie, music, or a PDF download or upload, in that scenario obviously you're going to allow them to add heavy files in MBs. But it's a simple document. We are adding a JSON file, JSON data in the JSON format, so that's a very light. So that's why we'll go with 10 KB. So that's the rate limit I will set here in my Express. This looks fine here, and this looks good. This is the limit, so let's make it to 100, and this is the helmet we have, and now we can test this out. So right now you can see earlier when we made a request, we got this 11 response in the header, but we'll have more if we call now. So let's come to the body, hit the request, and here we got the data. If you can see right now we have 22, and here you will have all these data. So content security policy, cross origin, bordered policy, all this data is added by this helmet package. So that looks pretty good. And these are the very important things, because when someone will use your API in their applications, so this thing will help them in the policy security. Otherwise they can't use your API. So let's come back to the API package, and here you can see they have this bunch of methods. These are the default methods, so you can specify that what methods you want to use by typing all this value, but by default it will automatically imply all of this value. You can see all of this value by default. Here you can specify that. So these are the methods, you can call it individually. So there is a lot of things, come and check from your end, but the default is fine to use. And that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have got the idea that how you can set the headers in your API. With that, let's move to the next video. Hey everyone, hope all of you are doing great. So in the last video we have learned that how we can set HTTP header and multiple variables in that. So if you haven't watched, make sure to watch that. In this video we're going to sanitize the data, because you can see that we are taking information from the user like name, email, password, and we don't want that any user provide any malicious code in our database. So we have to sanitize the data before we add into our database, and that's what we're going to do now. So here we are exactly. So this is the helmet we have used earlier. Let's come here. This is the best place which we can use it. So these are the two steps we have to follow: data sanitization against NoSQL's query injected. So if someone's go with a NoSQL query, which I will tell you what it is, in our database, then we have to protect from that. And the second one we have is this data sanitization against site script, which call ISS. So if anybody wants to type any kind of script in your site, so that's what we want to prevent. So these are the two sanitization we have to do, and to do that we're going to use the package. So if we come here, let me show you the example first, then we'll talk about the package. So let's come back into the login sections, and to log into the application, so to log into our application we need to have the email and the password. But let me show you what is NoSQL's data. So if I make a request, you can see in the body I'm getting all of these data about the user. Looks fine. So this is the email I need to log into this application. So come here, and what I will do, I'm going to simply remove this. I'm not going to provide the email. So this is how you can make a request. So if I make this MongoDB query in the email, so this is the bracket we have to give. In that we have to call this MongoDB method, and we have to give this empty. And the moment I will make this call, I can easily able to log into my applications. So this is what I have passed. Click on request, and you can see it's generated me this token. I'm logged into my application as a guide. So we have to prevent this one as well. It generated me all this data, and now we can do whatever we want in the application. So let's come here and let's try to fix that. So to fix this we have to install a package. So let's bring this down, and we have to install npm I and this package called Express Mongo's sanitize. You can do this sanitization in the user model data. So the moment the user is providing the email and the password, you can do this check there, but we haven't done that. But this package will take the entire work from us. So let's install the package. Here we got the package. Clear your terminal, and there's one more package we have to use, this npx clean xx clean, and let me show you what it does and how you can utilize it. So these are the two packages we have installed. Let's close this one, and if you come into the package.json file, here you will find the entire data. So this is the clean, and this is the Mongo sanitization, and this is the two we're going to utilize it. So bring this terminal down, and now first thing we have to import it. So we'll say const Mongo sanitize, and it's coming from Express Mongo sanitize. So this is the first one, and now we have to install the other one, which is xx, and that's coming from xs clean, xss clean. So this is the packages we have, and we're going to utilize this both one. So it looks good to me. No more issues we have here. Save it, and let's bring here, and here we're going to call that. So we're going to use it as a middleware, and then we're going to pass this Mongo sanitization. Save it, come back to the application, and now if you make a call, you will get an error. So make a call and you will get an error. So it says that cannot cast fail for value this, and it will fix this issue. So this is the fix. Come here, try to log in, make a request. You can easily able to get log into the application. And if you go in the normal way, if you go in the that NoSQL way, it not work. So that's working fine. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you. And now we have to use this XSS. So we'll use it as a middleware. We'll say app.use, and here we're going to call this function. And what it does, like just imagine that if someone's tried to put the HTML code in the data, so we are taking information from the user like name, email. If someone's tried to put the HTML code in that, so we have to detach that as well. We don't allow to store those HTML. So this will help in that. So if you save it, and here what I want to do is, let's come back here in user, and here I want to create a new user. So what I will do, instead of name, I'm going to type this HTML with the id dev and id dev. I'll get name and this. So this is the HTML I have provided in the name. If I make a request, you can see it will throw me this. So the user will get created, but it will convert that into a string, and it will add this. So it no longer it will work. It will not work. But if I comment this, and if I just type it the same way, it will see, you can see it will we added in our database like this, and anybody can manipulate and trigger this as a div. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys. So this is the two fix we have done in this. Looking fine to me. Let's check one more time. It look good, perfect. We can sanitize the HTML code, we can sanitize the data, and that looks good. And that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have found this video valuable. If you have still any confusion, any doubt, do leave in the comment section. With that, let's move to the next video. In this, we're going to do the final authentication section when it's come to taking the data. So this is where we left in the last video, sanitization. So let's come here. Let's come here in the Postman, and we have all of these. So let's come back to get all, not come in, login. First, we have to click on login. So here we are logged to the applications, come back to the get and make a request. So everything's working fine. We are into the applications, and if we come back here we have provided a lot of parameters, params in the query, and we have built this all methods. So hope you guys haven't forgot that. So here what I want to do is, I want to sort the data. So let me show you what I mean by that. So let's type sort, and I want to sort the data based on the duration, and I want to sort the data based on the price. So if I make this query, because we can add multiple fields, but here I have defined two sorts, which is not acceptable according to the model we have designed. So if I make a request like this, you can see I'll get this error, because our query object, the query we are sending in the params, because we are splitting with the comma, because there we are looking for the comma to split the string. So that's the error we have. Let's come here, go to this utils API feature, and here we are building the query for the filtering data. So let's come here. Here we have this short method, and here we are looking for the comma to split the field. So if I come here, if I console log out the query which we are getting, it's coming in the form of array, but we need in the form of string, and it will have this comma, so we can simply split that, but it's coming in the form of array. So if I console log that, simply copy and console log that, you will see it will be in the form of array. Hit make a request, and here we are getting the same error response. Come back to the terminal, and here you can see duration and price, it's coming in the form of array. So that's why we cannot use this split method. So how we can fix that? So to fix that, that's not going to be so tough. So that's what we're going to do here in the app.js, and we're going to use a package. So here we need to bring this one, and we're going to say clear terminal npm I, and we want to use this hpp, and this package will look for the params, look for the query in our API. So here we have installed the package. Bring this down, and here we're going to first install the package here, and it looks for the query. So let's install that. Yep, we have it now. That's what we're going to call it. So let's call it right here, and we'll say prevent parameter population. So here we're going to call this, we'll call hip, and that looks good. So the moment you do like this and save it and come here and make a request, this will fix the issue. But there is a problem with this. So it will fix the issue for the sort, and it will give you the entire data based on the last one. So right now the shortening is not happening based on the duration, it's happening on the pricing. Okay, so it will fix this issue, but there is a problem. What if we want to sort the data based on the duration? Because we have different duration for 5 days, 9, so we have durations, and in that we want to have this behavior. So we have to fix that as well. So let's call this duration 5, and we want duration 9. So we want these two data only. So we need only duration. We need those NFT which have this duration to 5 and 9. So if I make a request, I'll get this 9 only, not the 5 one. So make a request. You can see I got this all data, and right now the only two NFT I have. All these two NFT we have 9. But we want the both 5 and 9. So how you can fix that? And that's very easy. So if I comment this, and if I try to make a request, I'll get this entire 4, because this is a valid query. This is the valid query. It will work fine in this way. But we need this package to prevent the shortening, because in the shortening we cannot allow user to provide two short values. So that's a very easy. Here we can set an object. So this package allows us to set the object which we want to allow. So it's called white list, and then we have to define an array. So all the fields which we want to allow in a form of array. So we'll say duration and save it, and this will fix the issue. So save it. If you come make a request, you will get this 4. It's looking fine. It will not work for the shortening. It will work for the shortening, but when it's come to duration, it will take both the properties to duration. So looks pretty good to me. And I want to set the other values as well. So we want the user to filter the data on the base of difficulty as well. So let's provide all of that. We want them to provide on the max group size. We want to provide that on the base of the price, and we want to provide rating and the average. So let's get that as well, average, and the last one we have is the rating, and that looks good. That looks good. Come back to the control. This is the auth control, error control, NFT control, user control. This is the model, user model, and this is the router. This is the router. It looks good. And this is the utils, error, component, catch error, email. So things looking good. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in this video, we're going to connect the NFT marketplace API to the front end. Okay, so this video is going to be very short. Let's connect the API. So here I have opened the project, and actually what I have done, I'm working on a different application and I'm using the same API. So I'm going to show you in that example. Okay, so what I can do is, here you can see this is the entire project and this is the API. So let me come to my browser and let me show you. So here you can see this is the application which I'm building on. So I just want to give you a little bit glimpse that what I have built. So it's a really amazing application. So let me open this one, and this is what I'm currently working on, dev pointer. So this is the name which I have given to this application, and if I scroll down from here, you can log in, join. This is the Discord server. So it's not live currently, I'm working on it. So here you will find a lot of resources, and this is the login page. So let me come down, and this is the fun part. So you can create your account and you can have all these invoice, payment details, everything and all. So okay, so this is the currently I'm working on, and this is the one cool thing I have built. So if I click on this lesson, so here you will have your lessons. So some of the courses will have in free, so you can easily able to access, and some of the paid courses I will have also in this. So you can click here, and from here you can easily able to navigate, and you can pick the timestamp, the to the portion you want to learn. Okay, so and from here you can easily able to find all the resources about the project, like GitHub link, my link, and from here you can download the startup, everything. Okay, so this is the, so I'm using the same API for this application as well. Okay, so I'm going to show you in this. So let's come back to the code and let's go back to my Visual Code Studio, and here you can see what I have done simply. So I have simply created a new file by the name API. So I believe that you guys have followed the entire API course, whatever we have built in that, because if you haven't watched that, nothing will make sense. Okay, so all I have done, I have came to my Next.js project, and here I have all of these files. So I hope you guys have also familiar with the folder and file structure which we have covered in NFT Marketplace. So, and this is the page, and this is the all pages we have created for this application. Okay, not for the NFT Marketplace. All the app, account, blockchain data, creator, Discord. So these are the different pages for this application. And all I have done is to created a folder by the API. So make sure to create this folder. And here I have created two more files. So here I have my this config.env. So make sure that you have this config.env file in our API. So the same file we are using here, you can see this is the same file I'm using. Don't use this string. This is my server. I'm showing you, but don't use it. Okay. Obviously, after this tutorial, I'm going to delete that, so it's not going to work for you. So this is my config file. So I hope you guys have followed that config file. This is my server. I haven't done any changes. I have done changes. I'll show you what are the changes I have done here to connect with the front end. This is my app.js. So this is the entire app.js file, which I have simply copied from the NFT Marketplace API, and I haven't done any changes. You can see I still have this comment. So if I scroll down, the only change I have done in the router section, but because this application I'm building for the course, not for the NFT, so I have changed the endpoint. That's the only change I have done this in app.js. And if I come back to the server.js file, so here you have to do a little bit change. And this is the entire server file we have created in the API, in the NFT Marketplace API. Simply copy that, and I have done a little bit changes. So the changes you have to do is this one. You have to use this next, and this will allow you to connect the front end and the server together, and you can easily able to fetch the data. So that's the one change we have done. And here we have set the environment variable to development. You can change this to production, but I'm going to use it in development environment. So that's what we have to pass here. And here we are creating the server using this Nodejs, and in that we are passing this development environment. So this is going to be our server, and this is the handle we have implemented. And this handle is coming from this next. And then we have this function called get request handler. So these are the 4 codes you have to write. Okay, these are the 4 code you have to write. Make sure to write the exact one. There is no changes in the config file. There is no changes in the Mongoose for connecting with the database. There is no changes in the port. And here we have to do the changes. So here we have taken the server, which is coming from next, and that we are calling this prepare. Then, and here we are calling this get method. In that we are returning this handler. Remember, this is the handler we have created, and this will allow us to make the request on the server. That's the one thing. And then we are simply running out our app.listener, the server on the port. So this is the only change you have to do. Make sure to do the changes whatever I have explained in this file and the app.js file. So if you're done with those changes, now come back to the package.json file, and here we have to do the changes. So here we are in the package.json file, and in the dependency you can see I'm using the same packages which we have used in the API. So make sure to install all of these packages one by one. Okay, don't install together, that will throw you an error. So first install the Express, then Mongo, then Morgan. Okay, because I was trying to install together, but I was getting an error. So make sure to install one by one, that will have no issues. So these are the dependencies you have to use, and here you have to do the changes. So this is the production, this is the server script, and that we are mentioning that this time we want to run not from the like index page, we have to run from the server. So in the dev environment we have to pass node mon server.js. This is the build folder, this is the start, lint, server, and these things. So make sure to do all of these changes which I have done here. So we are done with these changes. Okay, in the package.json file, let's come back to the API folder. Okay, and here all the funs begin. So I haven't done any changes. If I click on this control file, here we have this, instead of NFT I have this course controller, I have the same error controller, I have same user controller, and here I have created one view controller. Okay, so I click on this controller, the course controller, and here you can see I haven't done any changes. All I have done that I have simply imported the model which we have created. Okay, so I hope you guys haven't forgot that, and we are using the same API feature, catch async, and error, because we have to display the error as well. Okay, and here I have done the changes in the naming. So instead of we were calling that alias top NFT, I'm calling course, and the same thing I'm doing it. And earlier we were passing NFT on our data model, we are passing course. That's one. So make sure wherever you are using NFT, in there you have to pass the course. And you can see this is the course we are getting from the query, and that's what we are returning. Same thing I'm doing for the create. So we are calling on create, and here we are simply passing the data. If I open this single, all I can see course, we are calling the find method, and then we are checking for the course, and that's what we are passing. Same goes for the update, no changes in that. Same goes for the delete, there is no changes, we are calling on the course. Same for the stats. So all I have done, I have changed the naming. As I told you at the very beginning of the NFT development, that we are building this entire NFT on a reusable model. Okay, so whenever, no matter what kind of application you want to build, all you have to do is to change the name, and the entire API would be absolutely working fine. So this looks good. You can see no more changes that we have done. And here we have this still the same function, and I'm going to use this way more. In that I have simply passed this name, course, instead of NFT, and all of these are same. Okay, so make sure to simply pause and watch one by one. So this is our NFT controller. Let's come back to the error handler. So here we haven't done any changes. Still we have everything here. You can see all of these looking fine. The same thing, all the validation check we were doing. So I haven't done any single changes here, because this entire error handler we have built on the base of reusability. Okay, so simply close that one. If I come to the user, so we haven't done anything for the user. Okay, so we are only focusing on the NFT, fetching the data for the NFT, not for the user. I'll cover that part in the next later video. Okay, once I complete this one, in that I will explain you that how you can connect the user part. But right now we are focusing only on the NFT, but in my case it's the course one. And if I come to the view, which you don't need to worry about this, because this is a separate part, and this is the course data, in that I have nothing, because we're going to fetch the data from the server. This is the model we have, and here we have the entire model. So I'm using the same model. So this is the name, the same validation we are running here. Here I have done the changes in the validation, because this name, this course name can be more than 60 characters. Okay, so I built the logic on that. So this is the name we have. Then we have the title. Okay, so because every single course will have a title, then it will have a summary, then it will have the description, then it will have the difficulty, then it will have the durations. And here I have added extra fill, because every single video will have a particular resource from where I'm fetching the video. So these are the data we have, and we have the complete file. So I will provide you this code in the course in complete. So this is the slug, and this is the video ID. And here I've been storing the information about the creator. So who is creating the course, what is his YouTube channel, GitHub, profession, description. So that's the data I'm taking. Then I'm taking the link. So if I want to provide the resources of any particular thing, so I can simply provide that with the name. And here we have chapter, because the course I will upload, that will be in multiple chapters. So if I come back to the application in the browser, so you can see this is the course page, and if you click on this, here you will have all of these chapters. Okay, and that we are displaying this, and here I'm going to allow a couple of lectures for free. So that's the logic I have also included. So if I come back into my Visual Code Studio, so this is the chapter. So I have 3 chapters. You can add multiple chapters, and I'm also providing rating. So user can give rating, quantity, and the price. So currently it's going to be a 0, because I'm not going to charge anything for this particular course, but in my future course I'm going to charge discount, images, and the same thing. You can see I haven't done any single changes in this entire data model. This virtual properties, all these slugs, everything and all. No changes I have done, because as the very beginning in the API course, I told you that we're going to follow the reusable model, and that's what I have implemented. All you have to do is to simply utilize the same model in any type of application. So this is the model we have defined. If you come back to the router, here you have this user router, course router. In that, all I have done, I have simply changed the name. Instead of NFT, I have called this course, and we are calling the REST function. If you come back to the user, we haven't done anything in that. And if you come to the view, so this is one is for different, the paid one, so that's why I keep in this different file. Okay, so okay, here we have the utility. If I click on this, we haven't done any single changes in this API feature, because this one is reusable. This is the app error, we haven't done any changes in this. And this is the catch async error, we haven't done any changes in this. So I hope you guys have got the idea of the entire API structure and the server and the app.js and the config file. So everything's looking fine. So make sure to do these changes, the changes in the package.json file. And now if I open that, so you can see here we are making all the calls. Here we are making all the calls both in the front end and the server. So if I simply stop and clear the terminal, so right now my application is shut down, so it's not working. So if I come reload, you can see we'll get this error. If I come reload, it's not working. So now we're going to start the API and the front end application. So you can see for starting that we have to run this command. So node morning servers, and we have to initialize this file server.js. So let's type npm run dev, hit enter, and you can see our server is also open and our application is also open. But right now you can't able to find that 3000. Okay, so all you have to do is to remember the slug. So that's why I have keep this one here, and you can hit that route and your application is back on running. You can see, you can simply visit, you can access all the page, you can easily able to find all the resources. You can go to the account one, you can see all the information. So very soon I'm going to make this video live, in that I'm going to upload my couple of paid courses and the consultant things, so you guys can get this. From here you can easily able to access. Okay, so I'm done with the entire UI part. Currently I'm connecting with the backend, so it will take like close to 20 to 30 days to test and do the security test, then I'll make it live. Okay, so everything's working fine. Come here and tell me how this logo looks like. Okay, so I just want to have your feedback. Is it good, or I have to come up with a different one? So if you guys have any idea, do let me know in the comment section. That would be really helpful for me. So that looks pretty fun. Let's open this. I'll open this inspect element and I can go to the console, and here you can see I got this object. Okay, so let me show you how you can get this data. So here I'm already getting all of this data. So right now I have created this too, I'm getting that. So let me show you. Come back in the code, and here you can see close this one. And for making an API call, I'm simply following the React context, but in my paid course we're not going to follow that. We're going to follow the Redux, because that one is really powerful. But for the time being I'm following this context. So I have created this context file, and that I have this course.context, and this is the entire context we have created for the application. So we haven't done anything fancy. We have React, XCS, we have created our context, this is the provider, and this is the function we have written, and here we are returning the entire data. If you come back to the API.js, here we are simply wrapping the entire application, so we can easily able to have all the access. The same old logic we are following. Hope you guys haven't forgot that. So if you have forgot that, make sure to watch the NFT and DeFi and other project which I have built. So what I did here, I've taken my root domain. So this is my root domain, and you can see if you come here, this is the root domain, localhost 3000, and that's what I have defined. But in the actual world, what happened that when you will deploy this application to any remote location, or maybe you want to deploy this API only in a particular location and you want to use it. So in that scenario, what happened that you have to buy the domain name. So this is our domain name. So this is our domain name which is running on our localhost, and this is the endpoint we have defined for the API. Hope you guys haven't forgot that. This is for all NFT. In your case, it's NFTs, but in my case, it's courses. So that's the changes I have done. That's the simple changes I have done. Okay, here I'm using this XCS, I'm calling this get method and then resolving, and here I'm simply passing the data. So if I save it, you can see everything is working fine. Database is connected, running for 3000. Everything is working fine. Simple fetch method I have called. If I come here, go to this, here you can see reload the browser, and here you can see I got all of the data. You can see inside the data I have this course created, and in that I have all of this data. So this is the chapter 1, in that I have this 2 chapter. In this chapter 3 I have this 2. In chapter 2 I have this only 1. Here we have the name of the creators. Here we have the descriptions, easy, duration of the course, then the file path, the ID, the cover picture, the link resources. So everything which I have provided, that's everything's working fine. Okay, so if I want to create one more resource, I can do that very easily. So all I have to do is to open in the Postman. Here you can see I have already created a different folder. So in your case you might have this file, But in my case, I have created this new folder by the free course because I'm going to provide a couple of courses for free. And here we have this course, get course. So, and if I make a call, you can see our server is running and I can able to find the same data which I was getting right in my browser. The same data I'm getting in my Postman as well. You can see all of the data. If I come here in the create, so I can easily able to create. So the logic we have built that the name should be unique. So I have already created this. So let me change the name. I'll say free. And here I have provided all the information, the title, summary, description, duration, difficulty, starter file, file name, video ID, creator information, the link information, then chapter informations, all of these things we have provided. All this post method, not get method. I hope you guys haven't forgot that. Here we can create the course. So right now we have 3 courses. So earlier we had 2. So let me bring this up. Right now we are making a get request. So right now we have 2. The moment we click on the request, I'll get 3. And if you come back to the browser, right now you can see we have this 2 array. Let me close this one. We have 2 array. And the moment I will refresh the browser and I can easily able to have this result 3. If you open that, in that we have this result 3 array. So this is how you can write and you can retrieve the data. So once you get this data, I believe that it's a piece of cake to all of you to render in the front-end application. Okay, so right now you have all the data in form of this JSON. All you have to do is to print in your front-end applications. So the same old logic we have to follow, the logic we have followed in our NFT marketplace. So when we were connecting the smart contract and fetching the information from the IPFS using the XCS package, and we were constructing that. Okay, so the same logic we have to follow. Let me show you. So if I come here, if I go to my GitHub, and this is the code, I guess. Okay, so if I come here, this is the same logic we have to follow. I don't want to do the same old repetitive thing. So if you come here, you can see we are using this XCS package, and here we are making that XCS call. So where it is, if I scroll down all the way, this is the wallet connect, this is the connect wallet, IPFS, this is the create NFT, this is the sell NFT, and here we have this fetch NFT. So you can see we have used the provider, and here we have used this item iterator. We have called this promise all. We are getting all of this data, and here we are calling this XCS method because all of the data is stored in this URI which is coming from the IPSS, and from there we are making a request and we are simply deconstructing and passing the data here and rendering in the front end. So this is the exact thing you have to do to get the data, to get this, where it is, this data, and you will have the same model, the model we have defined, and you can easily able to render in the front-end application. Okay, so if you haven't watched the NFT marketplace API, the way we have built that project, then it will be a little tough for you. So make sure to follow that and everything would be easy for you. So right now we have this data, so you can easily able to build and display in the front-end application. So that's the only thing I want to cover. Hope this video is already getting long, and I was getting a lot of requests, a lot of comment from all of you guys that to show that how to connect the server in the application. So as I was building this project, so I thought that let's show you in this. Okay, you guys have seen that I haven't done any changes in the data modeling. All I have done that I have changed the resource name. So instead of NFTs, I have called courses, and I have followed the same structure. So make sure to follow the exact thing, and you will have your data here, and you can easily able to render it in your front-end application. With that, I'm ending this video, and if you still have any confusion, any doubt, do let me know in the comment section. I'll try to cover that. With that, have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.